Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Quirkless Deku became Class 1B's top hero. Here is short summary. Izuku Midoriya, the Quirkless wonder of Class 1B. Having been trained within an inch of his life, he made it into UA. Now he has to make it to graduation to show the world that even the Quirkless should be taken seriously. Either they will give him respect or he will take it. What happens when Izuku's motivation is 80% spite but still 110% noble? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Okay, so that leaves Izuku Midoriya. Nezu said. Aizawa and Vlad sat and pondered it. The kid had scored good. Damn good, but there was the problem. According to all tests, the kid was quirkless. But then there was that damn sword, the kid called Threk Goru, the dark sword of shadows. He was brilliant and well trained. His teacher had been listed as a man named Garrett Jax. The kid had been arrested on one count of vigilantism when he was 12, but it had been dismissed by a judge who had a favorable opinion of the child. Apparently the former pro-hero umpire had killed the kid's parents, and as according to the law you had to have a quirk to commit the crime of vigilantism, the kid was dismissed on that technicality. In fact, the kid had been arrested to the crime 5 times prior, and in every case, he was cleared of the charges. Experts had in fact come in and testified to the child's lack of quirk. Even a police officer who could detect the truth was brought in. The child did not have a quirk, and when questioned about the sword he only said that an incredibly sad man in an alley had given it to him before he disappeared. He's quirkless and guaranteed to be a problem. We should just put him in general studies and be done with it. Aizawa said. If he has any potential, then maybe he can get in via the sports festival. Then I will take him, Vlad said. He has potential. Did you see how he defended those students when the 0-pointer came in? In fact, one of them is already in my class. Good, you take him. Then I will take Bondo, Aizawa said. Now if you will excuse me, I have some sleep to get. Vlad watched his fellow homeroom teacher leave and shook his head. Izuku Midoriya, I look forward to seeing what you do. Nezu, I noticed that he is living in a soup kitchen. I would like to have him move into the boarding dorms and extend him a scholarship as well. You have already housed your 2 exchange students and used your scholarships for the year as well. Can't we just take one from Aizawa? He never uses them anyway. Of course, Vlad, what he doesn't know won't hurt him. I have his acceptance letter if you want to deliver it to him so you can get him moved in right away. Yes, I think I would like that. I have a feeling my class is going to do rather well this year, especially at the sports festival. Izuku was sweeping and mopping the eating area, quietly working when he heard the bell ring and without looking up. Sorry, but lunch doesn't start for another hour. There are some muffins and a few juice boxes to the left. Please take only what you need. Well, I do appreciate the offer. I am not here for food. I am in fact here to see you, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku's head snapped up, but he calmed down as he saw the pro standing there in his red and white uniform. Vlad King. Far as I know, he is on the up and up. Good arrest record, no real complaints on the hero blast. As far as I know, sir, I was cleared of those charges 4 months ago. Izuku said as he looked at the pro, his head resting on the mop handle. Vlad looked the teen over. Good build, no baby fat on his face, noticeable scars on his arms, and even a few could be seen on his neck. Whomever trained this kid needs to be taken out back and have the shit beat out of him. Vlad thought. I am not here for that. I am here for you. On behalf of UA, we would like to congratulate you on your acceptance to the hero course. You will be joining Class 1B this fall. I will be your homeroom teacher. We are also offering you a scholarship that includes room and board. A loud clatter erupted from the kitchen as a girl in her 20s came barreling out and wrapped the kid in a huge bear hug. Izuku, did you hear that you got in? I told you so. The girl had long black hair with white tips, pale skin, and fiery pale blue eyes. Yes, Inka, I heard him. He gave her a small hug back, as it seemed that if he didn't the girl would not let go. Paulo, Kira, Riva, Silk, everyone he got in. Izuku got in. Soon the room was filled with more people as they all came in to congratulate the teen. Vlad was happy to see the staff swarm the young man to congratulate him. Inka ran off then back in with a large gift bag. "We all pitched in and got you this. Inka, you guys didn't need to do this. Really, you could have given this to someone that needs it more. Well then just become a big-time pro and you can support the kitchen, so we have all we need." Inka said with a smile. "Come on Izuku, we wanted to do this, even Garrett kicked in some money before, you know." Izuku looked down for a moment. "Okay Inka, I will take it. I promise all of you when I become a pro this place will have all it needs." "Vlad King sir, I am in your care. But before I leave, can I help with the lunch serving? There are some people I want to say goodbye to." "That is fine, if it is okay, I would like to help as well." Inka's smile beamed. "That would be awesome. The kids would love to see a pro hero." Vlad stepped up and did what they directed him to. He used the opportunity to watch Izuku as he interacted with some of the people who clearly he had a relationship with. He saw the young kid's eyes water when a group of small children gave him a small keychain and a candy bar. Vlad knew that these children had scrimped and saved to give this small gift to give, and that Izuku knew that. An old lady gave him a hand-knitted green scarf. It touched Vlad how he seemed to have formed a relationship with all these people across different ages. There was no sense of quirk discrimination. Vlad made a note to see about donating to this place and volunteering here if he could. The kids seemed to get a huge amount of joy seeing him and taking pictures with them. Izuku took pictures with some of the people and the kids, before taking a bunch with the staff. Vlad watched as Inka had leaned her forehead to his and she whispered something to him. "I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn my inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone there will be nothing. Only I will remain." She then handed him a nondescript black box with an opening on one side. "If you ever question, take the test and you will receive the answer." Izuku nodded and took the box. The girl hugged him tightly. "I know you will make us proud Izuku," she said as Izuku walked towards Vlad with a few duffel bags and that huge black sword across his back. "I am ready sir." Izuku arrived in the UA and was taken to the security office to receive his student ID. He was informed that it would be his pass to access the building on campus, get past the gates and access his room. He was shown to his room. He turned and saw Vlad hand him an envelope. "Here is your bank card, use it to get yourself some groceries, school supplies and some casual clothing. The paperwork will detail the rules you need to follow for your scholarship as well as the cash distribution. If you can maintain higher marks in class, the reward is higher. Keep that in mind. You have 1 month before class starts. If you are so inclined, there is the course material online for you to access on that laptop. The laptop is property of UA, so its usage is monitored. I look forward to seeing you in class, Mr. Midoriya." With that he turned and left. Izuku looked around before setting to unpack. It wasn't much, but he cherished what it was. He smiled as he pulled a photo. It was of a man and woman with green hair like him standing next to a man dressed in all black with a sword across his back, the man medium height with slim muscular build and dark tan skin with light hair. The couple was smiling, holding a newborn baby in their arms. "Mom, Dad, Garrett, I made it in. I won't let you down." Izuku wasn't alone in the dorms as there were other students. None of them were on his floor or fifth years, so the conversations were more in passing than anything. With nothing else to do, he continued his training that had begun when he was 6. He looked over the course materials. One day when he was returning from a workout, he saw boxes in front of a few other doors. He was greeted rather enthusiastically by a blonde girl with blue eyes and 2 horns coming from her head. She was dressed in a pair of short blue denim jeans and white tank top that showed off her incredible abs. She smiled and said, "Hello, Pony is name. I look forward to running with you." He Japanese was broken, but Izuku smiled. "Hello Pony, my name is Izuku Midoriya," he responded in English. "Oh, thank God someone speaks English. I was so nervous about not being able to talk to anyone. I know we have just met, but would you mind helping me with my Japanese, please?" The girl pleaded, her large eyes pleading with him. and her tail hung lifelessly. Izuku sighed. He couldn't say no when someone was asking for help, especially when it was something with which he could help. Yes, I will help you, Pony. Just come knock on my door after you get unpacked and we can set up a time. Thank you so much, she said before stepping back, grabbing another box, and heading into her room. That is nice of you, Izuku heard a male voice say behind him. He noticed there was a bit of an accent there. Izuku turned and saw the teen standing behind him carrying a box. Izuku stepped out of the way so he could go by. Sorry for blocking your way. No worries, the teen walked and set the box down before coming back and extended his hand. Hiryu Rin, it is nice to meet you. Izuku Midoriya. The two gave each other a firm handshake. They both smiled at that. What class are you in? 1B, you. Same. Maybe we can work out some time, after I get moved in. Sounds good to me. Izuku bowed and stepped into this room. Over the next 2 weeks he got to know his fellow dorm mates, especially after finding out that Pony was in their class as well. For Izuku it was different. He had never really interacted with people his own age. There was a few at the soup kitchen, but it was not like Izuku had a normal school life. He had done online schooling, so true interaction with classmates was severely lacking. The last interaction he had was with Kachin at the river, and that was terrible. It was highly unlikely that it would have gotten any better as he was still quirkless, but he didn't care anymore. Garrett had trained him into an inch of his life, but this conversation was not one he was looking to. Pony had just finished telling them about her horn quirk and Hiryu had told them about his scales quirk, and now they were looking to Izuku. He took a deep breath before he answered, "Fear is the mind killer. I am quirkless." They both looked at him with shock before Pony spoke. You are quirkless? Yes. And you still took the entrance exam? Yes. And you placed first? Yes. That is absolutely amazing. She yelled and dived and hugged him. Izuku flushed as she was in her normal mode of dress, which was not much especially by Japanese standards, but perfectly acceptable by American ones. Izuku Midoriya, I bow to you, sir, which is astounding on levels that boggle my mind. Hiryu added. It doesn't bother either of you. Pony pulled back from the hug and looked at him dead in his eyes. Does it bother you that I have a horse mutation or that I am American? No, you have no control over that, he responded. Exactly, Hiryu and Pony both said. And if it bothers anyone else in our class, I will be sure to kick them right in the head. Pony said as she moved back to her chair. Same, you are an inspiration. Without a quirk you have not only placed first in the entrance exam for the best hero school in Japan, but you are also here on scholarship as well. If that isn't motivation for people to get on your level and to not underestimate anyone, I honestly don't know what else someone needs. Hiryu said, his face full of conviction. But if you are quirkless, then what about that? Pony pointed to the sword in the corner. I know that you may not believe me, but I came across this old man with a metal mask in an alley. I had seen him around and would bring him food every now and then. But one night when I went to check on him, he pulled that thing out and handed it to me. This is yours now, and he laid down and disappeared into the shadows. He walked over to his desk and pulled out some papers. See, it is even registered as a support item. His two classmates looked over the paperwork. That is an incredible story, but I believe you, Izuku. I mean, why would you lie about being quirkless to only have a quirk that you are hiding? The discrimination you would have suffered would not be worth the lie. Hiryu said. I agree, I get odd looks for my quirk. Pony said. Thank you both. Now I hope that the others in our class will agree be as great as you two are. Day 1. The 3 dorm students made their way across campus with ease, having located their class in the days leading up to today. As they walked in, noticing an absence of a seating chart, Izuku and Pony took seats near the window, with Hiryu taking a seat next to Pony. They watched as their classmates filled the room. Hellos were exchanged as people took to find their seats. It was then that a girl with short pale gray hair and blue eyes entered. When her gaze fell on Izuku, she immediately walked over, the surprise of the girl orange hair and side ponytail and the girl with green hair and long pointed teeth. It is you. I had hoped that fate would seem to have us cross paths again. Izuku looked at her for a moment, before recognition set in. I remember you from the exam. I am glad to see you again as well. I am happy that you passed. Is this seat taken? She pointed to the one next to him. No. Good, I will sit here then. Reiko Yanagi, I am pleased to finally be able to meet you formally. She said with a bow. He stood up to return her bow. Izuku Midoriya, but you can just call me Izuku. If that's okay with you. He rubbed the back of his head, a small blush on his cheeks. Reiko then, she replied. He smiled before moving to Hirayu and Pony. These are my friends Hirayu and Pony. Riko bowed to both as the two other girls walked up to stand next to her. These are my companions Itsuka Kendo. The girl with orange hair stepped forward. She extended her hand and greeted all of them. And this is Setsuna Tokage. I must forewarn you, she is a player of pranks. The girl with green hair stepped up with a large smile. Rei, how can you say that now? I am going to have to work harder. Nice to meet you all, please call me Set. Izuku had a large smile. It was too good to be true. It was going good, but of course he knew at some point soon the real test would be when he told the class that he was quirkless. A blonde-haired teen walked up offering his hand to the group as Kendo took a seat behind Rei and Set sat behind Izuku. Greetings all. Nito Monoma is my name. I am pleased to meet you all. He shook the other hands and smiled brightly as he did, then he shook Midoriya's hand, and his face changed. It morphed into a look of disgust. This must be wrong. There is no way that a quirkless made it into UA. The gasp was audible as the other students turned to look at Izuku. Izuku sighed and stood up to face Monoma in the eye. Pony and Hirayu looked ready to stand up and fight. He looked around at the class. Yes, I am quirkless. Yes, I made into UA. He looked Monoma in the eye. I even managed the top score in the entrance exam. Monoma stepped back. That is not possible. The class erupted with students saying all kinds of things from disbelief to one student shouting, manly. Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see Itsuka looking at him. Really? Yes, every part of it. How do we know if you are lying or not? Monoma said. Because he isn't, a booming voice said, silencing everyone. The class turned and saw Vlad King enter the room. Everyone take their seat. Everyone who was standing sat and turned their attention to their teacher. I was going to bring this up later. Yes, Mr. Midoriya is indeed quirkless. The staff is aware and have read the medical reports us. Also, Mr. Midoriya did in fact score the highest in the entrance exam. I chose Mr. Midoriya to be a part of this class due to the potential that he displayed during the exam and for another reason. Can anyone tell me what that is? Itsuka raised her hand. Ms. Kendo. To show us that even though the rest of us have quirks, we cannot rely on that alone. That anyone who is dedicated and has the heart can be a hero. Correct. All of you are aware of quirk discrimination. People are judged by their quirks and the strength thereof. Mr. Monoma, what is your quirk? Copy, sir, he said confidently. And how many times have you been told that your quirk was villainous or useless? More than I care to admit. Ms. Kendo, same question. Big fist and all the time. Mr. Fukidashi. Comic and I was constantly teased. Mr. Kamakiri, how often have you faced discrimination for your quirk? Nearly every day. Ms. Tokage, you join us via recommendation. What about you? The kids would take parts of me and lock them away. I am sure that we can continue this and go through all of you. All of you have had to deal with being judged for something you had not control over. No one here got to choose their quirk or how it would manifest. Just like no one choose to be born quirkless and deal with an even higher level of discrimination than all of you. You are all here because you decided for yourselves that you would be a hero. That you were going to do all you could to join UA and train to become a hero. To take on the most dangerous job in the country. Where if you are lucky if you get to retire. Look at everyone here. Even if you all graduate, according to the statistics over a half of you will not be able to attend a 10-year reunion. I am not telling you all this to scare you. I am sure that you all are aware of what you have signed up for. If for some reason that isn't true, there is no shame in transferring to another course. My job is to do everything I can to prepare you for the future. Because believe me, I want nothing more than to see all of you at your 10-year reunion. I know that everyone here wants to be the next number one, but the first step is to become a hero. Look to each other for inspiration. Look to each other for help. For the next 3 years you all will be together. Don't let petty ideas of what heroes should be get in the way of you becoming a hero in the first place. Because we here at UA go beyond. 1B filled out of the room. As Izuku was heading to the door he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was a gentle touch. Izuku turned and Nito. I just wanted to apologize, it was stupid of me to try and put you down for being quirkless. I would like to start over. Everything Vlad-sensei was right. I know what it is like to have people be assholes because of my quirk. I can only imagine what you must have gone through. I was repeating the cycle. Nieto said with his head bowed. Okay, Izuku said. Just like that. If you are lying, I will not accept a second apology. If you are telling the truth then I have someone else to hang out and train with. Everyone gets a second chance. They walked out of the room to see Pony, Hiryu, Itsuka, Setsuna, and Reiko standing there. Everything good? Itsuka asked looking past Izuku to Nito. Izuku nodded, as Nito quickly stepped forward. I was an ass, please forgive me. You were an ass, but as long as you realize and I am cool, Setsuna said. The rest nodded at the sentiment and followed off after the rest of their class. Itsuka fell into step next to Nito. You did a fast 180. Nito sighed. It was what sensei said, it reminded me of when I was growing up. Unless I can touch someone and copy their quirk, I am effectively quirkless myself. When I realized that not only was Midoriya quirkless, but he had made it and it angered me. Not because he was quirkless, but because I know that if I were him, I would have given up on being a hero. He worked harder than me and was more determined, it just made me pity myself and I overreacted. After sensei's speech, I felt like a total jackass, and it was either double down and make a lot of the class hate me or own it and see if can fix it. Itsuka was surprised at the amount of self-reflection that Nito has expressed. Well then Monoma, I forgive you as well, just don't make me look foolish. I will do my best Kendo. Class 1B sat through orientation and was dispatched to their guidance counselors. They were surprised to see that a class was missing and that it was their sister, Class 1A. After they made their way back to class, they saw gym uniforms sitting on their desks and Vlad ordered them to get changed and make their way to the athletic field for a quirk assessment. Boys' locker room. Izuku stood in front of his locker after placing his belonging on the shelf. He began to shrug off his uniform. It was when they had removed his shirt that a commotion broke out. Midoriya, what happened to you? Nieto shouted. The rest of the class and their yelling could be heard in the girls' locker room, causing them to pause and listen. All the boys were looking at Midoriya then, and his upper body, it was covered in scars, different sizes and lengths, down his arms and some even on his neck. His shoulder had burn marks and his back had burn marks. Then when Midoriya didn't pause getting undressed when removed his pants, they were just as bad. Midoriya stopped and looked down at his body then shrugged. Most of them are from training, some are from fights. That is manly as fuck, Tetsu said. Well, at least he isn't a pansy, Toguro added under his breath. Hiryu, who was next to Izuku, is that why you wore those compression shirts all the time? No, I just like them. He responded as he started to put on his gym uniform. Dude, I don't know what world you are from, but here we don't call that training, that is abuse. A boy with black hair and eyes wearing a headband said. Awase is right, another one of his class chimed in, with dark brown hair and black eyes. I feel that we should let Vlad-sensei know so charges can be filled. That would be hard to do, he is dead. Izuku said, zipping up his uniform. I understand all of your concerns, but we should hurry to the athletic field, sensei is waiting. He closed his locker and walked out. Sen just sat there dumbfounded. Does he understand that is abuse? Who the hell cares? Toguro said, as he carefully slipped his head into his uniform to not tear it on his mantis quirk. If he is over it, then you all should be too. Athletic field. Unfortunately, Izuku, who had hoped that the commotion would die down, only got worse when the girls came onto the field. The UA athletic uniforms were shorts and short-sleeved with an open collar. All the scars on his arms and legs were clearly on display. He was nearly assaulted by Pony, who when she saw the scars started crying and then hugged him fiercely, promising vengeance on who had hurt him. It drew the attention of Set, Itsuka, and Reiko, then everyone else. Vlad then came over and looking at Izuku told him they would address this after the assessment test. The test soon commenced. Izuku performed fine. He managed to land in the middle of the pack on every test except the sit-up and seated toe touch where he placed near the top. He would see Pony and Hiryu talking and then stop when he walked up. It was happening a lot. In the end, it was Setsuna who topped the charts, and as they were dismissed Izuku was told to change and meet Vlad in the nurse's office. Izuku was confused. He even stopped his group before they left the field. Did I do something wrong? I was mostly homeschooled, so if I did, would you let me know? I was hoping we could all be friends. They all stopped. It was Riko who stepped forward and hugged him quickly before stepping back. You have done nothing wrong, mighty warrior. You simply bear marks that have startled us as we shudder to think what things have done this to you. You are Pony's friend, and I do like that someone has hurt my friend like this. Pony said, her large blue eyes wet with tears. Hiryu stepped forward. Izuku, who did this to you? Izuku stopped and looked at his arm. He pointed at a long scar down his forearm. Sensei Jax. He then proceeded to point at every scar on his arm and say mostly the same thing. Sensei Jax. He then pointed to on his elbow, umpire, or someone else names. Hiryu stopped him, and the girls were horrified. Izuku, can you say that you can tell me where every scar on you came from? Yes, I can tell you where they came from, what mistake was made that caused them, and how to not let it happen again. Itsuka pointed at a thin scar around his neck. That one. Sensei Jax. Garrett, protect your neck at all times, especially when entering an unknown room. Neck guard or keep your blade up. Itsuka's eyes watered. You should hurry and go meet with Sensei. Izuku stopped and went jogging off, but he turned to the group. Are we still friends? Of course. Now hurry, you don't want to be late, Itsuka said. Izuku flashed them a blinding smile and they watched the pure joy spread across his face as he jogged off. Once he was gone, Pony and Reiko started crying. Itsuka looked at Hiryu with murderous intent in her eyes. Tell me you know who this Sensei Jax is and where I can find him. Izuku said he was dead, but it almost sounded like there was a hint of sorrow. The group walked down the tunnel in silence. Infirmary. Izuku walked into the infirmary to see Vlad, Recovery Girl, Hound Dog, and Midnight waiting for him. Izuku stopped at the door before stepping in and bowing to his teacher. I am here, sir. Well, thank you for arriving promptly. Will you please strip down to your undergarments and take a seat on the bed? Izuku simply started taking off his clothes as he walked towards the bed with little care about the assembled group. Midoriya, would you like some privacy? Midnight said with a curious look. Izuku looked at her and simply said, why? And what if we had asked you to strip completely? With no sense of shame or modesty. Do you need me too? He could hear a low growl from Hound Dog. Midnight had a look of sadness in her eyes. No, Izuku, that's okay. As the faculty got a good look at the boy's back, their anger levels began to rise. Then he was standing there in his underwear and Midnight had to excuse herself for a moment. Recovery Girl told him to lie down as she began to go over every part of him. How many times have you had a broken bone? 16. Who repaired the damage? The Black Priest. When was the last time you saw him? Last year when my sensei died. Do you miss your sensei? She asked. Very much, Izuku answered. He couldn't see Hound Dog stiffen. Did your sensei give you all these scars? Most but not all, and we called them lessons. A lesson etched on my flesh lest I forget. Recovery Girl had to step away at that moment. Midnight, who had entered the room in time to hear the last comment, followed her out. Vlad walked over to Izuku and took in all the scars on the boy. Why did your sensei teach you lessons this way? Because I'm quirkless and society looks down on those with lesser quirks or those seen as villainous. If I choose to walk the path of a hero, then I need to be ready for society to forsake me. The only thing that will not forsake me is my skill. In the end, which will be all I have. Vlad just looked at the boy. There were truths in his words, but for them to have been carved into the flesh of one so young. How did your sensei die? He was sick. The Black Priest took him away. Why do you miss him? Hound Dog asked. When my mother and father died, he took me in and gave me what I needed to be a hero. For a long time no one believed in me. My mother and father told me I should do something else to find a new dream. I wouldn't be here without him. How do you know that? Couldn't you have trained on your own? Hound Dog countered. Izuku looked the man dead in his eyes. Tell me of another quirkless hero, or tell me about the hero with the super minor quirk who came from an orphanage or the street to become a hero. This is UA. There is not a person in my class or 1A who made it here on luck or without some sort of useful quirk. Even if they have a minor quirk, they still had to have someone train them. You cannot be stupid as to tell me that people would be lining up to train a quirkless kid. Most quirkless are dead by the age of 16, those who do manage to live past that are 75% more likely to be a victim of violent crime. Of those 80% go unsolved. For those that manage to live, the only hope is being married to another quirkless person and living in towns in the middle of nowhere. The only thing a quirkless person in this country is good for is dying. Quirkless make up more than half the beep industry. Did you know that a bill was put before the Diet to allow the forced sterilization of quirkless people? I am doing this to show them that the quirkless of this country can be more than a body or a convenient whole. That we are people that should be treated with respect. Oh, by the way, how many quirkless people does this school employ? No offense to you, Mr. Hound Dog. Why do they have you here as a therapist? Does your quirk do anything to help with your occupation? Can you tell me that there is not a quirkless therapist that is not as qualified as you? That there isn't a quirkless person that could be a janitor? You are here because you have a quirk, and you have the qualification. That is rather insulting, Hound Dog said. That is true, but it doesn't make it any less true. Ask the principal, ask him when you applied if there was a quirkless applicant who applied with you as well, and ask him why he chose you over her. Vlad opened his eyes wide at that statement, as did Hound Dog. Why would make that claim? Ando Natsumi graduated with a higher GPA, scored higher in every statistical category, and had 6 years more experience, specializing in quirk counseling, grief counseling, and childhood development. You even cited one of her studies in your dissertation for your doctorate. Ando Natsumi quirkless, Hound Dog not quirkless. Izuku said, his voice full of anger. He looked at Vlad, the lady who gave me the green scarf. The only job she can get despite all that is at the local quirkless clinic. She eats at a soup kitchen. Izuku wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. You can tell me that the reason for my scars is terrible, that they are evil, that it is many things, but they are the length that I will go through to make sure our voice is heard. Your entrance exam is biased. All it took was a quirkless kid with a sword and more determination than anyone else to get a win. All flash, no substance. He looked at Vlad. Why am I not in 1A? Every year the top scorer in the entrance exam is placed in 1A. He didn't want you in his class. Did he recommend the General Studies Sports Festival route? He did. But you wanted me. You wanted me for all the reasons you said this morning. You want me to inspire the rest of them to go beyond. You want to see what I can do. That is correct. Can I get dressed yet? Izuku called out. Over the intercom came a recovery girl's voice. Yes. Izuku sat up and looked at Vlad. Is there anything else, sensei? I want you to take therapy sessions, Vlad said. Not with him. Izuku pointed at Hound Dog. I would rather talk to Ms. Midnight. Vlad looked at the boy intensely, looking him over. Did I make a mistake in bringing him in? There is so much anger inside him. I am sure that can be arranged. But I have one more question. Do you think there was a way to learn without the scars? I am sure there is, but not one anyone would bother to invest in a quirkless. After I graduate, then maybe, hopefully, the next little one who is born quirkless that wants to be a hero, or with a minor quirk, or a villainous quirk can look at me and say that they can do it. A hero once said, it doesn't matter what your quirk is, you desire to do good that will dictate whether or not you can be a hero. Do you know who said that? Vlad looked deep into those fierce emeralds' eyes. I did. The only hero with a blood quirk to ever crack the top 50, Izuku said. He dressed and headed for the door. Before he stopped and looked at Hound Dog. I am sure you are a great therapist and have done an amazing job. Good night. Izuku left, heading across campus to his room. Dorms. When Izuku made his way up the stairs, he saw Pony and Hirayu sitting outside his door with food and some drinks. Pony smiled as he walked up. Hiryu just held up the food and drinks. Hungry. Izuku nodded his head. He opened the door and the trio walked in. Izuku set his belongings down, then Pony barreled into him and gave him a huge hug. Izuku, why are you hurt so bad? Look man, if you don't want to talk about it then we understand, but we are your friends and when we see those marks it makes us worried. The girls were worried also. If they didn't have to catch the train they were going to be sitting here waiting as well. Izuku, who hugged Pony back, offered her a smile as she stepped back, and they sat down on the floor to eat. After they finished, Izuku slipped off his uniform top and draped it over the back of his desk chair. Sitting there shirtless, he took a deep breath. I know this may be hard to hear, but I don't regret any of these lessons upon my body. I know that because of them people may be uncomfortable, but I look at them as proof of my struggle. I know that I will get more of them, and I will look at each new one the same way. I am a quirkless teen in the hero course in UA. I am not looking to become the #1 hero. I would be impressed if I ever broke 100. I just need to graduate from this place. I need to show people that anyone can be a hero if they are willing to put in the work and sacrifice. Please don't cry for me, Pony. I don't want any of you to cry for me. I want you to smile at me and laugh with me, and if you want to help me, then don't treat me any differently than you would any other hero student. Put your faith in me that I can have your back and I will do the same for you. Izuku looked down at his hands. All I ever wanted besides to be a hero was just to be treated like everyone else. To be treated as an equal and not as a lesser than. Hiryu extended his fist towards Izuku. Okay, Izuku, that's what I will do. Together with everyone else, we will graduate from this place. You have my back, and I will have yours. Pony smiled at him. I can smile for you, I promise. You protect Pony and Pony protects you. After that, Izuku slipped on a long-sleeve compression shirt and the trio simply talked. They talked to Izuku about movies, shows, music, and everything else normal teenagers talked about. Pony decided to share her love of American movies as they were watching it on the laptop. Izuku smiled as his two friends fell asleep as the movie played. It was his first sleepover, and ignoring the fact that it was an impromptu one, he still decided to count it. Pony and Hiryu awoke in the middle of the night covered in individual blankets. They looked and found Izuku asleep sitting on his bed, his head hanging to the side. Pony gently laid him on his side and covered him up. Izuku smiled in his sleep, and she could hear him say her name lightly. It caused the American to blush some as they quietly left the room to head to their beds. The next day, Izuku had woken early. After meeting up with his two dorm mates, they made their way across campus to eat in the cafeteria. They were sitting eating breakfast when a girl with purple hair and earphone jacks hanging from her ears came walking over with a tray of food. Hey, I know you, she said as the trio looked up at her. She was pointing at her with her jacks. You helped me out at the exam. Can I sit? Izuku stood up and motioned her to sit. Yes, I remember you as well. It was cool how you just jammed your jacks into that robot and broke it. Izuku Midoriya, these are my friends Pony Tsunotori and Hiryu Rin. The girl gave the trio a bow before she sat down. Kyoko Jiro, it is nice to meet you all. What class are you in, Midoriya? 1B. You, 1A. That's nice. Hey, is your teacher any good? Ours is mean. It seems like we are bothering him just by being here. He expelled the kid who came in last in our quirk exam and threatened a few of us that we were going to take the same tests again in 2 weeks, and if we didn't show vast improvement, we were next. That doesn't seem very fair. We did those tests yesterday too. Our teacher told us to not become complacent and to work harder. For those that scored lower, he was going to send some diet and exercise plans so they can improve. Hiryu said. Dude, it beeps. I know we are here to be heroes, but to come in day one and say get better and then not offer any support is simply wrong. That's why I am here so early, so to get some exercise in. Izuku looked over at Jiro and smiled at her. If you like, I can work out with you. Maybe show you some things you can do to improve your scores. Kyoka's eyes widened. Really, you would do that? I mean, thank you, but I am not even in your class. It doesn't matter when we graduate. We are going to have to work together at some point, or are we going to be like, no, I can only work with people I went to class with? He said with a smile. Kyoka laughed. Yes please then, Midoriya, I will take all the help I can get. I don't want to get expelled. Kyoka was surprised when the other two volunteered to work out with them as well. They all agreed to meet the next morning at 5 a.m. at one of the student gyms on campus. -1A. Kyoka walked over to Toru, Shiro, and Denki. "Hey, guys, I found someone willing to help me work out in the mornings if you guys want to join." Toru immediately agreed while the boys gave half-hearted commitments. "Who the hell is willing to help us?" Denki asked. "You remember me telling you about the guy the first met at the entrance exam? I was hoping he got in and he did. He is just in 1B, Kyoka said. "Yay, no way, I am trusting that I'm out," Denki said. Shiro echoed Denki's sentiment. "Are you rejecting this just because they are from a different class?" The boys nodded. She looked at Toru. Toru just sighed. "If you trust him then I will give him a chance. What time tomorrow?" Kyoka smiled. -1B. The class quieted down to a murmur when Izuku's group walked in. Izuku walked to the front of the class looking down at his watch. He had a few minutes. "Everybody, can I say something?" He watched as the class quieted down. "I know some of you are upset about what you all saw yesterday. I just want to address this so we can get it over and done with." He rolled up his sleeves showing his scared arm. "I don't regret any of these. Each one is just proof of how hard I am willing to work to be a hero. I am sure I will get more before that happens. All I want is that all of you to treat me like one of you. Trust me to watch your backs as I trust you to watch mine. I know they are ugly, and I am sorry if they disturb you. But know that I will gladly get a new one if it meant that one of you were safe." Toguro clicked his tongue. "You won't need to worry about that for me, jackass. Now sit down." Nito stood up. "I hope it never comes to that, Midoriya, but I will take one as well for you." "Me too. Then I could look at all the time and remember that manly moment I saved you," Tetsu said. "It would be a badge of honor I would bear upon my body, not just for Midoriya but for any of you," Abara said as she stood. Kinko jumped up in her quiet voice, "Me too." Soon the class was declaring that they would all defend each other. Izuku smiled as he made his way to his seat. Vlad stood outside listening to his class declare to protect each other and smiled. This year was going to be interesting. He had hoped they would gel together but he never expected it so soon. And he would have never thought it would be sparked by the quirkless hero from 1B. Anyone who expected that the second day in the UA to be action-packed was wrong, well, at least until lunch came around, but more on that later. The morning for 1B was very normal. After homeroom it was all normal class stuff: math, Japanese literature, and English. The only difference for most everyone was that pro heroes taught it. For Izuku it was the fact that not only was it taught by pro heroes, that there was no pause or skip buttons. He had spent most of his schooling online with recorded classes to do those things. He focused on the few parts on which he was unclear. Between his self-study and Inka's tutoring, he was well ahead on the material. It also helped that he had spent the time he had due to arriving early at the dorms going over the syllabus. Instead, he pulled out one of his journals and decided to work on his hero notes for the class. He was in the middle of working on his sketch of Riko when the bell rang for lunch. He brought his attention back to the world around him. He saw Setsuna giving him the side eye. "You were not even paying attention, were you?" she said as he got up. "Honestly, no. I paid attention to the parts that I needed a little clarity on." "Oh, Mr. Smarty Pants, care to make a wager?" Izuku smirked, his eyes lit up with a hint of mischief. "What do you have in mind, madam?" "Be careful, Izuku," she got in on recommendation, Nieto said. Setsuna placed her hand on her hips and gave Izuku a teasing smile. "I bet that I score higher than you on our first exams." "And when you fail," he said, matching her smile, "then I have to honor one request from you, and when I win, you have to do the same." "I think I can take that bet." "Oh, you are so going down, my green-haired compatriot. Anyone else want in this action?" she said with a Cheshire grin. To Setsuna's dismay, none of the other classmates wanted to join in. "Come on, Itsuka, you can get your winnings back." No thank you, Set. I learned my lesson from last time," Itsuka said, not making eye contact with Set. "What Set make you do?" Pony asked. Itsuka blushed and started to walk out of the room. "Nope, not talking about it." Of course, this was all anyone wanted to talk about then. Mayhem ensues. Izuku sat at the lunch table joined by Pony, Rei, Set, Itsuka, Hiryu, and Nito. The group began to eat and were chatting when Pony looked past Izuku's shoulder. Izuku turned and saw Kyoka there with a pair of floating clothes next to her. "Hey Izuku, sorry to interrupt your lunch, but I wanted to introduce my friend Toru. She was going to join us for the morning workouts, but I wanted to ask if you would be willing to do some after school as well." "Sure, Kyoka, I can do that. I live in the campus dorms, so I don't have to catch a train. How about we meet at the gym near there?" "Sounds good, we will meet you there," Kyoko said with a smile. "Thank you for taking the time to help us, Midoriya, we appreciate it," Toru added. "We are all going to be pros, why shouldn't we help each other?" he replied with a smile. The girls turned and walked away when he turned back to his group except for Pony and Hiryu, who had questioning looks. Luckily Hiryu explained what had happened that morning and Izuku's offer. He added that Pony and he were going to join Izuku in the workouts. Izuku looked at the others extending the offer to join them. He stood up to return his lunch tray when he heard an explosion and felt a fist crash into his face. He tumbled to the ground. "What the fuck are you doing here, you quirkless piece of shit?" His friends jumped up at the sudden attack. Before them was this angry-looking ash blonde with spiky hair and sharp teeth. Rei went to move towards Izuku to check on him, only to get a blast to the chest sending her toppling back. "Stay the fuck out of this while I kill this piece of shit." Izuku kicked up and swung the metal tray. A loud clunk of it impacting the blonde's head was heard. His attacker stumbled back as Izuku rushed in. The blonde threw a haymaker right, which Izuku ducked under. Grabbing the blonde's wrist, he tossed him over his shoulder, planting him face first. Izuku placed one hand on the blonde's shoulder, the other still holding his attacker's wrist. With a press and twist, a sickening popping sound was heard, and the blonde screamed. His friends froze at the sound, as did most of the cafeteria. The blonde rolled and swung his other arm in a backhand motion, catching Izuku in the side. His attacker was now face up and he brought his hand up to let loose another explosion. Before he could, Izuku drove his elbow into the boy's nose, breaking it. He quickly pinned his attacker's arm with his knee and started punching the living hell of the boy. As Izuku reared up to drop another elbow, he was speared off the blonde by another boy with red spiky hair. Izuku saw the boy attempt to drop an elbow. He brought his arms up and covered up. He managed to block the attack, but it hurt quite a bit. It was like being hit with a rock. He heard the redhead say something about calming down. He could see him ready for another attack. The irony was lost on this one. The Izuku heard, "Hey, get the fuck off him, that is not manly, you chicken shit." It was Tetsu, who tackled the boy. Izuku was getting to his feet when he saw a pink-haired girl jump on Tetsu's back, yelling something about getting off Ajiro. Itsuka reacted and yanked the girl off. The girl swung wildly at Itsuka. That was a major mistake. Itsuka ducked under the swing and drove a fist into the girl's gut. That was a major mistake. A boy with a tail used it to grab Itsuka from behind and toss her away. Setsuna leapt up and caught her friend. Tail boy never saw Izuku coming with that overhand right. The boy was rocked back, and Izuku got hit in the back of his head by a boy with yellow hair with a black streak. Hiryu leapt over the table with a spin kick, crashing into that back-attacking bitch. The pink girl got up and fired some sort of gray substance at Izuku. He ducked under, and he heard the hiss of acid as it hit the table. Pony took that personally. Her horns fired off, hitting the pinky in the gut and sending her flying. A frog girl leapt up and caught her. A boy with multiple arms snatched Izuku up and slammed him down. Toguro smiled and rushed this new attacker. No one attacks his classmates. If anyone is going to kick the ear, it was going to be him. Rei had regained her feet when the frog girl and Pinky came dashing into the fight. Rei pulled the frog girl out of her attack aimed at Pony and slammed her into the ground hard, causing her to bounce. Pony took a kick to the gut. Pinky got an enlarged fist to the face. When suddenly a girl with a permanent blush slapped Itsuka in the face, the redhead started to float away. Nobody fucks with Set's friend but her. Blush got punched. As more members of 1A dashed in, so did more members of 1B. A blue-haired boy that was shouting at everyone to stop. His error was he roughly grabbed Rei only for Izuku to deck him square in the face, breaking his glasses. Izuku ate an immensely powerful kick to the midsection that day. Katsuki began to regain consciousness only for Nito to grab another lunch tray and home run swing it off his face. Momo, Kyoka, and Toru were trying to pull people apart and calm them down. Abara, Yui, and Manga were as well. Shoto simply sat in the corner eating his soba. Tail Boy grabbed Izuku by the arm roughly, and Izuku spun into it, separating his shoulder in the process. Tail Boy was stunned by the action, and he paid for it with a knee to the face, and a leg sweep. Suddenly a pink mist enveloped the room, and Class 1A and 1B suddenly felt sleepy. The boys were out like a light. Setsuna turned and saw Professor Midnight. "Hey, quit being a dick," she managed as she collapsed. Recovery Girl had seen quite a bit in her time in the UA. It had been many years since she had seen an all-out brawl in the cafeteria. Aizawa and Vlad were yelling at each other, blaming the other's class. As their students gained consciousness, Izuku sat up and shook his head. Happily his arm was already back in its socket. He looked around at someone who had separated them by class. They were still on the cafeteria floor. With Vlad, Mr. Aizawa, and Midnight standing in between them. President Mike and Hound Dog were at the door, and they were surrounded by Ectoplasm and his clones. He noticed Bakugo was missing. The rest of the students were waking up. He went over to check on Rei. She was fine it seemed, but she was wearing a hooded sweatshirt. When the girl peeked inside the sweatshirt, she simply said that she was going to have to get a new uniform. Vlad immediately asked Itsuka about what happened, and Aizawa was talking to the girl in a spiky black ponytail. Izuku walked over to each member of his class and shook their hands and thanked them for having his back. He even did this to Itsuka in front of Vlad. He looked over at the spiky redhead staring harshly at him. The redhead returned the stare. Vlad stood there and looked at his class. So, the Bakugo from 1A had attacked Izuku with his quirk unprovoked because Izuku was quirkless, and the boy knew that. Izuku beat him down and probably took it too far. When the Kirishima attacked Izuku, Tetsu attacked Kirishima, Ashido attacked Tetsu, Itsuka attacked Ashido, and it just spiraled from there. Only 3 from each class had abstained from attacking anyone. So, the vow he heard this morning was put into action. He did his best not to smile. Aizawa was rubbing his nose. He ordered his class back to their homeroom and to stay there until he dismissed them, except for Kirishima. Vlad did the same with 1B, holding Izuku back. Vlad looked at Izuku. "Do you know what you did to Bakugo? Dislocated his shoulder, broke his nose, maybe a fractured jaw, black eyes. I know I gashed his forehead. I was about to do more when this bitch attacked me from behind." "Hey, fuck you man, you didn't have to go that far. Did you not see that bastard attack me and Rei when she just came to check on me? And did you not tackle me and try to elbow me in the head while telling me to calm down?" Aizawa gave Kirishima a critical look. "Your solution to calm the situation down was to tackle someone and attack them to get them to calm down, and language you too." Izuku muttered a fuck you to Aizawa. Aizawa heard it and glared at him. Izuku didn't flinch and stared right back. "Mr. Midoriya," snapped Vlad, "are you sorry for your actions?" "No sir, I am not. Bakugo attacked me unprovoked. He used his quirk on a classmate that was simply checking on my condition and said how he was, and I quote, 'Kill this piece of shit.' I defended myself. I merely dislocated his arm. I didn't break it. Maybe the final elbow I was attempting might have been a bit much. After that I regret nothing. I was defending my class. It was 1A that decided to escalate the situation." "Well, if you hadn't provoked Bakugo," Kirishima said. "Sorry for breathing. Or did you miss the part when he called me a quirkless piece of shit? You're quirkless. Yay, and I still kicked your bros, but." "Enough Mr. Midoriya," Vlad said. "Sorry sensei. My blood is up. May I return to my class while you review the tapes?" "You may." Kirishima returned to class for now, Aizawa said. The two boys walked back in silence with Midnight walking behind them. Kirishima glared into the back of Izuku's head as he walked past on his way to 1B. 1A. Eijiro walked back into class to see everyone else sitting at their desks in silence. He noticed that much of the class had bruising, some had black eyes. If there weren't any broken bones, then Recovery Girl had left them to heal on their own. Eijiro walked over to Mina. "Hey, thanks for having my back." "I always have your back, Eiji," but I may have been a little overzealous. That big fist girl packs a mean punch. Nah, it was all their fault for taunting Bakugou. Why the fuck are you standing up for the guy? He calls you shitty hair. Kyoka asked. And they didn't do anything. That dipshit attacked Midoriya all on his own. Look, he's a little abrasive, but I know he is a good guy. What has he done in the what full day we have been here to make you think that? He laughed when Mineta got expelled, and straight said he hopes the rest of us extras get the same treatment. He is one of the strongest in the class. He is just trying to motivate in his way. For reals, dude, Denki said. Well, either way, man, fuck 1B. I can't wait to catch them in a rematch. Real brave for someone who hit him in the back of the head, Mezzo said. What you say, Octopus Arms? You heard me, shitty lightning. You want to go? Anytime. We can do it in training or name the place. Hey guys, don't fight, Toru pleaded, jumping up and down. Yes, it is bad enough that we engaged in fisticuffs in the middle of lunch like animals. My temper even got the best of me, Tenya said as he pulled out a spare set of glasses from his bag. Tenya is right, we need to all calm down, Momo said. We should be focusing on getting that asshole from 1B back, Eijiro said. For what? Kyoka exclaimed. Maybe if you kick his Bakugou might remember your name. You know what, fuck you Jiro, he replied. No, fuck you, she screamed. Everybody shut up, shouted Ochako. Everyone turned and looked at her. This is our fault. Bakugou attacked that guy for no reason, and you Kirishima who tries to stop a fight by hitting someone and telling them to calm down. They retaliated when kept escalated it. I slapped the redhead for some reason when I was just trying to get her attention. I think we should all just sit down and be quiet because some of us are probably going to get expelled today. She sat down and buried her face in her arms and screamed. Whoa, why would we get expelled? Denki said. Ochako lifted her head with tears pooling in the corner of her eyes. Some of us used our quirks in the fight. Kirishima hardened when he attacked Midoriya. I just floated that redheaded girl. Mina shot her acid at him. What am I going to tell my parents? She just buried her face in her arms again. The rest of the class began to run through the fight in their heads, seeing if they had used their quirks in the brawl themselves. 1B. Izuku walked in, seeing everyone just sitting at their desks talking about the fight. Everyone had quieted down and was looking at him. He stopped at the front of the class and bowed. Thank you, everyone, for having my back. That's what friends do, we kick ass. Pony said with a smile. Who was that douche nozzle anyway? Toguru asked. Language, Abara said. It drew a chuckle from some of the others. Izuku sighed. My mom and his mom were friends back in the day. We used to play together when he found out I was quirkless and he started bullying me. After my parents died, he just kept at it, till my teacher switched me to homeschooling instead. Truthfully, I thought I might encounter him, but I did not expect that. Izuku made his way to his seat, but he heard Toguru say, well, at least you kicked his ass. Izuku walked over to Reiko. Hey Reiko. Thank you for trying to check on me. I am sorry you got hurt on my behalf. No thanks are necessary, Izuku, as many others have said it is what friends do. I know you would take a blow for me as well. Let it consider it repayment for your activities during the entrance exam then. We can do that, he smiled that blinding smile at her, before moving to his seat. Set noticed a faint blush on Reiko's cheeks, a mischievous smile grew on the girl's face. Nezu's office. Well, that was an interesting lunch period, Nezu said as he took a sip of his tea. Mr. Bakugou will be released from the medical wing in about an hour after receiving treatment. We need to decide the punishment for all the parties involved. Bakugou should be expelled, Vlad said. He started the incident and attacked 2 students unprovoked with his quirk. The kid isn't the only one in the infirmary and you want to expel him. What about the student that put him there? Aizawa said. He defended himself. He may have gone a bit far, he should be given detention. I told you at the beginning that he would be trouble, we should just expel him. Bakugou should be put on detention and probation, 1 more incident, and then he should be demoted to general studies or expelled depending on the severity of the incident. So let me understand this, you are going to bat for a student that attacked other students unprovoked because one of them is quirkless. According to Midoriya's statement, He hadn't seen Bakugo in years, and upon them meeting up he attacked him. Are you the quirkiest Aizawa or just dumb? What the hell did you say, Vlad? You heard me. What is your problem with Midoriya? The kid is going to get himself killed, Vlad. Our job is to prepare them to be heroes, do not coddle their dreams. So, you read a file, maybe do a quick assessment, and then that's it, they are done. I am not sure if you are this stupid or just that lazy. How many others are on the block? 5. You sanctimonious piece of shit. I am a realist. It is a logical decision. No, it is not. You are pushing your fears after your friend's death onto your students. You expel them without even trying to teach them, and you justify it by saying you are saving them. You hide behind your stupid logical ruses and do nothing to improve them. Have you done anything to help the other 5 on the chopping block? Who in general studies have you already hand-picked because they caught your eye? Don't sit there and lie to me. You want to teach those you deign to be worthy. You teach your way, Vlad, and I will do so my way. Gentlemen, as entertaining as this is, Mr. Bakugo, Nezu said with a smile as he took another sip of his tea. I am not his teacher, Vlad said. I have given my recommendation, Aizawa said. Well, then what of the other students? I believe all my students that participated in the brawl should be given 2 weeks of detention, any that used their quirk 1 month, and 40 hours of community service. Since my students used their quirks in retaliation for being assaulted by students from 1A, Vlad said. I stand by the decision for Bakugo. The others will be demoted to general studies and be suspended for 1 week, Aizawa said. No, Mr. Aizawa, I don't think so. This is after all the 2nd day of the new year. This is what we are going to do. All students who participated in the brawl but did not use their quirk will be suspended for 2 days and serve 1 week of detention. 1B students who used their quirks will be suspended for 3 days and 2 weeks of detention. 1A students with quirk usage will be suspended for 5 days and 2 weeks detention. We will also have a meeting with the students and their parents before their return. 1A students who have any fractures between now and the sports festival will be demoted to general studies or expelled depending on the infraction. Izuku Midoriya will serve the same sentence as his classmates that used their quirk. Katsuki Bakugo will be suspended for 1 week and will serve dentition for 2 months. Should he commit any sort of infraction at all, he will be expelled from UA. He is to also attend mandatory sessions with Hound Dog. Depending on his reports, he will be demoted to general studies or expelled. This is also contingent on whether Mr. Midoriya or Ms. Yanagi's parents decide to press charges or not. Now deliver the punishments, and Mr. Aizawa, I highly suggest you impress the precarious position Mr. Bakugo is in. Both of you are dismissed. I have lawyers and parents to talk to. The 2 homeroom teachers exited the room, saying nothing to each other. They headed to their classrooms. -1A. Aizawa walked into class and all his students immediately quieted down. He could hear Uraraka sniffling. Attention, Hiroshima, Ashido, Ida, Uraraka, Ojiro, all 5 students stood up. You 5 are hereby suspended for 5 days and will serve 2 weeks dentition when you return. Should you commit another infraction between now and the sports festival, you will be demoted to general studies if not suspended. Before you return to class, there will be a mandatory parent-teacher conference. Grab your things and leave. The 5 students grabbed their things. Ochako was just thankful she wasn't expelled, as were the others. Hiroshima spoke up as he gathered his things. What of Bakugo and Midoriya, sir? I would worry about yourself, Hiroshima. All the rest of you who participated in the fight are suspended for 2 days and will serve 1 week detention. Grab your things and leave. The rest of the combatants got up and walked out of the room, relieved that they weren't in as much trouble as the others but dreading having to go home and tell their parents what had happened. We were going to handle this tomorrow, but I have something to attend to. You remaining 4 decide who is going to be class officers. I don't care how, just have it figured out by the time I get back. Anyone who is suspended is not eligible. -1B. Vlad walked in and handed out his class's punishments to their credit. The students stood and took their punishments without batting an eye. Before you all leave, Vlad said, pausing the exodus. While I don't condone your quirk usage, I understand why you reacted the way you did. I want to say that what I am proud of is that you all stood up for your classmates. I am even more proud of the ones that tried to stop the fight in the chaos. Do not let this sour your relationship with 1A too badly. You will all be heroes in the field one day. Vlad turned his attention to his remaining 3 students. We are going to continue, but first I want you all to accompany me to the cafeteria for some ice cream. You guys deserve a reward for keeping your heads. The newly elected vice president of 1B walked along with her fellow class reps, President Momo and Treasurer Toru. Kyoko Jiro had no desire to assume any leadership role, but today had proven it did not care what she wanted. It had started with hope, but it was turned to ash in her mouth when the brawl in lunch hall occurred, except for the newly elected class reps, which was decided by Shoto simply walking out, leaving the 3 remaining students to fill the 3 roles. Kyoko had won the vice president seat via a best of 3 paper rock scissors contest with Toru. Well, the position was hers until Mr. Aizawa expelled her, at the very least. As the trio made their way outside, she was surprised to see one Izuku Midoriya sitting on a bench waiting. As he saw a group of 3 individuals walking out, he smiled warmly and approached them. "Hi Kyoka, are you still interested in training?" Kyoka was taken aback. She had thought for sure that after the bullshit that Bakugo had pulled, there was no way he would still want to train her. 2. He would most definitely be suspended. "Aren't you suspended?" she asked. "I am," he said with a smirk. "I live on campus, so they can't kick me off campus, and I read my suspension very carefully. There is nothing in there that says I can't work out. You still are willing to help. You didn't attack me or any of my classmates. Why wouldn't I? If it's because you share a class with Bakugo, that isn't your fault. Why punish you for him being a douche nozzle? Then yes, if you are still willing to help me, I accept," she said with a smile. "Me too," Toru added with a fist pump. Momo looked over the boy at the center of the controversy. "If it is not too much to ask, would you mind if I joined my classmates in this training you speak of?" "Sure thing. Let's head to the gym, Pony, and Hirayu is waiting for us." -2 hours later, Izuku stood, taking a drink off his water bottle, looking down at his classmates and the girls from 1A. "I guess this is a good place to stop, then," he said, rubbing his head. Kyoka raised her hand. Yes, Kyoka. Are you the devil made flesh?" He chuckled heartily. "Not that I am aware of. Are you sure you don't have a quirk?" Toru asked as she tried to sit up before collapsing back down. "Positive." Hirayu shivered shakily. "Izuku, how are you still standing? I would normally still have another hour or 2, but I may have pushed you all a little far today," he said sheepishly. "Please forgive what I am about to say, as I am sure that my opinion may be different later, but I hate you right now," Momo said as she managed to sit up. "Thank you for taking time for us today, but I will drag myself to the showers and then call for my ride. Kyoka, Toru, I would be more than happy to drop you off at home, as I fear you are attempting to go home in your current state." "Momo, I accept this," Kyoka said, struggling to her feet. Toru was following suit. "If you do not carry me to my room, Izuku, I will cry," Pony said. Izuku smiled. "It would be my honor, Pony." "Kyoka, Toru, I will see you at 6 a.m. He scooped up Pony's bridal style, who let out an eep before turning bright red as he carried her out. As the girls of 1A watched the scene, admiring the ease with which Izuku picked up his classmate, they looked at Hirayu. "Thank you for not holding ill will towards us and taking your time to help train us," Momo said. Hirayu smiled. "Izuku is my friend. If he still trusts you, that is good enough for me. See you guys later." He stumbled off. After being pushed to their limits by the boy from Class 1B, who effortlessly carried his classmate out of the gym, the girls of 1A headed to the locker rooms. They couldn't help but think about the strange boy and his incredible strength. Despite being quirkless, his determination had propelled him to another level. This realization inspired the girls to work even harder and strive towards reaching their potential. Pony. As Izuku held her, Pony's face turned bright red. She had joked about him taking her to her dorm, but as they walked, she began to have doubts. Despite her worries, she couldn't help but relish being in his arms, feeling his firm muscles beneath his compression shirt and enjoying his scent. However, she suddenly became self-conscious about her post-workout smell and feared he had noticed it too. Halfway there, she mustered the courage to ask, "Izuku, do you mind if I ride on your back instead? I'm a bit embarrassed walking like this, and I'm sure I smell terrible." "It's completely up to you, and I'm fine with either option. And please don't worry about your scent. You smell perfectly fine," he replied with a warm smile, meeting her gaze. He carefully helped her back onto her feet, then knelt before her so she could hug him from behind. "I hope I don't smell too bad either," he chuckled. Pony was thankful for her new position to hide her face better. "It is fine, Izuku." He carried her as promised to her door, setting her down gently. Pony had managed to regain her composure over the remainder of the trip. She rested her head against his shoulder, trying to ignore the feeling of his hand on her thighs and her heart pounding. "Make sure you stretch out so your muscles don't cramp up." "I will thank you, Izuku," she replied as she opened the door and stepped across the threshold. "Pony." She turned to meet his gaze. It was warm, and she noticed his eyes were slightly moist. "I just wanted to express my gratitude for your actions in today's lunchroom. Meeting you, Hiryu, and the rest of the class has been a significant support source for someone who has struggled to make friends. I genuinely appreciate your kindness and willingness to have my back. Please know that I am here to reciprocate that support in any way possible." "Thank you again." He bowed to her, his head low. As she touched his shoulder, Pony reassured him, "You don't have to thank me. We're friends, and that's what friends do." As he looked up, a radiant smile spread across his face, momentarily erasing all the fatigue and soreness from the workout. Pony briefly embraced him and affirmed, "I'll always be here for you." After backing away, she noticed a faint blush on his cheeks and bid him good night before slowly closing the door. Hearing his gentle reply of good night, she couldn't help but smile even more expansively. Morning. Izuku stood patiently outside the gym, waiting for anyone to join him. He was engrossed in a small notepad, trying to figure out if he could afford a cell phone with his stipend. He didn't have many expenses, and he didn't go out much, but he liked the idea of being able to text people. Monoma and Reiko had asked for his number earlier, which made him sad. While he wanted to become a hero, he also wanted to experience life. It seemed like he could afford a phone if he made the right choice, but he needed to figure out what kind to get. Hearing his name being called, he smiled as he saw Kyoka, Toru, and Momo walking up, a little sore still from what he could tell from their gait. He slipped his notepad into his back pocket and gave a friendly wave. "What were you working on there?" Kyoka asked as they got closer. "I was seeing if I could afford a cell phone," he responded. "I think I can, but I have no idea which one to buy." "You never had a cell phone?" Toru asked. "I have never been able to afford one. My guardian wasn't financially stable and didn't believe in them. After his demise, I had to live in a shelter and couldn't afford one. However, now that I reside in the dorms and receive a stipend, I am considering getting one." Unbeknownst to him, Kyoka and Momo exchanged glances upon hearing his story. Momo stepped forward. "I am sure that I can speak for my friends here. When I say that we wouldn't mind accompanying you to get one, we can offer our advice, say maybe this Friday." "Thank you all. I would greatly appreciate it. Let's get to our workout. I promise to go easy on you three as you have class today." He flashed a smile that was meant to be reassuring, but instead, the three saw it as a spider that had just caught some flies. Class 1AB. After the girls finished their workout much lighter than yesterday afternoon, they were still sore, but it was manageable. They went to class only to find a note directing them to report to Class 1B. They entered the class to find Shoto already there, looking slightly more interested than usual, and the three members of 1B had not been suspended. The girl with vines for hair stood and walked over to them, giving a small smile. "Greetings 1A. My name is Abara, that is Yui in manga," she said as she pointed to her other classmates. "Welcome to our class." Momo smiled as it seemed the girl was doing her best to be welcoming after the brawl yesterday. Since these three were here, she could deduce that they had not participated in the fight. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Abara. I am Momo, and this is Kyoka and Toru. Thank you for having us." Kyoko supplied. "Sup," and Toru with a cheerful, hello. Yui waved, and Manga provided a, welcome, from his quirk. The girls took seats, and thankfully they didn't have to wait long as the door opened, and in walked Vlad. Welcome 1A, and good morning, my students, he paused as a good morning. Sensei rang and called back to him. Due to yesterday's incident and the resulting suspensions, we have made some temporary changes. As we have combined classes, you will be in my class for the next 2 days. Your classmates will return on Friday. Today, 1A's heroics class will be held with 1B. Friday's special heroics class has been rescheduled. As for 1B, we were supposed to hold an election today for class representatives, but since the rest of your classmates are suspended, the decision is up to you. The 3 of you can take on the roles, or you can wait for your classmates to return. The teacher observed as the 3 students gathered, and Abara eventually stood up to decide. Sir, we all agree that we would love to be appointed as class representatives, but doing so without the rest of our classmates present would not be right. We want to wait for them to return, though we know this may remove our chances of obtaining the positions. Very well, today we will begin with world history, followed by quirk history and heroic law. Open your texts to page 22 so we can begin. The combined class was rather pleasant with a smaller class size. Those that needed assistance or clarification could receive it. They even sat lunch together. Shoto even sat with them but seemed slightly sad that another brawl didn't erupt. Though the group got many looks from other classes. Things took an unexpected turn during the heroics class when All Might entered the room. Instead of the planned 2-on-2 battles, the teams were tasked with chasing down a group of villains throughout the cityscape testing ground. The villains had stolen top-secret information and were attempting to flee the city. All Might provided coaching on pursuit and apprehension tactics as the teams rotated after each villain was captured or escaped. Despite encountering challenges, the exercise proved to be a successful team-building experience. Shoto struggled initially but eventually recognized the importance of communication within the team. All Might's guidance and demonstration of his actions' consequences helped Shoto understand the importance of listening and working together. All Might was nearly at a loss when Toru took the top-secret info wrapped in plastic, hid it in her mouth, and escaped. Or when Momo bribed Manga and Kyoka to switch to her side and escort her to the exit. The explanation that Momo then gave All Might was that she had falsified the info showing that she was trying to expose corruption at the highest level, including that All Might was attempting to take over the country as part of a global conspiracy. She created a small paintball pistol to drive it home and killed Manga and Kyoka right before she escaped. All Might shivered at the girl's ruthlessness but admired her outside-the-box thinking. All Might also took the time to send Toru and Momo to the support department so they could begin building better superhero outfits. Momo was exposed to too much skin and had little protection, and Toru ran around in gloves and shoes. He told the girls about Geno fabric, created using a person's hair, which would function with their quirks. The girls ran off excitedly with their permission slips. He deflated and reviewed the student files as he returned to his office. He needed to find a successor. His time was running out. He could exclude Shoto because the boy was dealing with internal issues. He made a note in the file and sent a message to Hound Dog about counseling. Momo, Kyoka, Toru, Manga, Abara and Yui. They were all still worth considering. Momo's quirk would be excellent for the versatility and the boost it would receive from One for All. Toru's stealth and strength would make a potent combo, but the lack of visibility would make it hard for her to be a symbol for the masses. Abara's quirk was good, but her steadfast adherence to her faith could cause issues. Yui had a good quirk but was too quiet. Manga quirk would be interesting to see how it would interact, and he had the proper attitude. Kyoka had a solid quirk, not very offensive but excellent for recon. If One for All were incorporated, she could be a force to be reckoned with. She had an engaging attitude and a good look. He would have to evaluate the other students as he got a chance to interact with them. He could quickly eliminate Shoto and Bakugo, leaving him with at least 38 other students to consider, plus others from the general studies and the higher grades. He was about to meet with the big three of UA. One of them had been recommended strongly by his former sidekick, Sir Night-Eye. Thursday. After the group's morning workout, Izuku was summoned to the principal's office. As he entered the waiting area, he saw Riko, who he could quickly ascertain were her parents. Riko smiled at him as he walked over. Her parents looked at him questioningly. He then bowed to them. "I am sorry that your daughter was hurt defending me," he said. Riko started to protest, but her father stopped her. "There is nothing for you to apologize for, young man. The only person that needs to apologize is this, Bakugo. Raise your head." Izuku did as asked. "Thank you, sir. I am extremely grateful for Riko's actions. I am a bit embarrassed about how the situation escalated." Her father extended his hand and leaned in. "Thank you for teaching that punk a lesson and defending my little girl." "It truly was my pleasure, sir," he replied with a smile. "Excuse me, Dad," she exclaimed, her cheeks turning slightly pink. Her father responded with a hearty laugh. Like Izuku, he was not very tall, standing at a height of 5 feet 8 feet and possessing black hair and the same colored eyes as his daughter. In contrast, her mother was a towering 6 feet 2 with silver hair. Although quiet like her daughter, she observed him intently, scrutinizing his every move. Riko and Izuku were seated close together and conversed about recent events and their purpose for being there. Riko's parents observed how their typically reserved daughter openly chatted with the boy. After learning about the scheduled mall trip on Friday after class, Riko expressed her interest in accompanying him. She glanced over at her parents, who gave their approval. She informed Izuku that she planned to attend class on Friday after her parents kept her home to ensure her full recovery from the attack. Her cheeks reddened as Izuku expressed his concern for her well-being. Their friendly chat ended when the waiting room door opened, and Bakugo appeared with his parents by his side. Bakugo glared at Izuku, who turned his full attention to the explosive teen. Reiko's mother noticed that as he did so, he had turned, putting his body in between Bakugo and her daughter. A small smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Before anything could be said, Izuku noticed that Mrs. Bakugo was looking at Izuku with her hand to her mouth like she had seen a ghost. Before anything could be said, the door to the principal office opened, and out stepped Professor Midnight, dressed in a business suit but still in her trademark glasses. "Would you all please come in?" She stepped to the side and motioned with her hand. "If the Yanagis and Mr. Midoriya would please sit on the right and the Bakugos to the left." The groups entered, noticing Eraserhead, Vlad King, and Principal Nezu sitting at the head of the U-shaped table. They noticed that there was also a man who looked like a police detective standing off to the side. Izuku gave the familiar face of Detective Tsukauchi a brief smile as they were acquainted from his previous encounters with the police. Reiko sat next to Izuku as everyone took their seat. Izuku noted that Midnight sat near Bakugo with only an empty seat separating them. Nezu rose from his seat. "If any of you are unaware, I am the principal of UA. You may address me as Nezu. To my left is the pro-hero Eraserhead. He is Mr. Bakugo's homeroom teacher. To my right is Vlad King, and he is Ms. Yanagi and Mr. Midoriya's homeroom teacher. The man in the corner is Detective Tsukauchi. He is here as a representative of the police. Professor Midnight is here to make sure that things are kept calm." Bakugo clicked his tongue and seemed about to say something before his mother gripped his arm and glared at him. Nezu did not react. "We are going to review the footage of the incident. After that, we will hear from the Yanagis and Mr. Midoriya's, then Mr. Bakugo will have a chance to speak. I will tell you now that Detective Tsukauchi's quirk is called Lie Detector, and it does exactly that." As the lights dimmed from the center of the room, a holographic projector lowered, and the security image with audio began. The footage displayed Izuku and his group seated at a table, seemingly idle. However, Bakugo entered the cafeteria and started yelling at a boy with red, spiked hair, calling him demeaning names. The footage also captured Bakugo noticing Izuku and immediately approaching him with his hands crackling. Izuku stood talking to his friends, and Bakugo launched his attack. It played up to the point that Kirishima attacked Izuku. As you saw, Mr. Midoriya had done nothing towards or even noticed Mr. Bakugo. A thorough review of all the security imaging showed they had not crossed paths since the begging of the term the day before. Now we can obtain that Mr. Bakugo obliviously knows Mr. Midoriya, and his quirkless status from some outside means he also threatened to kill the boy. When Ms. Yanagi went to check on her classmate, he attacked her without provocation. As of now, Mr. Bakugo has been suspended for 1 week, assigned detention for 2 months, and ordered into mandatory counseling sessions with our lead counselor Hound Dog. Of course, that will start once his suspension is served. I find that completely unacceptable, Mrs. Yanagi said coldly. This animal should not have been just suspended but should have been expelled. He attacked this young man and our daughter unprovoked. I want to know why. Bakugo's anger flashed. Who was this bitch to call him an animal? I was doing a favor by getting rid of this quirkless piece of shit, and you stupid bitch of a daughter got in the goddamn way. Katsuki, his parents shouted. From the corner of the room, truth. The detective said emotionlessly. Aizawa sighed. This boy was fucked. He looked at this student, and then over at Izuku, shaking his head. Now, would someone care to explain to me how after an outburst like that, he is still in heroic course in UA at all? Mrs. Yanagi said, it is obvious that he showed no remorse and was not given proper guidance. She stared at Bakugo's parents. The wife looked about to respond, but the husband placed his hand on her arm. I want him expelled, and I wish to press charges. UA and the Bakugos can also expect to hear from our lawyer at the end of the day. Mr. Midoriya, where are your parents or guardian? They are all dead, ma'am. I am here representing myself. Her eyes flashed in sympathy, as did her daughters. Then allow me to extend our lawyer's services if you require it. What the fuck? Bakugo yelled, only for his mother to attempt to contain him. Mr. Bakugo. Eraserhead roared, and the boy immediately shut up. Do you understand what is going on here? Your tenure in this school is in danger. Any dream you have of being a hero is going up in smoke, and you are putting gasoline on the damn fire. If they press charges, your hero career could be over before you walk out the door. What school will take you with this on your record? Bakugo looked shocked. He glanced at his parents expecting them to make it somehow right. His mother looked at him and tried to convey the seriousness of the situation. But I am supposed to be the next number one, he said. Everyone said so. That's the problem, Mr. Bakugo. You are not the best. Your quirk isn't even the best in your class, let alone this school. Years of constant praise and enabling have filled your head with nonsense and stupidity. You didn't even score first on the exams, Mr. Midoriya did. First in practical and second in written test amongst all students, coming only second to your classmate Ms. Yaoyorozu, who gained admittance through recommendation. Nezu said, Mr. Midoriya, I won't be pressing charges, but I don't think his punishment is enough. I don't care that he attacked me, I do care that he attacked Reiko. He shouldn't be allowed to continue the hero course. The problem is that he has always been praised for his quirk and potential. No one bothered to put a stop to it. If the principal says he should be removed from the hero course, banned from this year's sports festival, and allowed to participate in next year's festival. If he comes near me or my classmates again, we'll be filing charges and lawsuits. I will not be suing the school or his parents. I believe whatever they have as apology money will be satisfactory. My only condition is that I want to meet with Eraserhead with Detective Tsukauchi present. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and nodded to Nezu. Why don't you want him expelled? Riko said. He will likely just become some vigilante who goes too far one day on his misguided sense of justice and kills someone, or keeps falling until he becomes a villain. If this doesn't wake him up, then nothing will. He has never had to face consequences for his actions. Everyone gets a second chance but not a third, he said. Truth. The detective said. Mr. and Mrs. Yanagi, would you like to press charges? Are you going to expel him? Mr. Yanagi asked Nezu. No, he will be demoted from the hero course and banned from participation in the sports festival. I want him to attend counseling as part of his punishment. If there is no improvement, he will be expelled. Would pressing charges rob him of any chance of being a hero? No, it will make it more difficult, but the only person who can truly take that dream from him is himself. Detective, we would like to press charges. While I would like to hope that this is the wake-up call this young man needs, he must still pay for the assault upon our daughter. Mr. Yanagi said. Understood. The detective walked across the room. Katsuki Bakugo, you are under arrest for illegal quirk usage, assault, and assault with a quirk to cause bodily harm, please stand and place your hand behind your back. Katsuki reeled in shock. He looked towards the door like he wanted to bolt. He noticed midnight between him and there. His father walked over and placed his hand on his son's shoulder. Your mother and I have failed you, Katsuki, don't make this worse. Your actions have brought us here. He helped his son to his feet and held his attention as the cuffs were placed on him. Katsuki looked around the room, looking for someone to help him. He turned to his mother, who looked away. The door opened, and 2 officers walked in. Taking hold of the blonde teen, they walked him out of the room. Mr. Bakugo came over and bowed to the Unagis and Izuku. I know that my son is the one that owes you an apology. I hope that he will grow to a place where he can say it honestly from his heart. He bowed again to Izuku and offered an envelope from his jacket. Izuku took the envelope, slipping it into his pocket. The Bakugos left, followed by the Unagis and the other staff members, leaving Izuku, the detective, and Eraserhead. So, what is it you wanted? Aizawa said. How far did Bakugo have to go for your act to expel him? Was it because I am quirkless? No. Lie, the detective said. Do you believe I have a place here? Aizawa was about to say yes, but he glanced at the detective. No. Truth. I have to say you are one of the worst teachers I have ever seen. You expelled a student on the first day and threatened to expel more over a quirk test. Yet you offer no help or ways for them to improve. One of your students violently attacks another, and you won't get rid of them because of potential. Watch your mouth. I am your superior and a teacher here at UA. You are a teacher here, but you are not my superior. I should have been in your class, but you passed me on because I am quirkless. I am glad you did. Vlad is 10 times the teacher you could ever be. You are a liability. You have no quirk to fall back on. What will you do when dealing with someone like Moonfish? Fight? What the hell are you going to do? Your quirk is useless on mutants. You are just going to get killed. As long as I make it pro, I don't care. Truth. Do you even understand what you are saying? Aizawa said. I perfectly understand it. I am quirkless. No matter what I do or achieve, I will always be viewed as less than others. I am doing this for the endangered species that I am. Quirkless are a dying breed, but I want to give them hope. You view me as less than others. You heard Nezu and my scores, knew my scores, and still deemed me unworthy. Instead, you take someone with severe mental problems, someone whose problems could be seen by a blind man on the moon, and deem them to have potential. Did you even have plans for him to be put in therapy? Yes, I was evaluating him before I would suggest it. Lie. Aizawa glared at the detective, who smirked back and gave him a shrug. And suggest it, really? I am confident I can handle most of your class. The only ones I worry about are Momo and Todoroki. At the sports festival, I will show you in the world that I am here and that a quirkless orphan is a force to be reckoned with. When you see me on that podium, I hope you choke. I will graduate from this place and become a pro. Maybe some of your students will be there if you don't kick them out before they start. You know what? I have had enough of your shit. I am done with you. I should drag you out of here and kick your ass. Aizawa rose to his feet, taking hold of his scarf. Izuku stood up, and suddenly an enormous black sword appeared in his hand. The detective and Aizawa watched as the blade took unnatural darkness to it. A shadowy wisp hovered around the blade's edges. Izuku just smiled. I'm your huckleberry. The door opened, and in walked Vlad with Nezu on his shoulder. Put it away, Midoriya, Vlad said. Yes, sensei. The blade disappeared. I want this kid out of here, Nezu. Aizawa said as he pointed at Izuku. No, Mr. Aizawa, I don't think so. He doesn't care if he dies. This boy is suicidal, and we are enabling him. No, Mr. Aizawa, he just understands that the deck is stacked against him, and his goal, unlike most, is not to be number 1, fame, or fortune. He wants to be a hero to inspire others. I think he can be a fine hero, and who knows, he might even live to enjoy it. And that is not your decision, Vlad King. Do you wish to expel Mr. Midoriya? Hell no, Vlad said with a smile. If you have seen what his presence had done in my class alone, then even Aizawa would regret not taking him. You can leave now, Midoriya, and no pulling weapons on teachers. Understood. Yes, sensei, Midoriya said as he left. Nezu jumped down and dismissed Vlad. You should be careful of telling people they can't do something, Mr. Aizawa, Nezu said as he walked over to pour himself some tea. Someone once told me I would never be more than a disgusting freak destined to die in a lab. I tore his throat out shortly afterward, and look at me now. Nezu smiled a most sadistic smile. Things never go the way you think. Friday. Izuku planned to visit the mall after class on Friday, and Pony joined him outside the entrance to wait for the girls from 1A. She wore well-fitted blue jeans and a white t-shirt featuring an American flag shaped like a skull. Izuku was dressed in blue jeans and a black long-sleeve compression shirt. When Pony asked if he had other options, he admitted he didn't. However, he did mention that he had purchased multiple shirts of the same kind since they were on clearance. Pony insisted that he get more variety in his wardrobe and promised he would have more options after today. A large part of the heroic class had returned to class today, with the rest of 1B to return on Monday. They watched the trickle of students come out. Reiko spotted them immediately and came over with a small spring in her step as her eyes fell on Izuku. His classmates gave them a wave and offered excitement at having the class together again soon. When 1A exited, Izuku received mostly glares from boys as the Momo, Toru, and Kyoka made their way over with a smile. They were followed by a girl with green hair and a frog quirk. The girl walked over and bowed to the trio from 1B. I would like to apologize for my actions in the brawl Tuesday. My emotions got the better of me when I saw Mina get attacked. There is nothing to apologize for. I should apologize for slamming you into the table, Reiko said, returning the girl's bow. I hope this has not taken away any opportunity we may have of being friends. The other three bowed. No, we would love to be friends. You suffered the most from Bakugo's rampage. If you are willing, we would love nothing more, Momo said. Reiko smiled as she lifted her head. Then let us be friends then, please call me Reiko. Call me Sue, the girl replied. I would appreciate it if you two did also. She added, directing her comments to Pony and Izuku. It wasn't until the group started walking towards the train station that Izuku came to the dawning recognition that he was the only guy with 6 girls, very pretty, beautiful, and intelligent girls. Though he had just met Sue, she seemed rather nice. He wished Hiryu was here, but he had a scheduled call with this family, so Izuku understood his absence. He tried not to dwell on the group dynamic too much, but his brain became acutely aware as they crowded onto the train. They all smelled so lovely, so distinct. The ride was not too long as they disembarked with a crowd and made their way to the mall. Izuku stopped and stared for a moment. Momo asked, "Is this your first time to a mall?" Izuku nodded. There was a shopping center with a discount clothing store near where I lived, so that is where I bought all my clothes. I always thought about going, and honestly, I wondered what it would be like to go with friends. It makes me happy, you know. Something to cross off the bucket list. Well, cross it off, green bean, Kyoka said as she lightly poked his side with her jack, causing a giggle from Izuku as his hands flew to his mouth. What was that? Kyoka said, laughing. Are you susceptible to tickles, Izuku? Reiko asked inquisitively with her finger by her mouth, her head tilting to the side. Too cute, was all Izuku mind could immediately process. Well, that phone won't by itself, he said, blushing and walking towards the mall. The girls laughed and walked after him. Don't be shy, Izuku, I am susceptible to them as well, a fact my father regularly exploits, Reiko said as she caught up to him. You know I always wanted to go with friends to the mall as well, Momo added. You have never been to the mall with friends either? Asked Pony. No, I was homeschooled. It wasn't until I came to UA that I have ever been able to interact with people my age outside of balls or garden parties. The heiress said. Well then, let's have a great time then for Momo and Izuku, Toru said, pumping her fist into the air. Yes, we should do our best to have some fun, Hiro, Sue said. Besides, this first week of school has been anything but fun. Yes, this first week will not be forgotten easily, Pony said. After quickly checking the directory, they went to the phone store, as Momo told the others about the first heroics class. And after she convinces us of her plot and we help her escape, she executed us with a paintball gun. Kyoka said. I had to wash my hair 3 times to get it out. I am sorry, Kyoka, Momo said, hiding her mouth as she chuckled. Ah, here we are. The group entered and walked over to the phones. Izuku looked utterly lost. Turning to the girls with the look of a deer in the headlights, he mouthed the words, help. They all laughed before setting about helping their quirkless friend. Momo first asked budget before they moved around the store looking at different phones. Each girl could help him narrow down his choices, helping him avoid getting something with too little storage or insufficient resolution. As he made his purchase, Pony spied an excellent phone case with a black sword inlaid on it. She picked it up with a smile. I am going to buy this for you, Izuku, she said. Pony, you don't need to do that, Izuku protested. You are correct, but I want to as a way for you to remember your first shopping trip. I don't think I would ever forget, but thank you, Pony. Kyoka bought him a pair of wireless earbuds, which she insisted on. Izuku didn't know what to say. He just looked at the girls. Thank you both so much. You don't truly understand what this means to me. Would it be inappropriate if I hugged you? Pony blushed slightly as she hugged him. First, Kyoka was a fiery red as she said, it is not a big deal, but if you want to. She blushed harder when he wrapped his arms around her and hugged her tight. They stepped out with his new phone securely in its case. Izuku couldn't stop smiling. Can I have your phone numbers? You don't have to if you don't want to. Reiko stepped up first. It would bring me much delight to share phone numbers with you. Izuku smiled. Thank you, Reiko. How do we do that? Toru laughed and said, here, I will show you. When the chime of shared contacts came from his phone, Izuku was beaming. Then, when the other girls stepped forward to do the same, he couldn't stop smiling. Now what? Do we have to leave now? He said, hoping the answer was no. Oh, no, Green Bean, we are going to get you some new shirts, Kyoka said. Yes, Kyoka, I very much agree, all he owns are those compression shirts. That is terrible, though it shows off your very nice muscles, Hiro, Sue said without shame. Sue, Momo said, slightly shocked. What, he has very nice muscles, I say what's on my mind. Izuku blushed. Well, I have quite a bit of extra money right now, some new clothes would be nice. Together, they strolled and visited various stores, with the girls occasionally stepping inside to browse and seek Izuku's input. Though he didn't entirely comprehend their fascination with fashion, he recalled Inka's pointers and provided complimentary remarks. While exploring clothing boutiques, he selected several new shirts for himself. To his surprise, each girl gifted him a shirt. Sue apologized for the scuffle, while the others from 1A expressed gratitude for his guidance in training them, Pony, and Reiko, due to their friendship. Although Izuku found the outpouring of affection slightly overwhelming, he graciously accepted their thoughtful presence and felt content. They had a splendid evening after enjoying a meal at Big Belly Burger. They even taught Izuku to take pictures with his phone and capture memories together. Momo arranged for a car to drop everyone off at their respective destinations. Izuku expressed his gratitude to the girls for the fantastic day and hoped to repeat such an experience, preferably with more classmates joining them. Pony and he walked off to the dorms laughing and carrying on. Limo. That was a delightful outing. Thank you again for the ride home, Momo, Reiko said as the car drove away from the campus. It was rather pleasant. I would very much like to do it again, Momo responded. Izuku seemed to have a perfect time, Toru said. It was nice to see that he is normal. During the fight and training, he is so confident. I was cool to see him act like a dork, Kyoka said. I didn't notice it during the fight, but he is hot, Sue said, causing the car to go silent. I can't be the only one that thinks so. Ribbit. No, Izuku is very handsome, Reiko added quietly, a blush on her cheeks. Momo blushed and smiled. I wouldn't go that far, Sue, but he is rather nice. I would play tickle fight with him anytime, Toru said, causing the car to erupt into laughter. Quietly, Kyoka said, you are not wrong, Sue, you are not wrong. The rest of the ride home, the girls talked about class and weekend plans, foundations of friendship were laid down that evening. Izuku, after saying goodnight to Pony, much like a kid with a new toy, he knocked on Hirayu's door to get the boy's phone number. They only talked briefly before Hirayu excused himself from the conversation, citing that he was going to bed. Izuku decided to shower before calling it a night. He was settling down when his phone chimed. Unsure, he looked at it to see he had received his first text message. Reiko. I hope I did not wake you, Izuku. I just wanted to say I had a lot of fun today. Izuku. I did, too, thank you for coming with me, I enjoyed it. Reiko. That is good to hear. If you had no plans tomorrow, you would be amenable to attending the aquarium with me. My father gave me 2 tickets and I would very much like it if you would do me the honor of accompanying me. Izuku. That sounds like fun, but I have plans for the morning. Could we go in the afternoon? Reiko. Yes, we could meet at the aquarium at 2 p.m. Izuku. I can do that. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Just send me the address as I have never been. Reiko. I will do so. I will see you tomorrow. Good night, Izuku. Izuku. Good night, Reiko. Izuku set his phone down, set an early alarm, settling down to sleep. A stray thought slipped into his mind just as he was about to sleep. Aquarium. Alone with a girl, on the weekend. Is this a date? Like many before him and many that would follow, sleep would be hard to acquire when such thoughts enter someone's mind. The morning came a little bit sooner than Izuku could have wanted, but undeterred, he awoke dressed in his usual attire but making sure to pack a change of clothes for later in the day. He exited the dorms and began his trek to the soup kitchen. He wanted to visit his friends and talk with Inka about the possibility of what would happen later in the day, being a date. Inka and Silk were there to greet him as he entered through the employee entrance. They hugged briefly before getting to work on the breakfast of the hungry folk that would soon be filling the hall. The conversation quickly turned to his first week of school as the others arrived. The staff swore bloody vengeance when Izuku told them about the brawl in the lunchroom. Their bloodlust was slightly sated when they told them about Bakugo being expelled from the hero course and arrested. Inka paid close attention to Izuku when he talked of Reiko. She had a knowing smirk when Izuku pulled her aside to talk about his rendezvous with a said girl later at the aquarium. Inka asked, "Do you want it to be a date?" Izuku stopped and pondered it. "I don't know, in the context of getting to know her better." "Then yes. I don't know if in a romantic sense. It doesn't feel the same as with Anna." "That's good, and nothing ever will feel exactly like that again. If it does, then it isn't real. Also, it is perfectly okay for you not to know Izuku. Many lovely ladies surround you, and some are interested in you. They are probably trying to figure it out for themselves as well. Remember, the mystery of life isn't a problem to solve but a reality to experience. Enjoy the moment. How many moments are you guaranteed? Simply 2, birth and death, and we control neither. Then enjoy this one, my Izuku, but for the love of God, tell me you are not wearing that to this date," Inka said while motioning to his clothes. Izuku smiled. "No, I brought a change of clothes." Izuku enjoyed catching up with the other workers the rest of the morning, exchanging phone numbers and taking pictures. He found that he enjoyed capturing memories, something he could revisit. When Ando came in, Izuku ran out to hug her and talk. She was excited to see him and hear about his first week. Not wanting to worry her, he gave her a sanitized version of events. The trained psychologist raised an eyebrow and stared him down till he gave most of the truth, leaving out his confrontation with Hound Dog and Mr. Aizawa. After the breakfast service ended and the staff cleaned up, Inka let him shower quickly and get ready for this date. She beeped his cheek after styling his hair and ensuring he was presentable. Advice. Silk stepped over to the boy. As soon as somebody falls in love, all the wits seem to dribble out the bottom of his head. Izuku laughed. "I will keep that in mind, Silk, thanks, I guess." Izuku smiled and headed out the door, bound for the aquarium. Reiko. Friday night. Reiko stepped out of the limo and entered her home. Her mother greeted her. The 2 women nodded to each other and immediately moved to the kitchen. Wordlessly they moved into a quick routine of preparing tea. Once the tea was brewing, Reiko quickly disappeared into her room, removing her uniform, and changing into an oversized shirt and shorts before returning to the kitchen as her mother set the cookies on the table and took her seat. Reiko took her seat. Both women were silent until tea was served. "How was your return to school?" "Pleasant. Except for a handful of missing classmates, it was good to be back." "When will the full complement return?" "Monday." "Are you far behind in your assignments?" "No. Vlad-sensei ensured I was sent all my assignments while I sat out after the incident." "Your trip to the mall?" "Very pleasant. It was a large group. Izuku and Momo had never been to the mall, let alone with friends, so it was an endearing experience. We were joined by an additional girl from 1A who apologized for her role in the incident. I also apologized as I slammed her onto a table. At least no ill will is being harbored from them. Is there anything else?" "Yes, I am fairly certain that I am not alone in my affections for Izuku." "How many others?" The new girl, Sue is her name, quite openly complimented his muscles and called him hot. Toru agreed with the statement, and Momo stated that while finding him physically appealing, he would want to get to know him better. "I fear her interest may increase once she finds out he is brilliant. I was unsure of Kyoka until Izuku hugged her in thanks for a gift. I suspect she may like him more than her classmates. I believe Pony is a fierce rival due to her proximity and friendly nature. He carried her from the gym to their dorms after they worked out. They were able to exchange friendly banter. Also, he has been teaching her Japanese for at least 2 weeks before starting school." "How does this make you feel?" "Uncertain. Izuku made quite an impression during the practical exam. I find him most visually appealing, finding that not only did he make it into the heroic class but that he has done so while Quirkless raised him even higher in my mind. I understand the scars. They are troubling, but I feel I understand after reflection. He has managed to unite our class and offers to help others without motivation for personal gain. It is all rather inspiring. With all that happened, I fear it can be a set of extraordinary circumstances fueling this crush. He appeared mysteriously at the exam to inflame your mind, only to disappear before you could find more. Upon starting class again, you find him appearing in your life, yet this time you find hardships and trials that he has faced to be there. He had a life of tragedy and discrimination, yet he made his way to the esteemed UA. The incident further reinforces the discrimination he has faced, increasing the fantasy." "Exactly, Mother, I am racked with unfamiliar thoughts. I am unfamiliar with these feelings. While there were a few boys I found attractive in school before, it was more of a passing fancy. After talking and learning more about them, it faded." "Have you had a direct conversation with Izuku?" "Some, but not really. There were always others present, and we only had 1.5 days of class before the incident. Though he has a cell phone, the possibility of a conversation has increased." "So, you have possible romantic rivals, but you are unsure you want to pursue Izuku romantically." "That is correct. I am seeking counsel on how to proceed." "Ask him out on a date." "A date? But Mother, a date is a way of getting to know someone better in an intimate setting. Once a physical attraction is established, a date is a way to see if a mental attraction can be established. Suppose you find something there that you wish to pursue further. 3 things will happen. You will find that you neither want to be friends nor pursue romantic involvement, which I find highly unlikely. 2. That the path of friendship is the best course. 3. That you are interested in more than a superficial manner and wish to pursue him romantically." "That makes sense. But how do I go about that? I do not think I have built the confidence to ask him on a date." "Then don't. Use the extra ticket excuse. He is a nice young man. He will accept first and may realize later the implications." "Extra ticket? Oh, I have this extra ticket, and the person I would go with cancelled. Would you like to go with me?" her mother said in a fake sweet voice. "Works almost every time. That is how I got your father to go on a date." Reiko raised an eyebrow. "Where did you two goes?" Realizing she didn't know much about her parents' courtship, she had always thought that her father had relentlessly pursued her mother. "We went to an aquarium. Then I talked him into dinner, and at the end, I did a wall slam and claimed his lips for a minimum of 20 minutes, then went home." "Mother!" Reiko exclaimed, her face going red. I found your father attractive and was not about to let him go very easily. We may have a cool demeanor for the world, but our blood burns hotter than most. People will mistake our lack of emotion for lack of passion. They are very wrong. I would like to take him to the aquarium. Good. Then go tell him. Let him suggest a time, and I will buy the tickets. Reiko jumped off her seat and ran to her room. From the living room, a voice called out. Did you have to tell her about the wall slam? I did, and in fact, I want you in the room as soon as I am done buying these tickets for our daughter. Yes, dear. Date day. As Reiko got off the train, she felt a rush of butterflies in her stomach. She had been nervous all morning, especially about her choice of clothing. She sought her mother's advice and wore a navy blue blouse that complemented her pale skin and accentuated her waist, a black wide-brim hat, a simple silver chain, earrings, a black skirt, and matching heeled sandals. She hoped that her date would appreciate her outfit. During the journey, she indulged in daydreaming about what she wanted to happen on this date, but she knew she couldn't let her flights of fancy and hormones take over. Slamming a wall was out of the question. As she stepped off the mode of transportation, she felt hopeful that her expectations of him were accurate and that he would exceed them. She could feel her heart beating rapidly as she spotted him standing beneath the clock. He looked dashing in a fitted dark green button-down shirt, showcasing his toned physique with rolled sleeves revealing his muscled forearms. His black pants and shoes completed the look. Her cheeks reddened slightly as she noted that he had even styled his hair for their meeting, showing that he had put effort into it. He noticed her approaching. Standing to greet her properly, she opened with the typical greeting of, "Hello Izuku, I hope you were not waiting long." He replied with the standard, "No, I had only just arrived myself, Reiko. I must say that you look very pretty today." "Why, thank you, Izuku. I am pleased with your outfit as well. Shall we proceed to the aquarium?" "Of course," he responded, turning, and offering her his elbow. Shyly, Reiko took his arm and walked towards the aquarium. At first, the walk was silent. Both did not know how to proceed, and Izuku remembered Inka's advice again. "Thank you for inviting me again, it was a nice surprise. Also, I get to cross another thing off my bucket list. Going to the aquarium with a friend." Izuku blushed some. "Yes, let's go with that." Reiko smiled. "I am glad I can do so for you. So, I take it this is your first time?" "Yes, always wanted to go, but you know," he said with a slight shrug. They walked arm in arm through the exhibits talking. Reiko would point out some things from previous visits that she had found fascinating. She discovered they loved books, mysteries, and the unknown. He needed to be better versed with pop culture but had seen some older horror movies, much to her delight. They were discussing a senior American author and his alarming book involving clowns. She giggled at how this brave boy at her side proclaimed he might have to consider tripping a child and running from a demon clown. After watching the dolphin show, he smiled at her warmly as she gushed about her love of dolphins. Seeing her passions emerge over their aquarium date was lovely. Reiko, for her part, couldn't remember when she had laughed and smiled so much. Then he bought her a stuffed version of the star dolphin, Comet. They sat eating ice cream watching the Sea Ray exhibit and enjoying the scenery and each other's presence. "This has been much fun, Reiko. Would you mind if we did this again sometime?" "I would enjoy that, Izuku, I would enjoy that very much," she replied, squeezing Comet. "Would like to get some dinner. Or do you have to go home?" "Dinner sounds lovely," she said with a smile. They made their way to the exit, her retaking his arm. "Do we look like a couple?" They both thought. He led her to a nice nearby yakiniku restaurant. He insisted on paying as the ticket to the aquarium was already paid for. "Have you ever had a girlfriend before?" she asked. "No, there was this girl named Anna. She was the first girl I liked that way, but when her parents found out I was quirkless, they forbade us from speaking. They even left the area soon after." "All because you were quirkless?" "Yes. Her parents didn't seem to mind that we were getting closer till they found out I was quirkless, then it all went downhill." "That's terrible," Reiko said. "What are your views on romance then?" "For some time, I had given up on the idea, assuming that I wouldn't find anyone who would accept me. However, now I am open to the possibility. As Vlad-sensei mentioned, our lives can be cut short after graduation, and mine even more so. It's surprising to discover how many individuals accept and embrace me for who I am. This has exposed me to a newfound perspective on life that I thought was unattainable. Though it may sound melancholic, I had relinquished hope in attaining what I deemed unattainable. How about yourself? I strongly desire to meet someone and have a romantic experience. My parents' love for each other is not obvious to everyone, but it is evident to me. Witnessing their love every day motivates me to want to experience the same. Although being a hero may present challenges, I will work hard to maintain it if I find the right person. The two just smiled at each other, thinking about what the other had said. Both understood what was being said between the lines, though they needed to be bolder to act on it. Their feeling was still clouded. Time may not be on their side in the long run, but it was for now. He walked her to her train. They both stood there somewhat awkwardly, unsure how to proceed. As the train pulled up, Reiko took the initiative, embraced Izuku tightly, and he responded immediately. "Thank you for a lovely day, Izuku. It was my pleasure. Please let me know when you got home safe." "I will." With a slight step back, she let her thoughts wander into a world of fancy and the desire to beat him. But instead, she chose to express her happiness with a smile and boarded the train. He stood there, watching the train depart before making his way to his own station, feeling a sense of lightness and happiness. The ability to dream once again was a pleasant feeling. Sunday is a fun day. After the aquarium events, Izuku found himself almost in a whimsical mood. His morning thoughts drifted to Reiko and their date. It was a tentative reaching out on both their parts. They both were unsure of their exact feelings, and that was okay. Typically, being unsure might have set Izuku on edge, but his teacher had taught him that going into an unknown situation, it was okay to be uncertain. But to make sure you had enough information that whatever surprises occurred that would not be deadly. It was nice to have something other than training or studying. The weekend had a series of fulfillment and stuff he thought only obtainable in dreams. A trip to the mall with friends and a date was enough to banish more intrusive thoughts and allow Izuku to continue with flights of fancy that occupied most teenagers. During idle musings, a knock at the door brought him back to his surroundings. Immediately banishing any nefarious thoughts, he quickly guessed that it was either Pony or Hirayu. To his delight, Pony stood in a lovely white tank top that clung to her curves and a pair of short jean shorts. "Hello, Pony. Is everything okay?" "Everything is good, Izuku. I wanted to watch movies with my friends." "Hirayu is busy. Would you like to watch movies with me today? I wish to relax before school starts tomorrow." "That sounds like fun, Pony. Come in." After some quick microwave popcorn, the duo settled on the floor with the tub between them while Pony handed him a Coke. The two clinked cans and, laughing, cheered as the movie began. Soon they were lost in watching a pre-quirk action movie, laughing at the one-liners, and cheering at the over-the-top action. What had started as something seemingly innocuous, Izuku noticed that Pony had moved closer to him, the popcorn bowl resting in her lap. By no means was it unpleasant, but it drew Izuku's attention to the fact that she was most definitely a girl and was very close to him. The real trouble was that every time he went to grab some popcorn or hazard a glance over, he was graced with a lovely view down the top of the American girl's tank top. He did his best not to look, but hormones are powerful and something no teenager could ever hope to master fully. Feeling a sense of relief and a sense of sadness as the movie ended, Izuku expected their snuggling to end when she got up and was bent over in front of him for what seemed like an inordinate amount of time. Izuku found himself actively ogling her backside along with her firm bare thighs. Blushing furiously, he tore his gaze away and looked over at the ground in an attempt to calm his beating heart and rampant blood flow. He was surprised but not disappointed when she returned to her previous position. When he looked over, he found her large blue eyes looking up at him, with a coy smile on her lips. He noticed that they had a shine. Was she wearing lipstick? Then the other side of his brain screamed at him that he was staring at her lips like a creep. Looking away, he managed, "Another movie?" "Yes, you know mind." "Of course not." As she faced the screen, a smile graced her lips. She couldn't help but notice his gaze lingering on her lips and chest. She had deliberately taken her time while changing the movie, and it seemed like her mother's advice from the previous night was paying off. It was time to move on to the next part of the plan, watching a horror movie. As the title screen came up on the screen, The Demon's Dance. Izuku froze slightly. He had heard something about this movie. It was the latest American horror masterpiece from Stephen Nolan. The American director has dominated cinema since his stunning debut, A Walk in the Rain. As the film started, the sun had begun setting, turning the room into shades of red and orange. Their attention though was commanded by the movie, and he didn't notice that Pony had grabbed his arm. Once he was aware, it was hard not to catch, especially when she squished into him, hiding her face. The softness pressed against him was short-circuiting his brain. He could see her peeking out only to let loose and eat before shutting her eyes tight as the movie ramped up. Izuku was becoming aware of the scent of wildflowers. Needless to say, it was intoxicating. Despite his best efforts to concentrate on the movie, Pony's actions were too distracting and caused him to shift positions due to increased blood flow constantly. When the film finally ended, he experienced relief and regret. As Pony glanced back at her, he held his arm tightly. He couldn't help but be captivated by her stunning blue eyes and could not look away. Despite his training, this was a situation that his mind and body had never prepared for or anticipated. He could only think of what Inka had told him about listening to his heart. His heart was screaming at him to beep her. Unfortunately, his brain had checked itself into witness relocation and could not offer a counter-argument when she closed her eyes and leaned slightly forward, her head tilted upward. All sense of reason or counter-arguments that may have existed died. They leaned towards each other, lightly and slowly, their lips mere millimeters apart, when there was a knock at the door shattering the spell. He wondered if something could be a godsend and a curse as he got up to answer the door. Pony wanted to blast whoever was on the other side of the door. Though she firmly expected it to be Hirayu due to the day and time, she was still right there. Silently she cursed whatever entity had disrupted her. Sure enough, it was Hirayu coming to visit. With her chance stolen, she just settled into hanging out with them and letting the day pass. When she went to leave, she lingered, allowing Hirayu to exit his room, leaving them alone again. Izuku Midoriya, she said. He turned to answer, only for her to lean up and seize her moment, refusing to allow it to be stolen again. When she felt him melt into her, she knew she had made the right decision, and stepping back, she smiled. I do not care what others will say but know that I have an attraction to you. With that, she turned and walked down the hall to her room. His heart was pounding, and the smell of wildflowers lingered. Confusion was the game's name for the rest of the night. He had beeped Pony, he was sure of that. He had gone on a date with Riko and had wanted to beep her afterward as correctly, but he had failed to act. He grabbed his hair in frustration and turned to the internet for answers. He would regret that decision like many before and after. Monday morning, Izuku rose early and went to the gym to meet Kyoka, Toru, and Momo. Curiously he noticed that Kyoka was wearing light makeup, which he had never seen her do before. Her lips were a shade of purple with matching eyeshadow that played with her hair color. She seemed to be blushing today while Momo whispered things in her ear. His brain was not ready for this sudden awakening of women and their forms, it just wasn't. He also had to question when they emerged in new workout clothes that seemed to scream that they were, in fact, girls. Momo and Toru had decided to focus on muscle building, which had them concentrating on the machines, leaving him and Kyoka to work on exercises and techniques to increase her quirk test results. Why this necessitated him standing near her for some form of adjustment would have never bothered him, but after this weekend, he found it was doing just that. The casual way she moved, or the curves of her frame, was enough to make him explode. The occasional blush he would catch on her cheeks caused his own to rise. The looks and giggles he would hear from the workout equipment would not help either. As they were wrapping things up, Kyoka stopped him. Izuku, I just wanted to say thank you, and I know it might be silly, but if you ever wanted to learn how to play an instrument or something, I would happily teach you. You can play. Yay, I love music. For a while, I was going to be a musician before I decided to be a hero, but I still love music. I know that you are pretty smart and stuff, so I can't help you study, but I wanted to find a way to thank you and maybe teach you something in return. You know, she said, all this while absently twirling a jack around her finger. To destroy is easier than to create, Izuku said. All my life, I have been taught that. I think it would be nice to learn something I can use to create. Is that a quote? The first part, yes, Ivan Klima. He said, I would like you to teach me how to play an instrument. Could you teach me the guitar? Her smile almost exploded. Yay, I am pretty good with a guitar. It was one of the first things I learned to play. Maybe you want to come to my house this weekend, and we can get started. That sounds amazing, he responded with his smile. Great, she said, jumping back, I will text you my address, and we can set up a time, she called as she turned and bolted for the locker room. Izuku just smiled and went to get ready for class. -1B. The class was whole again as the last of their suspended classmates filled in the smiles of the rest. Izuku had tried to catch Pony to talk about what had happened, but the girl had dodged him expertly. Reiko was more than happy to fill the spot, the girl falling in step with him as they headed to class. It was a comfortable feeling for Izuku to see everyone together again. As he was telling Setsuna of his trip to the mall, the girl was upset that she wasn't invited, making him promise that he would do so next time, but when she found out he now had a cell phone, it was all forgiven as long as he shared his number with her so they could text. It was fun as others came over to share their numbers with him as his contact list grew. He walked over to Toguro as he was the last person in class for whom Izuku did not have his contact information. Toguro glared at Izuku for a second before he shared his contact information. Don't bother me with stupid shit, I just want your number to remind you who number one is. Academically or physically? Izuku responded with a deadpan look. Academically, I got you beat, and physically we can find out in heroics class, but don't go crying when I win. PFF'd, like I could lose to you. He responded as the bell rang, and Izuku quickly found his seat. Vlad King walked in. Seeing his class full made him smile. First of all, welcome back, everyone. Now that everyone is here, we have some things to take care of that we would have handled last week if not due to the incident. An opportunity to elect as class president was given to those who were not suspended and chose to wait for everyone to return before we chose a class representative. Abara stood up. Sir, I would like to nominate Izuku Midoriya. May I ask why, Ms. Shiozaki? You asked that we wait for the rest of the class to hold these elections. Do you not want the position yourself? I would, though Mr. Midoriya has genuinely inspired our class. His presence has brought us together by showcasing what we can aspire to beyond our quirks. He has displayed the extent of his determination to attain his objectives and protect us. Furthermore, an episode occurred, and we all felt compelled to stand up and defend him, although I believe the violence escalated because of 1A. I would follow him into battle, and I know he would do the same for me and everyone else in the class. Izuku Midoriya became the class president of 1B without ever volunteering for the position, and Itsuka Kendo was elected as the vice president. Abara took the class secretary position, and Narengeki became the class treasurer. After resolving the previous issue, Vlad King informed the class about the makeup work that needed to be completed. Additionally, he announced that more heroic courses would be added to the schedule. The type on Friday would be a joint session with 1A, and any repeat of the previous incident would not be acceptable. To ensure the safety of all students, he expected them to avoid any conflicts, but they were permitted to defend themselves and their peers if necessary. Ochako. The girl sat nervously with her parents just outside the principal's office. Her parents were furious when they received a call from their daughter's school about the fight. They were disappointed when they heard the details from their daughter. What hurt Ochako the most was that she had resorted to using her quirk in an inter-class brawl because one of her classmates had attacked a quirkless student. The fact that a quirkless student was even in the heroic course at UA was a shock to them, but that Ochako hadn't stepped in to stop her class for this bout of gross stupidity, she had helped to escalate the situation. When the door opened and out walked Ida with his family, he looked defeated. He avoided eye contact and quickly left. Ochako didn't have much time to stew on it as Mr. Aizawa stepped out and called her and her parents in. Thankfully, once everyone had taken their seats, the principal looked at the girl and asked her to explain to him, her teacher, and her parents why she should be allowed to remain at UA and in the hero course. Ochako took a deep breath and stood up. I take full responsibility for my actions and deeply apologize for what happened. I cannot offer excuses for my behavior, and I acknowledge that what I did was wrong. I have spent much time reflecting on the incident and still cannot understand why I acted the way I did. Bakugo's behavior was unacceptable and went against everything I believe a hero should be. As a hero, I strive to be better than that, and I want to make amends for my actions. I want to prove to everyone that I can be a hero that not only my parents will be proud of but also the UA Academy. Please allow me to show that I can be better and deserve to stay here. She hastily wiped her tears away. I humbly request another opportunity. I assure you that you won't regret it. If not, may I apologize to Itsuka Kendo and the rest of 1B, particularly Izuku Midoriya. Nezu leaned forward, his hands steepled in front of him. Ms. Uraraka, while you are truly sorry and regret your actions, I will not remove you from the hero course or UA. There was a pending matter of you using your quirk against Ms. Kendo and if she wished to pursue charges against you. Ochako's heart sank. She has chosen not to. You will be expected to apologize to her formally and Mr. Midoriya as well as their class. You will be eligible to return to school Wednesday, and you will serve detention for 2 weeks upon your return. A notation will be placed on your record. It will be removed if you can complete the rest of the year without incident. Should there be another incident, you will immediately be removed from the hero course and possibly expelled, depending on the severity of the offense. Thank you, sir, she said, bowing as her parents did. Lunch. Stepping back into the incident scene was interesting, to say the least, though seeing Midnight and Ectoplasm playing the role of monitors was an excellent deterrent. A collective breath was held when Izuku walked over to the table. Momo, Toru, and Kyoka sat at and asked to join them. The three girls smiled at their friend as he took his seat. Everyone seemed to relax except a few boys from 1A shooting death glares. They were joined by Pony and Hirayu, who sat and began talking with the girls, followed by Sue and Riko. Izuku was smiling. Sitting with friends and eating such fantastic food was lovely. He wasn't sure which punishment was worse, suspension from class or being denied eating lunch. Rush's creations. Momo was congratulating Izuku on his ascension to class president like herself. Still, before he could comment, the whole lunchroom panicked as the security alarm erupted. The group immediately jumped up from their seats. Kyoka wobbled, grabbing her head at the loud noise. Instinctively Izuku, sitting next to her, wrapped his arm around her protectively. Thankfully, he couldn't see how bright her face was at her current situation. Before anything could escalate, the booming voice of Midnight rang out, calming the students and directing them to their evacuation points. Are you okay, Kyoka? He asked. The girl nodded, not wanting to break the embrace but wishing that no one else was around. Reluctantly, she gently pushed away. Yay, the alarm plus everyone freaking out did a number on me, she said. The group made their way out, heading to their evacuation sites. The classes were gathered on the field as the security threat was cleared, leaving the students to talk and socialize. 1B was cautious as this was the closest they had been to 1A. Izuku and Itsuka were talking to their sister reps about the first council meeting coming up when they could see the boy with a lightning streak in his hair appearing to argue with Toru while pointing towards Izuku. I take it there are some in your class that still have some sort of problem with me? He asked. Sorry, we have some real idiots. Denki seems to like running his mouth. I wouldn't worry about it, Kyoka answered. Well, I hope they get it under control before our joint training Friday, Itsuka said, looking toward Momo. What training? Momo asked. Didn't your teacher tell you guys? Itsuka asked, genuinely concerned. The utter confusion on Momo and Itsuka's faces told her all she needed to know. Vlad-sensei told us this morning that we are doing joint class training on Friday. Good to know, but Mr. Aizawa hasn't been in class today. Professor Midnight has been our homeroom teacher. Kyoka said, I wish she would stay. She doesn't make us feel like we are about to get expelled if we breathe wrong. Yay, Mr. Aizawa is an asshole, Izuku said matter-of-factly. Izuku, Momo said with a shocked tone. You shouldn't speak of the faculty in such a way, his methods are different, but... No, Izuku is right. He is an asshole, Kyoka added with a grin. Momo, he isn't threatening to expel you because you did well on the quirk test and are a recommended student. You know what he said to Toru and me, and if it weren't for Izuku offering to help us, then I would be screwed. Momo looked like she wanted to retort to her vice president's statement she honestly couldn't. He hadn't addressed the incident in any fashion, he hadn't offered any assistance to the students he was threatening to expel, he seemed more concerned with his naps than handling the class. He gave them a paragraph each of feedback from their heroic style with All Might, the #1 hero in the country, having given them at least 2 pages. Before they could talk, the all clear sounded, and they had to return to their rooms. Detention. 1B found themselves in the gym going through basic fighting drills, and 1A was sitting in their class writing about the quirk laws. After school, Izuku was worried they would have to cut the afternoon workout short, but Momo assured him that she had already arranged a ride for her and her classmates. Izuku was working closely with Kyoka and Toru, backed by Pony. He was distracted not so much by the girls but by the fact that Hirayu seemed out of it. He hardly saw his friend all weekend and still seemed distracted in class. He is doing his best to put it out of his mind for now, instead focusing on things the girls could do to improve their scores. Momo seemed to be enjoying the camaraderie more than anything. Izuku and Hirayu were in the locker room getting changed. Hirayu, is everything okay? Did something happen? At first, Hirayu seemed dismissive of Izuku, but he eventually opened up. He shared that his family in China was not pleased with his suspension from school. Being known for their dragon-related quirks, Hirayu's abilities were considered inferior. As a result, he was allowed to train in Japan. In the meantime, they had all but disowned him but were upset because of the perceived shame he had brought upon their name. The situation took aback Izuku. Throughout his life, he had been mocked for not having a quirk. He had witnessed others being mistreated for having weaker quirks, but Hirayu's quirk was neither inadequate nor non-existent. Despite this, Hirayu faced discrimination from his own family because his quirk was not similar enough to theirs. His friend was suffering for actions he had taken while protecting him. Discipline from the school was one thing, but he had never considered the backlash his friends or classmates would receive from their families. As he didn't have a family, he didn't believe it. I wish I knew what to say, Hirayu, to think they would toss you aside because your quirk doesn't measure up to their standard and not see it for how awesome it is, Izuku said. It made me question many things, to be honest. It hurt, it still hurts, but that is part of the reason I am here. To show them how great of a hero I can be, and when I do, and they ask me to come back, I will tell them no. I want to become my own man, my hero. It was just having to listen to their lectures and talk about not what happened or why I did what I did but how this could reflect on the family name in China. Hirayu said, fire returning to his voice. I will jump into that fight again if given a chance, Izuku, and I will jump in the next one. You are a friend. Not because of my family name but because of me. I will always cherish that. Sorry if my mood made you worry. It's fine. You have a lot going on. Thank you for sharing with me. I promise that together with the others, we will change everything. Izuku said, matching Hirayu's fire. The two boys laughed and fist bumped before finishing changing. When they came out, Pony looked at them and smiled. Feeling better, Hirayu, she said. Yes, I am. Thank you, Pony. With that, the group split, with 1A heading to the gates and 1B heading to their on-campus dorms. The 1B trio decided to eat and study together to work on getting caught up for the classes they missed. With Hirayu there, it kept any uneasy tension from the beat the night before. When they left Izuku's room, he wondered if she would stay behind again. He was grappling with wanting her too but wanting to understand what was happening. She had told him she was attracted to him. He found her quite pretty and physically attractive as well. She answered part of the question as she exited before Hirayu told Izuku goodnight as he went to the room. Hirayu followed only a short time after, leaving Izuku alone. His phone lit up a few moments later, and it was Riko texting about a homework question. The conversation seemed relatively short before it had turned into them just talking about different things. He was amazed at how fast she could type her responses and was still getting used to the digital keyboard. They didn't talk long, but it was pleasant. When the conversation ended, He decided to listen to music as he studied some more, plugging in Kyoka's headphones. Before he drifted to sleep, he briefly considered if going to a girl's house to learn guitar was some date. Nah. Eijiro Kirishima. Mina had just exited the room crying. She told him she wasn't expelled before her parents, who looked furious, escorted her out the door. Eijiro sat there with his mother and father, waiting for their turn. Eijiro had been annoyed since the incident. No one had heard from Bakugo, as no one could get his number. He didn't have anyone's number beside Mina, but that was because they went to middle school together. He had heard from Mina, who had Toru's number, about the class elections, the other people talking some. It was when he heard that apparently Momo, Toru, and Kyoka had not only had lunch with the mother Izuku today, but they had also gone to the mall with that loser on Friday. Then to top off this shit sandwich, he found out they were working out with that asshole even after the whole lunchroom fight. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. The whole class didn't care that Bakugro had been goaded into the fight and was being made to look like the bad guy. And the fact that somehow the one responsible for it all was back in class hitting on the girls in his class was making him fume. But it would all be okay. He would get back into class, Bakugo would serve his suspension, and then it would all be gravy. Fuck Izuku Midoriya. He would get him sooner or later, especially after the heat died. Eijiro parents were pissed at him even after he explained they didn't understand. Why couldn't they figure it out? They were supposed to be wise, his mother a doctor, and his father an engineer. Yet here they were madder at him than the injustice that had been done. They had even grounded him for 3 months. Doing his best not to let his anger and frustrations show, though failing miserably, he and his parents were invited into the office where the principal and his home teacher sat waiting. After an offering of tea, they sat down while the incident was played, including audio from the start of the fight to shortly after he interfered. Like a man should, he thought. His other immediate thought was that they had to have edited the video in some fashion. There was something that Punk had to do to piss off Bakugro like that. Was there a previous interaction between Mr. Bakugo or Mr. Midoriya? His father asked. None on school grounds, and as Mr. Midoriya has been living in the dorms since his admittance, we can say that there was no interaction between the two in a minimum of a month and a half. Also, according to testimony from Mr. Bakugo and Mr. Midoriya, they had not crossed paths since they were 6 years old. The president responded. Now, as you can see here, he continued rewinding the holoprojection and zooming in on Eijiro. You can see that your son activated his quirk before entering the fight and struck Mr. Midoriya while asking him to calm down. Not the most tactically sound course of action to de-escalate a fight. Is it true that Mr. Midoriya is quirkless? His mother asked. Yes, ma'am, he is, but he scored the highest on the entry exam despite that. Isn't that right, Mr. Aizawa? That is correct, the man answered. Has anyone else been expelled? His mother inquired. Not yet, Mr. Aizawa said, looking at the emotions on Eijiro's face. Mr. Bakugo has been removed from the hero course and is facing legal ramifications due to his actions. Mr. Midoriya has agreed not to press charges against your son and informed you that he will not pursue legal action, citing that whatever you deem fit for an apology will satisfy him. The problem I see in front of us is that your son feels that he was in the right and that his actions were just. I would completely agree if he had stepped in, not assaulted Mr. Midoriya, and pulled him back. But his actions caused a cascading effect that led to many bad decisions being made by students on their second day. Now Mr. Kirishima, would you care to say anything? Eijiro was hot-headed and not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he understood his predicament. His teacher had just told him that Bakugo was out of the hero course and facing legal trouble. According to the principal, there was a possibility that while nothing had happened recently, obviously Midoriya had done something to Bakugo in the past, causing the blood feud. While his mind began to create wild speculations to not only justify Bakugo's actions but that this event made Bakugo so prickly. If he didn't say the right thing, he would be kicked out of the hero course and never get the chance to expose that asshole for the piece of shit he was and get Bakugo back into the hero course. Flights of fantasy are genuinely a wonderful thing. The mental gymnastics being performed to justify his actions would have won a gold medal if such a thing was possible. Seeing everything before me, I can see that I handled the situation wrong. I acted before I thought and should have made a different call. While Bakugo should not have attacked that girl, the reaction of Midoriya and his level of violence spurred me to act hastily and without forethought. I am at your mercy to allow me to continue here at UA and in the hero course. Please give me another chance to correct the wrongs that day. Mr. Kirishima, very well put, Nezu said, leaning forward in his seat. We will grant your wish. You will serve your 2 weeks of dentition upon your return tomorrow. Should there be any incident with Mr. Midoriya, you will be expelled. You are to deliver a full apology to Mr. Midoriya by the end of day tomorrow. Yes, sir, he responded. His parents handed over an envelope to the teacher so he could pass it on to Midoriya, which made Eijiro grind his teeth some as they exited. He would try to argue his case again, only for his parents to shut him down and tell him to focus on his schoolwork and not get expelled. Eijiro just sat back in a huff and stared out the window, his master plan beginning to take focus. What's your master plan now? Surely you can see that the path to victory is forever closed to you. Should you surrender, I shall grant thee mercy and record your valiant battles in the annals of history as those who almost defeated me. Izuku looked at his hand and into the confident eyes of his opponent, his actual opponent. Set, Pony, and Itsuka were not a threat. They were no longer an obstacle on his path to victory, they had too many cards left. It was down to him, and Reiko, her declaration of Uno, had laid the pressure at his feet. He knew he was the only one that could hold off the fierce warrior in her pursuit of victory. With a sly smile that made his opponent's lip tremble, wild card draw 4 color green. You fiend, how could you? Easily, my dear, Uno. Of course, they both lost as Itsuka went on a run, leaving the 2 stoic combatants hanging their heads in defeat while Itsuka smiled. There is nothing better than snatching victory from those who are so confident in their victory. The group shared a laugh as the rest of the tables finished their rounds in the Class 1B tournament to crown the Grand Uno Championship. Detention was an exciting affair. In the end, Kanoko stood victorious, holding her plastic trophy over her fallen opponents. It's always the quiet ones, Set commented. And the Spanish Inquisition, Izuku added. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Rico and Pony added, looking at each other in surprise. Which immediately sparked the two talking furiously about the brilliance of Monty Python. The 2 girls shifted their attention to Izuku as he filled out a form that Vlad-sensei had brought. What you go there, Greenie? Set said, peering over his shoulder. Her voice seductively whispered in his ear. He stiffened slightly and blushed, which was a victory for Set. I am filling out a club form. You're joining a club? Rico asked, her focus now totally on what Izuku was doing. Trying to start one, he replied. I want it to be a culture club where students gather to share movies, music, and books. Then we talk about it and share out thoughts. That sounds like fun, Set said. I was expecting you to do some sort of fight club. The first rule of Fight Club, Izuku said in a mock serious tone. To everyone's surprise, it was Kanoko who responded. You do not talk about Fight Club. Everyone was in shock. The Grand Uno champion shrugged and smiled. What? My grandpa loves that movie. Izuku laughed. Yay, which is my plan for a club. I need to get some initial signatures and find a teacher to be our advisor. But you're right, Set. I did look into a combat club, but I have spent my whole life fighting and learning to fight. It's not as if the school will keep teaching us, and recently, I have been exposed to a whole different part of life, and I want to try to enjoy it as much as I can. So, you're creating a club? She replied. Exactly. If any of you are interested, let me know, he said with a smile. Pony and Reiko blushed as if he was talking about them. Little did they know he was. Reiko immediately floated a pen over to herself and signed up, followed by Pony. Set sat there thinking about it and also decided to sign her name. She looked over at Itsuka. What? You must admit that sounds like fun except for the reading part. I get to hang out and call it club activities. You going to sign up? I don't know. I will think about it. It does sound like something fun to look forward to after the crap sandwich of the first week, and who knows how the rest of it will go. After class, as the workout group was stretching and loosening up, Izuku mentioned the club to his friends from 1A. Kyoka practically yelled yes, much to her embarrassment. Toru thought it sounded like fun, and even Momo said she would consider it. Today Kyoka and Toru were working with Izuku on the quirk tests. Because their quirks didn't naturally give them an advantage in most trials, they focused on technique and tests. Momo and Pony were working on their hand-to-hand combat under the watchful eye of Hiryu, who was walking them through some of his family's martial arts techniques. The entire group decided to end the exercise with a run which was definitely in Pony's favor. They agreed that they would focus all their remaining sessions and just the quirk assessment testing to improve the girls' score. Toru and Kyoka were nervous but found hope in seeing that they had already improved. Kyoka was finding it hard to concentrate as the proximity was proving distracting. Izuku was struggling, having to be pressed up close to both girls to adjust forms. The next day when class started, Vlad-sensei called the course to attention before he turned to the door and called for someone to enter. The class watched as the girl who had attacked Tetsu and thrown acid at Midoriya entered, followed by the girl who smacked Itsuka. The second girl stepped forward and bowed deeply. "I am Ochako Uraraka, and I want to apologize to the entire class for my actions in the lunchroom, especially to you, Itsuka Kendo. I had no right to smack you, I don't even know why I did it. I was embarrassed and humiliated for my actions during that day. Izuku Midoriya, I also would like to offer my apologies for even being part of the fight. You stepped forward and saved me during the entrance exam, and I never even had a chance to thank you properly or tell you how excited I was to see that you made it. I humbly ask for everyone's forgiveness and the opportunity to show you the type of person I am and the hero I hope to be one day." The pink girl stepped forward, fighting back tears, and bowed profoundly. "I am Mina Ishido, and I am just an idiot. I should have stopped Eijiro from doing anything after the fight started. Instead, I jumped on Tetsutsu's back like an idiot and fired off my acid at you, Izuku Midoriya. I reacted instead of acting properly and how a student at UA should. I have no words to justify my actions. All I can do is beg for your forgiveness." She sank to her knees and bowed her head to the ground. The class turned and looked at the affected students. Itsuka got up first, followed by Tetsu. Itsuka walked over to Ochako. "I forgive you, we all could have handled that day better, me included. I don't know you, but as a class member has said before, everyone deserves a second chance but not a third." Tetsu walked over and knelt before Mina. "Hey, it's okay. I am guessing that dude is your friend, and you were just reacting. I get it, but try to see what's happening before jumping in next time. Your friend was in the wrong in a big way. You seem like a good person. Do better, all right." Mina looked at him gratefully as she wiped a stray tear, Ochako doing the same to Itsuka. They both stepped aside and up walked Izuku. "Stand up, please," he said to Mina, who almost reluctantly did so. "Ochako, you have nothing to seek forgiveness from me for. Itsuka forgave you, and that is who needed to do it. I want to get to know you better, and I hope we can put all this behind us and maybe be friends. I am glad you also made it in. I wish our reunion would have been under different circumstances." Ochako managed a smile and nodded her head. "I would like that too. Mina, you threw acid at me that melted a table. Do you even realize the damage you could have caused had I not ducked out of the way? I don't know you either, but Toru speaks highly about you, and I can see the contrition on your face and the emotion in your words. I will give you a second chance. I am so sorry, Midoriya, I promise you won't regret it," she said. The two offered their apologies to the class again as they made their exit. Next in walked Eijiro. He stood at the front of the class and bowed, sorry for escalating an incident that should not have grown to the proportions that it did. "I was dumb and not thinking. I ask for your forgiveness and the opportunity to put right what went wrong that day and to ensure we can all work together to better our future as pro-heroes. Sorry for attacking you, Midoriya." Izuku looked at Eijiro and could see the false sincerity. He didn't apologize for his role, and Izuku was sure that Eijiro still supported Bakugo's actions. With a shrug, Izuku responded, "That works for me." As much as he wanted to put the whole thing behind him, he knew it wasn't over yet. With those out of the way, they continued with their day. Izuku devoured his lunch before stepping away to try and meet with a few teachers about sponsoring the new club he was looking to form. It was on his way that he bumped into Ida, who asked if they could meet after detention. Izuku sensed not malicious intent, agreed to head to the faculty area. Thankfully he managed to find Midnight, who had been his counselor since the incident in the infirmary. Being to avoid an encounter with Aizawa as the man was asleep was in both parties' interests. Professor Midnight sat, listened to his proposal, and looked over his application, a slight grin on her face. UA had some clubs, but most students didn't look for them. They mainly consisted of future leaders and other such things, or clubs that solely seemed to focus on quirks. On the other hand, this one focused on culture and experiencing new things with other students. In her opinion, everyone has a passion or something they had a fandom for, and sharing those with others wasn't done enough. Midnight was pleasantly surprised that Izuku was attempting to form the club, as his attention had been mono-focused on fighting and surviving due to their conversations. But something had changed after what had been described to her as a friend's trip to the mall. She would make sure to ask more in their next session. "I will be your group's advisor," she said, looking at the hopeful teen. "Everything must also be submitted to me, and I will provide things for the group to look at and read. All groups must do some school service and will also have to host and run a booth during the culture festival and submit something for the festival. I will file this and notify you when I have a room assignment." She took the papers and sent Izuku on his way. It was the class after lunch that had them all excited. It was their heroics, and it was their first class with All Might. After hearing from Abara and Manga about their missed lesson, all the other students were excited to get into it. True to form, the number one hero entered with a booming voice and dressed to impress in his Silver Age costume, revealing the metal cases that held their hero costumes and calling for them to get to the training ground Delta. The class did their best to contain their excitement as they grabbed the cases and headed off. With the course already aware and having dealt with the issue of Izuku's scars, it wasn't such an ordeal this time, and they were able to get changed quickly. Izuku dressed with a slight melancholic look in his eyes. The costume resembled an ensemble that his master once had. Izuku stood in black armored and reinforced pants, a matching titanium weave compression shirt, and a dark green leather armored vest. The cloak was a matching dark green with a hood. The cover was armored and reinforced to protect it from fire, bullets, knives, and other bladed weapons. He left the respirator hanging around his neck, securing a staff of what appeared to be black walnut with a twisted knob at one end and a sharpened blade at the other. Izuku felt his hand linger on his former master's favorite weapon. A few hidden blades and some not so secret. Then he outstretched his hand, and the black sword appeared. Securing it, he made his way out of the locker room. All other costumes canon. Reiko and Pony spotted him first. As he exited, "Thou looks like a most formidable warrior of the days long ago, Izuku. I like the cloak. Perchance do you happen to look favorably upon my choices as well?" Reiko asked. "Yes, I like the fur trim at the collar, and the boots best suit you, Reiko. And yours is also cool, Pony. It matches your personality and quirk," Izuku said, complimenting the girls before he turned and saw Hiryu approaching. "Dude, you look cool. Are you ready for this?" "Unlike you others, I was born ready," he said with a false mocking tone, causing Izuku and Pony to laugh and Reiko to hide her smile behind her arm. "If only you all wanted to proceed into battle looking so," Nieto was saying, moving his hand in a circular motion. "Barbaric. When of course, elegance is what is called for." Shihai, also dressed in all black, walked over and slapped Izuku on the shoulder. "Good color choices." Eventually, they were all just gathered together, complimenting each other's costumes. Set was about to try and prank Izuku by pulling the sword when he made her main body eep as he grabbed her hand that was floating over. "I wouldn't do it, Set, it doesn't like being touched." Itsuka, who was talking with Yui and Kanoko, looked over as Set was blushing slightly. Looking past her, she saw Izuku had captured the lizard splitter's hand and was lightly and suggestively stroking Set's palm. One of the few times in Itsuka's life, she saw Set tap out in the middle of a tease and ask for her hand back. All Might stepped emerged, calling everyone back to attention before giving them the rundown in their 2v2 battles, hero, villains, bomb, etc. He expected a flurry of questions and concerns as he had received from 1A, but instead was greeted with, "Yes, sensei." They all stepped forward and drew their lots. Team A, Yosetsu Awase and Jirota Shishida vs. Team F, Yui Kodai and Setsuna Tokage. Team B, Sen Kaibara and Narangeki Shota vs. Team G, Kanoko Komori and Manga Fukidashi. Team C, Togaru Kamakiri and Pony Tsunotori vs. Team H, Izuku Midoriya and Reiko Yanagi. Team D, Shihei Kuwaro and Kosei Saburaba vs. Team I, Abara Shiozaki and Juzo Honanuki. Team E, Itsuka Kendo and Tetsu Tetsu vs. Team J, Nieto Monoma and Hirayu Rin. Match 1. Yui and Setsuna walked into the building, moving to the area with the bomb. Setsuna seemed to be talking as Yui was quiet. But they saw a wicked grin spread across the girl's face, and Setsuna threw her head back and cackled loudly. Awase and Jirota decided to take the head-on approach. Jirota went beast mode, ripped some handrails off, and passed them back for Awase to weld together as an improvised weapon. Jirota began to surrender to the animal's side and raced off ahead. As he burst into the room where the girls were, he had no concern with the bomb, choosing instead to attack Yui, who was standing in the center. Awase chased after his teammate and burst into the room. Suddenly, Yui smiled and placed her fingertips together. Awase immediately felt a moment of dread as the room was completely bare. Though it did not stay that way for long, as office furniture, oil barrels, and crates appeared above them and came crashing down with thunderous force, Awase attempted to find shelter only to find the door locked. In the chaos, he felt his arms wrenched behind his back as he tried to free himself from the rubble and the capture tape slipped into place. All Might announced his capture, and he fell to the ground in defeat. Jirota was able to free himself and began to throw the rubble around wildly. He couldn't locate Yui, and when a vial collided with his face, he roared at the liquid as the smell of jasmine invaded his nose, rendering his sense of smell useless. Due to the effect of his quirk, he just rampaged wildly till time ran out. Yui emerged from a room on the first floor where she had sought shelter, and the set reassembled herself, floating the bomb down from the rafters. After the teams regrouped in the observation room, Set and Yui received praise for their well-crafted plan and successful execution. Set was named the MVP for her exceptional ability to develop the strategy and flawlessly utilize her classmates' quirk. It was imposing. Match 2. This match was more of a demolition derby, with Sen and Niran just running at their opposition with devastating effects. Just when it looked like Kanoko and Manga were on the verge of defeat, the room covered in dust exploded into an assault of mushrooms. Kanoko had hidden her spores all over the room, and now, with them not only airborne but in the respiratory system of their opponents, they began to choke and panic as their breath was being denied them. Manga then dropped the boom on them, literally and figuratively, when he rushed to try and capture them, though Niran twin impact exploded, knocking him and Manga unconscious. Now, hero, either the surrender or my precious spores will make their way to your brain where you will become my servant for life. Ha 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 ha. Kanoko threw her head back and laughed manically. Can she do that? Nieto asked from the safety of the observation room. Dude, Kanoko is kind of scary, Izuku said. And kinda hot, Togaru said much louder than he intended, prompting the class to turn and stare at the blade creator. He blushed furiously as he realized why they were staring at him. If any one of you say something, I will cut you, he yelled. Now sleep, hero, when you awake, it will all be okay, today the city, tomorrow the world, Kanoko said menacingly. Most of the boys in the observation room had to agree, they couldn't understand it, but it was pretty hot. With the last breath, Sen attacked Kanoko, sending the girl flying back. Unfortunately, the lack of oxygen caught up, and he passed out. Kanoko was named MVP, and All Might pulled her aside to talk to her about the mind control thing and came back looking pale and writing furiously on the notepad. Match 3. Do not take your defeat to heart, my friends, Pony said as they made their way out of the observation room. I will not lose, she said, but the statement seemed to be directed more toward Reiko. Neither will I, dear Pony, but fret not when Izuku celebrates our victory. Later I will send you a photo, Reiko responded. You me fight, Togaru said, pointing at Izuku. Oh, yay, Togaru. Bring your best blade. I already have mine, Izuku retorted, patting his sword handle as they hit the cityscape. Good luck, Pony. You as well, Izuku. The girl replied with a smile. Riko smirked at Pony. Where no one else could see, she latched onto Izuku's arm, causing the quirkless boy to freeze momentarily as two lovely, round squishy orbs pressed around his arm. Come, Izuku, let us depart and form our plans for victory. Sure, Riko, Izuku managed as the girl pulled him into the building. That bitch, Pony muttered in English. What? Toguru said. Nothing. I do not want to lose this match. Do you understand? Pony said with a fierce competitive tone. Izuku and Riko, what do you believe should be our plan, dear Izuku? I think they will come for us after that exchange, but I don't know if Pony's horns would count as her touching the bomb, so I believe we should hide it from sight just in case. We should see if we can separate them from tagging team them. I can symbolize Pony if you can capture her. Toguru might be too large for me to do the same. But if I draw him in, you can use the capture tape to take him out of the fight. I don't know if he can cut it off. But taking out Pony first will give us the advantage, at least in numbers. If all else fails, we can probably goad them into direct combat and see if we can obtain victory that way. I can work with that, try to separate and capture, or 1 versus 1, and if we can secure victory, we help our teammate, Izuku said. Toguru and Pony, we go in and kick their asses, Toguru said. Yes, but the backup plan is good. Or I attack Izuku, and you deal with Riko. Pony offered. Can you handle Izuku? I do not know. We have trained together a lot, and he is very adept in the training room. But I have not engaged in much combat with him. Pony replied. Riko is going to be the difficult one with her quirk. She may be able to immobilize you, so we should focus on her first before taking out Izuku. I can beat him, so we don't have to worry, he said confidently. When the buzzer sounded, Toguru made their entrance, being careful to avoid ambush. Riko and Izuku would launch range attacks from around corners, thanks to Riko's quirk. Pony fired her horns in retaliation, but the corridors made it hard for her to control them. Pony and Toguru were making their way down a corridor when suddenly a door flew open, and Pony was yanked inside violently. The door slammed shut, leaving Toguru separated from his teammate as he heard a loud crash on the other side of the door like a large cabinet crashing against it. Pony rolled to her feet as Izuku launched a kick into her side. She gasped for breath but immediately brought her arm down to trap his leg to deliver a potent counter kick. Pony's kicks were devastating in part to her quirk. Izuku was thankful for the body armor as he was positive it would have resulted in broken ribs without it. As Izuku tumbled away, Pony fired her horns, hoping to disable him, but she saw a wicked glow around them and sent them crashing into a wall instead. She felt her body stiffen as the glow wrapped around her as Izuku speared her in the gut with his shoulder driving more air from her lungs. She struggled as best she could but felt her arms pressed behind her back. She could see a blade tear through the door as Toguru attempted to cut his way in. Quickly she fired her horns at Riko, forcing the girl to focus on the projectiles, meaning she could no longer hold Pony in place. As Izuku was driving her to the ground, she threw her arm over his head, wrapping around his neck as she pulled her legs up and around his waist, hoping to catch him in a guillotine choke. Izuku immediately moved to counter her attempt to bring her other arm in to complete the submission as he took his other arm and grabbed at the nerve cluster in the lumbar and sacral plexuses, which broke her leg lock and allowed him to take the mount and pull his head free. Pony's arms were immediately removed above her head in a suggestive pose that caused them to blush momentarily as the capture tape wrapped around Pony's wrists and her capture was called out. Izuku immediately scrambled off the girl as the top of the door was cut away. You know what to do, Riko, Izuku called out, and she braced herself and pulled the cabinet away as Toguru burst in to get met by a drop kick from Izuku, sending him back into the hall. Toguru rolled with the kick and came to his feet, two blades forming from his hands. Draw your blade so you may be measured. Izuku smirked, hoping to goad his classmate. He drew the staff. You must prove worthy of my blade, hero, as I am now unimpressed, Izuku replied, doing his best to sound superior. Then prepare for new lessons to be carved upon your body so you remember me, Toguru bit back as he rushed forward. Izuku tossed his reinforced cloak towards his attacker, causing a momentary distraction that he used to strike at Togaru's chest with a thrust. Togaru was able to quickly counter back with a horizontal swing that forced Izuku to step back as Togaru pirouetted to close the distance with another swing of his blades as he went into attack mode. His dual wielding was off-balanced, Izuku noticed, having seen a master of it for many years up close and personal. Izuku let him press his attack till he saw the opening he knew was coming from the boy's swings. He then began to push back, the sharp edge of the staff providing point cuts to drive Togaru back as he faltered. Riko used the distraction to grab Izuku's discarded cloak and whip it out to tangle Togaru's legs, sending the boy crashing back. Izuku sprang forward and drove the pointed end of the staff down, stopping inches from Togaru's throat as All Might screamed out a warning. Togaru looked up at Izuku and saw no killing intent from his classmate. He knew that Izuku was in complete control. "You're dead," was all Izuku said. "Fuck, I yield," Togaru spat out. Izuku pulled the staff back and offered his hand. Togaru reluctantly took it as he got to his feet. "You weren't pressed, were you?" "A little, but I could tell you were off balance while dual wielding and knew you would give me an opening and what I had to do to force that. Once we got you onto the defensive, you had forgotten about Riko, and that was the plan," Izuku said. "My teacher was an expert at that technique, dual wielding. If you like, I can give you some pointers with your quirk. I can only imagine how great you could be at it. Nice pirouette, by the way. Dance class, my mom made me," he said as Pony and Riko rejoined them in the hallway. "Don't feel too bad. I had to learn some ballet," the girls stopped and giggled. "What, it requires incredible balance, and that shit is hard." As Pony and Togaru walked ahead of Riko and Izuku, talking about the match, Reiko quickly pulled Izuku into a room. She blocked the cameras and rose and beeped him. He tenderly returned the beep. That was for the aquarium. She threw her arms around his neck and beeped him with much more fire. That was today. With a smirk, she walked away, leaving Izuku with a dazed and goofy look. In the observation room, though she protested, Reiko was named MVP as it was pointed out that Izuku had a plan, but I would not have worked without her in her execution. Thankfully nobody seemed to notice the far-off look in Izuku when he walked in, and after he had a quick talk about All Might and weapon safety for some reason, it was enough for him to regain his composure. Match 4. Shihai and Kosei were able to work out a solid plan, but one that left them snatching victory with a mere second left on the clock. Kosei would knock out lights to give Shihai more areas to move, but Ibara's Vince and Juzo softening became a slog in every aspect of the word. Shihai desperately struggled against Ibara's vines. Her ability to have them attack from so many angles really had him on the ropes, but he was also able at times to drive her back due to being immobile while attacking, and the other two were a game of cat and mouse. In the end, Kosei managed to lay a fingertip on the bomb to give his team the win. Kosei was MVP for securing the win, as both teams had flawlessly put their plans into motion. Match 5. Hiryu would harass and force Itsuka and Tetsu to take cover and methodically make their way through the building. When Tetsu finally rushed forward, Nito stepped forward and touched the ground, trapping him in the ground with Juzo's quirk. For Itsuka, it was when his hair turned into vines and the assault from Hiryu that was her undoing. When Hiryu slapped the capture tape on her, she hung her head in defeat. "That was some bullshit, Nito, how did you copy their quirks?" Itsuka said. "I asked. All Might allowed it as I was a villain in this scenario. I would have come in prepared for what heroes I would know that would be in the area due to patrol routes, etc. I don't care. Can you get me unstuck now?" yelled Tetsu. Nieto was MVP. Detention. For Class 1B's detention, they reviewed the footage with their teacher from the combat training as he gave them pointers and tips. Class 1A had to draft a report on the significance of Raven's Law and its application in the modern world. Izuku and Ida. Izuku met the speedster of Class 1A in a private room as the classes emptied from detention. Ida bowed. "I apologize for kicking you and for not having a better handle on those of my class that not only attacked you but those who escalated the brawl to levels it should have never risen to." "Honestly, Ida, you have no reason to apologize. There was no way you could have known that Bakugo was going to attack another student, despite his sunny disposition randomly. And I did punch you first. Yes, but I would have reacted the same way you did due to the information you had due to the actions of my class. I find it not only admirable that you are in the hero course as a Quirkless student, you also placed first in the entrance exam. I was there and acted terribly to you, and you showed me that there was more to the exam with your actions to save Uraraka. You reminded me and showed me what it means to be a hero. I wanted to find you and thank you for that. So, if you would allow me now, thank you. There is no need to thank me, Ida. If you genuinely want to thank me, let us ensure our two classes' joint training goes off without conflict. Yes, let us do that. I would like to get to know you better, Izuku. You seem to be interesting. You seem rather nice yourself, Ida, and you pack a mean kick. Ida forced an envelope into his hand, and as his family insisted, Izuku tried to protest, but he could see this was important to Ida, so he just put it into his pocket as they exited the room. Hey, you wouldn't be related to Ingenium by any chance, would you? Izuku asked. A huge smile broke out on Ida's face. He is my brother. I am very proud of him. 1B stood across from 1A, the air thick with mistrust. Izuku stepped forward, as did Momo. I was thinking maybe we could have one member of each class sit next to another. It may not be the best idea, but we must break the tension somehow. So should we just call people out randomly or see if someone volunteers? Itsuka said, Ochako, would you care to sit with me? The gravity girl took a deep breath. If that's okay, I would like to get to know you better. The two boarded the bus, Sunsu and Reiko, followed by Pony and Kyoka. The girls of each class soon followed, pairing up. Izuku smiled as the process was taking place. Glad to see the girls aren't holding a grudge, he said with a smile at Momo. We girls are more mature, naturally, Momo said with a dramatic hair flip and giggle. Well, someone has to be. Your class costumes all look pretty cool. I like yours too, Momo. Yes, it is kind of new. My other was a little more revealing due to the nature of my quirk, but after my first class with All Might, he directed me and Toru to the lab where we were able to get fitted for Geno fabric, she said, pointing to the addition of white armored legging and white tank top. A whole new costume is being constructed, but that takes time. They looked back at the class and saw just the boys, so they assigned them together to get them on the bus. Due to mismatched numbers, Izuku took the solo seat near his friends from both classes as the bus rumbled off to their joint training exercise. The girls were the first to fall into any real conversation, while some of the boys who weren't part of the stupid conspiracies theory started talking with their 1B brothers about how classes were treating them. When the topic of dentition was brought up, that seemed to bring all the classes together, as 1A had spent their time writing reports and 1B had done some training and even played some games. The story of the legendary Uno tournament brought out laughs and cheers at the retelling. Soon the conversation shifted to their hero outfits and standard school stuff. When they stepped off, it seemed that most of the tension was gone between the classes, with the hostility still focused on Izuku, which he didn't mind. Before them, they all paused as they took in the sight of the massive facility before them, the USJ, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. The imposing structure loomed before them. Such an enormous facility built on campus just added to the reminder that they were at the top hero school in the nation and possibly the world. Kyoka walked over and shoulder bumped him. Don't sweat it, Izuku. Are we still on for tomorrow? She said, twirling a jack around her finger. Yay, I am looking forward to it. Honestly, I am pretty excited. I like your hero outfit, Kyoka. It fits your vibe, he said, not noticing her blush. Cool, so am I, she replied. Yours is pretty dope as well, it seems to suit you. While her blush went unnoticed, it did not but some of her classmates, Reiko and Pony. Dude, what the fuck is Jiro getting all chummy with that douchebag for? Denki said. Yay, doesn't he have his own classmates to hit on? He has been flirty with Toru and Momo. Didn't Sue go to the mall with him? Look, boys, just calm down, Ajiro said, walking up behind them. Trust me, he is going to get his, and then Bakubro will be back with us. Yay, well, don't wait too long. Eiji, Ochako, and Ida are talking to that asshole now, Shiro said, pointing to enlarging group around Izuku. Ochako blushed as she explained the mishap with her costume design but broke into a smile as she received reassurance that it looked good on her. Any further conversation was cut short when the doors opened, and their homeroom teachers and the renowned rescue hero 13 stepped out. Ochako lit up like a Christmas tree as she started gushing around her group about the rescue hero. 13 stepped forward, welcoming them to the USJ, and explained that today's exercise's premise was teamwork and quirk control. They learned to use their quirks to aid rescue operations even if they felt ill-suited. She drove this point home when she demonstrated her quirk black hole in a pile of rubble nearby, which did its job perfectly. Eraserhead stepped forward next. I don't want any funny business today or any repeat of the cafeteria from a week ago. Any shenanigans will result in strict and immediate disciplinary actions. Look, children, I understand that there are hard feelings and lingering misunderstandings. I will not stand here and tell you that you all need to be friends or even need to like each other. But you do need to work together and put aside those differences for the greater good. Not only will you be called upon to put your lives in each other's hands, but there will be innocent civilians whose lives are in your hands. I promise you right now that should you let such things as harsh feelings between you lead to their preventable death, I will do everything I can to see you stripped of your licenses and punished to the fullest extent of the law if possible. You all came here to be heroes, each with your motivation and beliefs, but at the core of all, it is protecting the innocent people of our world. Do not let the dreams that have carried you this far be tarnished because you don't like someone's quirk or lack thereof. Be better, be heroes. Yes, Sensei, 1B responded, and so did a few members of 1A. Kyoka leaned towards Izuku. Does he normally speak like that? He does, Izuku said with admiration. First day Nito freaked some when he found out I didn't have a quirk. Vlad Sensei came in and laid some hard truths on us, and we could squash it quickly and move on. I am glad he is my homeroom teacher rather than the alternative. No shit, I feel like I am ready to take on anything right now, she responded. That was our teacher's normal speech. Don't mess up, or I will expel you. You know we haven't had a single basic combat course yet, the only kind we have had is what we did with you. That seems terrible on so many levels, Izuku responded, smirking at her. But you already knew how to throw a pretty good punch, it must come with the attitude. Kyoka instinctively punched him in the shoulder. Damn right, don't make me give you a fresh one, she said, turning away to hide her smile. Good punch, but I like your smile even better, he said, following the group, leaving Kyoka sputtering and turning red. Toru laughed, placing a hand on her friend's shoulders, guiding her after the group. He won that round. Entering the massive doors, students commented on the interior and all the training zones around them. As they were doing so, Nito was looking over the railing when the lights flickered, and he saw a portal open, and people that looked like they didn't belong began to spill out. Vlad Sensei, please tell me this is part of the training, he said, stepping back. The two homeroom teachers looked down as another portal opened, and out stepped a slim man with pale skin, tinged. He was wearing plain red sneakers, black pants that exposed his ankles, and a matching long-sleeved V-neck shirt. Covering his arms and shoulders were what appeared to be hands. A hand was attached to his face acting as a mask. The raid boss seems to be missing Kurogiri. He was followed by two others, a man whose entire body is made out of a dark purple mist, save for his eyes, which are glowing yellow. He wore an exquisite suit with a tie and had a metal brace from around his collarbone to just below his eyes. According to our information, he was to be here, Kurogiri responded. The third was even more bizarre. It was a giant, black humanoid monster with a very muscular body with many scars. His brain is exposed on the top of his head while his large eyes surround it. He has a beak-like mouth with an array of sharp teeth. It only wore beige pants and metal knee pads designed to emulate skulls. His feet and torso are left bare. Greetings, Trash, I am Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains, and we are here today to kill All Might and bring about change in this world where quirks are deemed villainous or unuseful. Seeing how he has not shown up for our little revolution, we will have to make do with all of you, the man with the hands called out in a raspy voice. It seems we need to summon him to his death party. Mayor Wales, cries, and the silence from your death ascend to the sky and summon the symbol of peace. Worry not, your end will serve the greater good, kill them all. No, it is not. 13, get the kids out of here. He called. 1B, follow 13 now. Yes, sensei. His class responded. He could see from the looks on their face that they wanted to go against his orders. He saw Toguru, Izuku, Jirota, and even Yui hesitate for a second. Yaoyorozu, Jiro, get the class out of here, Eraserhead shouted. Sensei, there are too many of them for you to fight with your quirk. Eijiro called out. Yay, sensei, let us fight. We aren't scared like the others, Denki joined in. No hero is just a one-trick pony. Kirishima, now get with the others, or you are expelled, Eraserhead said as he leapt over the railing, followed by Vlad King. The combined class moved towards the exit, the madman's words still lingering in their brains. These villains had not only come to kill All Might but them as well. Many understood that life and death would be part of their world once they graduated, but not in the second week of school. As they were following 13 toward the exit, suddenly, they were surrounded by the dark mist that had heralded the arrival of their attackers. The one known as Kurogiri emerged like a horror movie monster from a portal. You should not run. After all, the young master has gone through great trouble to prepare such delights for all of you. Now be scattered like the dust in the wind and know that your deaths will bring about a better tomorrow. He said as the mist began to flow from his hand. No, you don't, villain, 13 called out her hand, shooting out the caps on her fingers that controlled her powerful quirk, opening and unleashing it at the villain. Little did she know she was playing right into the villain's trap as a second portal opened behind the hero, redirecting her quirk back at her. 13 screamed as the back of her suit was torn open, flesh ripped from her body, and she fell to her knees. Eijiro leapt forward with a wild haymaker as Toguru came in from the other side, attempting to stab at the mist villain. Their blows passed harmlessly through Kurogiri. So anxious to die, let me accommodate you foolish children, he said, a portal swallowing the two boys. Reiko grabbed 13. Momo, we need medical supplies. Abara, see if you can restrain him. There has to be a body somewhere under there, Izuku called out. The girls sprang into action as Sen moved forward, activating his quirk and stripping the mist away, hoping to reveal the body of their target. He has a heartbeat, Kyoko called out. Let us see if he withstand my awesome twinkling, Yuga called out as his naval laser fired. Kurogiri was far from done using the portal to redirect the shot at Sen, forcing the boy and a few others to duck. Then portals appeared under many of their feet, causing them to fall in, and they pulled away from their classmates. Ruins Zone. Eijiro fell above the ruins. Reaching out, he hardened his hand, attempting to slow his descent by digging into the wall above the alley. As he neared the ground, he released the wall, shifting to his legs to absorb some of the impact. Quickly he scanned the area when the sound of metal on brick drew his attention around the corner. Rushing over to investigate, he saw Toguru pushing off the wall and dive-bombing what appeared to be a villain dressed in rags. It was then that Eijiro saw this thing emerge from a dumpster. As it did, he saw the metal from the can stick to the creature like some makeshift armor. The mass locked eyes with Eijiro and bellowed something, but it was garbled like trying to talk with a mouth of wet peanut butter, but words were not necessary as it charged at the boy. Its massive hand crashed in a thunderous arc, hoping to crush Eijiro in one smash. Toguru impacted the rag man and immediately regretted it as a green noxious gas erupted. He managed not to vomit as he rolled off and tried to move away, his eyes stinging from the stench. Eijiro had unknowingly leapt back to avid his attacker into the noxious gas. His eyes watered as he stumbled farther back, fighting back the vomit. Eijiro managed to get his guard up in time as the metal fist crashed into him, sending him tumbling out of the alley. Toguru kicked off the wall to bypass the cloud that seemed to form a stable ring around Ragman. He rushed towards Eijiro as the boy lost his battle with the noxious stench and vomited into the street. Toguru yanked him to his feet as their attackers shambled out of the alley. He noticed that the rag man was keeping his distance from the armored blob. What caught his attention was when he saw a wisp of smoke stick to the blob. The blob is avoiding getting too close to Mr. Stinky. We need to force them somehow together, Toguru whispered. You must do it, as we can't risk you getting stuck. Can you handle that? Eijiro nodded, quickly scanning the area around. He noticed some broken pieces of wood. It wouldn't keep him entirely out of the cloud, but it would at least add some distance. Grabbing a decent-sized rock, he hurled it, forcing the fog to dodge out of the way as Toguro rushed in the opposite direction to pull the blob's attention to him. Shipwreck zone. Tetsu grunted as the shark villain's mouth came collapsing around his midsection as it was attempting to swallow his feet first. Thankfully, he had seen him coming and activated his quirk steel waiting for the last possible second. The clank surprised his attacker but didn't stop him from trying to bite through. Tetsu knew he couldn't stay like this for long, and he had to free himself and make it to the surface, his lungs already crying out for air. He grit his teeth and reaches out, finding the villain's eyes. Viciously, he dug his fingers into the black orbs. Even underwater, he could hear the thing scream. It released him and yanked away, leaving one of its eyes behind on Tetsu's hand. With no time to contemplate it, he released his quirk and kicked his way to the surface. As he broke the surface, he looked around frantically, where he saw the large boat floating in the middle of the zone. He then saw Hiryu, whose hand was inside another villain's mouth. Hiryu screamed as the rows of sharp teeth collapsed around his arm, piercing his scales like his other cohorts. This small group of 3 villains had swarmed Hiryu when he splashed down. Their diminutive stature of 3 feet 4 had frozen his initial reaction to attack, believing them to be children. But his hesitation ceased when their faces distorted with murderous intent and bore rows of razor-sharp teeth. They seemed to have some piranha quirk as they came at him. His scales had afforded him some protection, but their needle-like teeth had found their way through. Having dealt with the other 2 forcing one to retreat and the other possibly dead, he was left with what he thought to be the leader. It had dodged his most recent attack with its much more agile state of the fight occurring in the water. Leading them to the current state, as the villain shook its head from side to side, attempting to see off the limb, Hiryu focused and fired his scales with everything he had. Hiryu suppressed his emotion as he saw some of the scales emerge from the back of the thing's head. Its jaw went slack as he pried the thing off him, a shout from behind. He saw Tetsu point toward the boat, and the 2 began to swim as fast as they could. Suddenly a green-haired girl appeared at the railing. The 2 boys recognized her as the Sue for Class 1A. She dived off the edge as the Denki appeared behind her, yelling to be careful. "Grab Hiryu first. He is injured," Tetsu yelled, swimming with all his might. Sue nodded, grabbing Hiryu and firing her tongue to grapple the railing and pull them out before she returned, doing the same for Tetsu but not before delivering a powerful kick to the villain in hot pursuit. The 2 boys lay panting on the deck. Hiryu tore some fabric from his costume to make improvised bandages, and Tetsu and Sue moved to help while Denki seemed conflicted. Sue noticed after making sure the boys had everything in hand. She walked over and roughly yanked his arm, pulling him off to the side. "What the hell is your problem?" she hissed. "Nothing. I wasn't expecting to see 1B, he replied. "Are you kidding me, Kiro?" she said, her eyes widening in shock. "You hesitated to help someone because of some stupid grudge. Either get your head out of your or expect to be reported to staff." Bakugo was terrible despite what every headcanon Kirishima has. "Are you here to be a hero or an asshole? Let me know so I can start watching my back around you." Denki wanted to retort, but she walked away. Landslide zone. As Shoto fell, he created an ice slide to slow his descent. Rolling to his feet, he looked around as villains emerged from their hiding spots. With a smirk, he slammed his foot into the ground, encasing them all in ice. "Amateurs, now tell me about this plan to kill All Might before hypothermia sets in, and you start losing your extremities," he said. Suddenly a fist of fire erupted from around a corner. Shoto barely managed to get an ice wall up. The blow still sent him stumbling back. Toru screamed as she emerged from the portal, plummeting to what was sure to be intense pain when the Nito flew up and caught her in his arms. She looked, and it said it looked like Bondo had thrown him. They impacted roughly. "Sorry for the rough catch but hold on, I need to turn off this quirk, or we are going to keep rising," he said as he placed his fingers together like Ochako, and they began to descend. "Just hold on, I will reactivate it before we impact." She held on tight as his arm was around her waist. She was highly thankful for the clothing All Might had helped get so that all her essential bits were at least covered. She looked to the side and saw ice erupt everywhere. That must be Shoto. They landed slightly roughly as Bondo slid down the hill to join them. Good catch, Monoma, the glue user said. Nice throw, Bondo, he replied, setting Toru on her feet as they saw fire and ice erupting on the other side of their mountain. That has to be Shoto, Toru said. We need to help him. Of course, madam, that is what heroes do, Nito replied as they dashed off. Mountain Zone. Izuku's vision returned with him falling from the sky towards some jagged-looking rocks. Scanning his surround, he saw ice erupting just a short distance from where they were. He felt a hand grab his vest roughly and slow his descent. Looking back, he saw Setsuna's arm. They then noticed her limbs shooting off everywhere, holding Momo and Kyoka and saving them from falling to serious harm. Setsuna was straining, holding them all. Most of her body was with Izuku while an arm and few legs had flown off to catch the girls from 1A. All their landings were rough but much softer than they would have been otherwise. She pulled her limbs to herself and fell back on her but breathing heavily. Great job, Set, you okay? Izuku said. Yay, I just need a minute, grabbing and holding all of you was a lot. She replied. Thank you for catching us, Momo said, looking around as a bow staff formed in her hand. Yay, thanks for the save, Kyoka said as she plunged one of her jacks into the ground and extended the other like a boom mic, closing her eyes. There are about 15 of them around the bend. They are setting up an ambush. I think some of the voices are too muffled for me to hear. Momo, can I get a baton or something? Momo nodded and created an eskrima stick, looking at Setsuna. Baseball bat, please. Did Izuku teach you how to use those? Set asked Kyoka. Some, but it's better than nothing in case they get in close, Kyoka said with a smile. Izuku smiled as he drew his staff. An ambush only works because of the element of surprise. I say you let me spring their trap. Momo and Kyoka, you come in behind me. Set, can you come in up and over? Yeah, I got you, Izu, she said, smiling and taking a swing with her bat. Then let's go introduce ourselves, he said. Windstorm Zone. Dark Shadow sprang forth, catching the other students after it had gotten Fumi to the ground safely. Koji and Jirota put some strain on the quirk, but it could handle Yui easily. Once all 4 of them were together, Fumi spoke. It seems that the forces of evil have sprung a most heinous of traps this day. We must work together to see victory snatched from the jaws of defeat. I agree, Jirota said, strangely put, but well put nonetheless. Yui just nodded, as did Koji. As they emerged from the shelter of the raging wind, if it wasn't for a warning from Dark Shadow that sent the group diving in opposite directions when a bolt of lightning struck the ground where they were. They looked, and standing on an opposing rooftop, they saw a villain slap its hands together. As he pulled them apart, they saw another lightning bolt forming in their hands. From the streets around them, they saw more villains emerge. It appears that we are going to have to fight our way out, Jirota said as he removed his glasses, putting them in a case on his belt. Battle, Yui screamed. Koji flinched. Fire zone. Sato rolled to the side, avoiding an animated fire dragon as it swooped down. Seeing it circle high into the air, he pushed off in a sprinter's stance, kicking off the ground behind him as he speared the woman in control of the dragon. Quickly he raised his fist back and drove it into her face, knocking her out. The fire dragon that had been descending rapidly dissipated and disappeared. He didn't have time to celebrate any victory, and the window of the building exploded above him, and he saw a member of Class 1B come diving out. He watched as the boy's speech bubble turned into plop. As he fell to the ground, the word fell, and he landed on it all like he fell into water. Sato shook his head and ran over, helping the boy up. Thanks, Manga said, looking towards the window he had just dived out of. Rat-a-tat-tat formed, and bullets flew up into the building. Don't worry, they're rubber, he said as the sounds of pain rang out. Sen and Yuga burst from an alley. Sen spun his arms at whatever was chasing them. The sound of metal colliding with something and a scream of pain was heard. Yuga stepped to the side of Sen and let his naval laser rip down the same alley. Pren ca, he shouted. The 2 boys high-fived before they put their hands on their knees, drawing a deep breath. Sen and Manga ran over to them. With a cautious glance down the hall, They saw a giant of a man lying on his back, unconscious against the wall, a burn mark on his forehead, and 2 dumpsters crushed at his legs. "So, how is everyone doing?" Manga asked sarcastically. "You know pretty good sad if forgot the things to make s'mores thought," Zero asked, earning a laugh from everyone. A little way away, a building exploded out, and out stepped a woman 18 feet tall, her hair made of fire burst forth. "Enough games, time to die, baby heroes. Run," Sen yelled as the boys bolted down another alley. Forest zone. Abara vines whipped out and yanked Mina back as her acid splashed onto the moss villain's face. Mina spun and fired behind Abara as a villain with deer antlers came charging, forcing him to change course. "Thank you for the save," Abara called out, her vines forming a wall as arrows flew deeper into the forest. "Same to you, we need to get moving. They are surrounding us, and our luck will run out," Mina called back. Suddenly crashing through the trees into the clearing with them came Mezzo, 2 of his hand digging into the eye sockets of a man with a bear quirk and the other 4 fighting desperately to keep the bear's jaws from closing on his stomach. Abara spun to assist her vines, grabbing the thing's arm and wrenching them back with a sickening crack. Mina flung acid at the deer man and Mr. Moss attempting to keep them back. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw another volley of arrows come raining down. "Look out," she screamed. She shut her eyes as none of them were in a position to dodge. "I got you guys," a voice rang out from the south as Kosei burst out, letting out a massive breath that knocked the arrows off course. The 4 stood back to back as the villains regained their footing. "Together," Abara said fiercely, the other 3 nodded. Underground. Zero's tape flew out, wrapping around the mole man. He tugged with all he could, slamming the beast face down. Recklessly, he charged forward, his foot connected with the villain's thick skull knocking him out. Zero stumbled back, blood pouring from a bite mark on his shoulder. Fuck, he muttered. He tenderly reached to his elbow and pulled off a piece of tape to slap over the wound to staunch the bleeding. As he stumbled out of the large cave back into a tunnel, he stuck his hand against the wall to guide him. The sounds of a battle began to fill his ears as he entered a large chamber. With her back against the wall, Kanoko threw her arms sweepingly toward her opponents. They appeared to be twins with a spider quirk, huge mandibles protruding from their mouths, dripping with salvia, and spider talons growing out of their backs. They chuckled as they approached the girl. Suddenly they began to scream as the spore grew into a strange mushroom, and green gas leaked. Kanoko let out a battle cry and ran, delivering a layout dropkick on one of the twins. The other, still screaming Talon, lashed out. Zero fired his tape, capturing the limb and yanking back with all his might. A sickening crack was heard as the stem snapped. Shihai appeared in the darkness above the beast and dropped down, driving his feet into the thing's back and face into the ground. He and Kanoko scrambled free as Zero ran over, firing more tape to secure them to the floor. The 3 looked at each other. A terrible roar was heard from the west tunnel before any of them could speak. Having emerged from the south, the only other exit was east. They broke off in a run. The front door. Ochako raced towards the down 13, her quirk being used against her by the mist villain. The villain chuckled menacingly, but it was suddenly jerked to the side before it could act. "Stay away from them, you monster," Reiko yelled. "There is a body under there. Juzo stick him. Pony aim for the neck brace. Ida kick that son of a bitch into next week. Yosetsu I need a bat or something," Narengeki called out. Class 1B immediately sprang into action, putting their faith in their classmate. Juzo ran, sliding to a stop in front of the mist villain. His hands hit the floor, and the villain began to sink. Pony's horns fired, striking true, and a scream of pain told them they were on the right path. Ida sprang forward and kicked the villain on the left side, sending him toppling. Its hand shoots out to stop in and becomes trapped in the floor like its feet. Yosetus handed over a makeshift bat to Narengeki. "Uraraka, negate me," he yelled as he ran by her. She reached out, managing to slap his arm. He leapt into the air, raising the pipe above his head. "Release it," he yelled. Ochako pressed her fingertips together, allowing gravity to reassert itself, and he came crashing down with a thunderous overhead swing. A terrible clang was heard as it collided with the mist villain's neck brace, driving the villain to the ground. Juzo release. Yosetsu weld this bastard, Niran yelled, leaping off the mist villain. Juzo released his softening the ground hardening around the villain as Yosetsu ran forward and welded the neck brace to the floor. Ida and Pony kicked that bastard till he stops moving. He yelled. He ran over to Ochako, pulling some bandages from a pouch. Use this to stop the bleeding. That was amazing, Ochako said, applying the bandages. Thanks. Now we need to figure a way out past those doors. I can get past them, Juzo said. Softening should work so we can pry them open, and then Speedy can get help. While I would loathe to leave my companions behind, I see the logic in sending me, Tenya said. Why are we talking about it? Let's do this, Yosetsu yelled as they raced to the doors. Ruins Zone. The blob whirled and threw a dangerous sweeping backhand with the speed that betrayed the thing's mass. Toguro rolled a blade forming from his elbow. It bit deeply into the mass, and he heard what he thought was a roar. Maybe it was a scream, as the blade hit something solid momentarily before slicing through. As the appendage fell to the ground, a sickening splash sound was heard as everything around it just liquefied, revealing a severed hand, cut just above the wrist, blood flowing and seeping from it. It has bones underneath. There is a skeleton beneath. Toguro whirled to face the blob, a wicked smirk played across his face. That means there is a head somewhere in there. I wonder if you can function without it. Eijiro bobbed and weaved, took a deep breath as he dashed in, coming to a sliding stop in the noxious cloud and swinging his makeshift bat with all his might. He was rewarded with a satisfying thunk and a grunt as the rag man tumbled away. Taking another breath, he pressed his advantage and swung for the rag man's head, but the villain was able to duck under, grabbing Eijiro around his waist before taking his back. Can't hold your breath forever, little boy, his sickly voice dripped out. Let me in. Elsewhere Ruins Zone. Duck. Ojiro yelled as he leapt over Itsuka with a spin, his tail crashing down on some villain with boar tusks. The villain's head slammed into the ground, a tusk shattered, but he didn't move as he was out like a light. Itsuka whirled, enlarging her hand and grabbing a girl with centrifugal fire rings dancing around her. Itsuka grunted at the pain as she tossed the girl upwards into the ceiling. The girl grunted in pain as she impacted as gravity pulled her back. Itsuka leapt into the air, and with an enlarged palm, volleyball spiking her into the ground. A follow-up kick to the head knocked the villain out. Ojiro whirled around at the sound of the wall crashing inward as a short man, about 4 feet 6 but built like a house, bulldozed into the room. Unlike other villains they had encountered, this one appeared to be wearing an actual costume of sorts. His skin was a blue-black that had a metallic shine to it, his head was flat and tapered back into a point into his muscular neck. Gold cargo pants attached to matching suspenders that had various pouches attached. Itsuka turned and threw a hard straight toward the new arrival. The villain ducked its head, and a metallic clang echoed from the impact as Itsuka howled in pain. Before she could grab her hand, the villain speared her out the side of the building. Ojiro went to chase after them when a sudden kick landed on the back of his leg, followed by an elbow back to his head, sending him crashing down. Thankfully, though painful, it didn't knock him out. He rolled and got to his feet. Standing before him was a very pretty woman with honey brown hair and golden eyes. She wore white skin-tight pants with gold boots, gloves, and a tight tank top. Now, darling, you get to dance with me, she purred. Ojiro performed a kip-up and immediately attacked. She slid past her under his attacks, moving just out of reach. She then countered him with stinging quick hits that sent him stumbling back. Tisk, tisk, she said, surely you can do better than that. Shipwreck Zone. Denki saw Hirayu getting to his feet. He stumbled a little as the silver-haired boy held him steady. Thank you for the save, Asui, Hirayu said. Hirayu and Tetsu, he said, gesturing between them. You can call me Sue, she said, that's Denki over there. She turned and looked at him, glaring at him. We need to figure a way out of here. Those villains aren't going to stay in the water forever. I agree, but fighting them in the water seems akin to suicide. They are more agile than us, Hirayu said, touching his bandages. I can't use my quirk except for defense if they come to bite me, Tetsu said. Turning to metal makes me heavy so I sink well, but that is about it. All they have to do is drag me down and wait. Some help, Denki muttered. I'm sorry I hadn't heard your quirk yet, Hiryu said, trying to keep his voice friendly. Electricity, I can fry all of them, Denki said. Well, shit, that's useful. Fry them up, and we can all swim to shore, Tetsu smiled. If I produce too big of a charge, then my brain short-circuits. If I produce too small of a charge, then when I am in the water, if I have to again, I will probably fry all of us, Denki said, feeling annoyed he couldn't just be the hero and rub it in their faces. Sue, how far can you jump? Hiryu asked. I might be able to make it to shore unencumbered, she said curiously before she snapped her fingers. Denki fries them. I snatch him out, get him and Tetsu to shore, and come back for you. Exactly, Hiryu said. If anything is still moving after Denki shocks them to hell, I should be able to defend myself till you return for me. What do you say you want to destroy all the villains for us? I think I would, Denki said, smiling. The last thing the villains in the lake saw was a blonde-haired boy leaping off the edge, laughing manically. Landslide zone. Shoto stumbled to the side, confident his ice had done the job. He noticed, just past his ice, that the other ice was more white than his with a darker blue tinge. He saw the burst of light from behind it as the rampaging beast made of fire exploded, sending him diving to the side. As he scrambled to his feet, a girl burst through the hole, her arm encased in ice. Her eyes were a majestic blue that matched her braided hair. He brought up an ice wall to deflect the blow, but while his attention was diverted, a flaming fist hit him from the side, sending him crashing into the rocks behind him. His vision blurred as he saw a boy who looked just like the girl but with red eyes and hair. They were twins. Poor little ice user, prepare to die, the boy sneered. Shoto slammed his fist into the ground, sending a wave of spikes at him. The girl spun in front of her sibling, arms spread out to take the blow. Shoto tried to pull the spikes back and watched in horror as they crashed into the girl. Shoto heard their impact, but instead of seeing blood fly, he saw the girl standing there, but her whole body seemed made of white ice with a blue tinge. Shoto watched as she burst forward, tackling him to the ground. It was like being hit by a solid brick. The air was forced out of his body as he collided with the rocks again, then spider webbing. She reared to drive an elbow into his head when a metal body came rocketing from the hill, tackling her into the dirt. Shiva, the boy yelled as a rock floated up behind him and crashed into the back of his head, diving him to the ground. Shoto saw him jerk around awkwardly and claw at his neck like he was being choked. Toru had a rear choke locked in tight, trying to put the boy to sleep when suddenly she screamed as he erupted into flames. She kicked him off of him and scrambled away as she felt her skin blistering all over her body. A metal Nito leapt free as Bondo appeared over the hill and started firing glue into the hole Shiva that had been knocked into by Nito's attack. They couldn't see Toru, but all they could hear were her screams from behind the now flaming villain. Shoto stepped forward and sent a glacier toward the villain. He saw the fire-covered boy brace, and his fire roared hotter as the ice melted before making an impact. An orb of ice erupted out of the crater, pushing the glue everywhere. The woman came rising out on a pillar of ice. Shoto felt his fireside flare some before he pushed it back. No, he would win with only his mother's fire and show them all. Nieto ran, grabbed Shoto's hand quickly, and then froze briefly. You have two quirks. You have fire and ice. Why are you using only one? What? Bondo yelled. I will prove I am the best with only my ice. Shoto spat back. That is the dumbest thing I have ever heard, and I share a class with a quirkless kid. Remember that, Nieto said. Fine, you take Fire Boy while I deal with Ice Girl. Once he takes out the Fire Boy, get him secure. We need to find Toru. You got it, Nito, Bondo said. Think you can push us through those flames? He told Shoto. I will show you, he growled back. He stomped his foot, and huge glacier erupted underneath the flames, knocking to fire the villain back. Shiva spun and tried to move toward her brother, only for a firewall to erupt before her. She whirled and saw Nito smiling, his right side flaming while an ice ball formed on his left hand. Better worry about yourself, bitch. Mountain Zone. The first villain leapt from the cover as Izuku came into view, with some of the others following suit. he was intercepted, but a bludgeoning blow from Izuku's staff crashed into the villain's ribcage. He crashed off to the side. As he looked up, 2 earphone jacks plunged into his ears, and the deafening sound erupted, knocking him out and shattering his eardrums. Another villain, whose arms were morphed into swords, met the pointy end of Izuku's staff, and he used the villain's momentum to carry him overhead and crash behind him. Momo quickly jammed her staff into the back of the villain's head, bouncing it off the ground and him into unconsciousness. One of the villains aimed by making their hand into a finger gun shape, but before he could fire, a metal bat crashed into the back of his head, plunging him into darkness. "No cheap shots from you," Set cried out. Izuku spun back to the next opponent only to have to dodge to the side as the blade came crashing down. The girl who swung it smiled as she reversed her grip and ripped back up, forcing Izuku to dodge again. Her next attack went for his gut. He could deflect it before he drove the sharp part of the staff into the woman's foot, pinning her to the ground. She screamed as his fist found her face in a quick combination, knocking her out. Momo spun past Izuku, bringing a leaping strike crashing down upon a man with a serpent head that was about to strike. With lightning speed, she came in with a side strike to the villain's rib cage, then his knee, driving him down. She stepped in and brought the staff up. A sickening crack was heard as it crashed clean under the villain's chin, sending him sprawling backward. Another villain let off a war cry as they came jumping from a high vantage point. They reared their fist back as this black and yellow energy began to form around their hand and arm. Suddenly, a hand grabbed them by the collar and jerked backward, causing them to crash head first into the rocks. Kyoka managed to dodge a clumsy swipe from an attacker with claws from her hands. She remembered what Izuku had shown her and swung an eskrima stick into her attacker's gut, doubling over before spinning and driving it upward under the chin, similar to Momo's strike with equal results. Setsuna had another villain being choked out by her legs as another met the business end of her baseball bat. His head floating, he was able to shout out a warning for Momo, who was able to duck as a huge rock flew past her. Turning, Momo saw a man take a stance like a Shaolin monk. She engaged, bringing her staff in a side attack. She saw the villain's foot hit the ground, and a pole of earth shot up, blocking the attack. Momo spun to keep the attack up, and another bar emerged, blocking the next attack. Before Momo could redirect, one shot out at an angle, catching her in the gut, knocking the wind out of her, and driving her to a knee. Another pole came springing for her head. As she brought her arm up, a metal buckler shield appeared, deflecting it. Kyoka plugged her jacks into her boot speakers and unleashed her heat beat at the villain, disrupting his control and causing the poles to crumble. She cut the attack as Izuku raced past her, driving his knee into the man's face and quickly hitting the villain in the temple, knocking them out. Izuku barely had time to react as a man with a bull head came and speared him, one of its horns managing to piece his armor. Kyoka called his name as the knife flew out from behind the cover and lodged in her shoulder blade. Momo deflected another flying knife and pulled Kyoka to cover behind a boulder. A warning shout from Set allowed Momo to spin and deflect the blade again. Momo watched as the blade tumbled, righted itself, and came back at her. Kyoka screamed as the blade in her shoulder wrenched free and spun, slicing Momo across the back. Set dived in and tackled Momo to the side as she had been left open, and the descending blade was diving for her stomach. Instead, it found Set's floating hand. Set bit back a cry of pain as she wrestled with the knife, pushing up the blade till she could grab it by the hilt. Izuku grabbed the bull by the horn and yanked it to the side, crashing it into the ground. He felt the beast's jaws clamp down on his leg. He screamed as a blade found its way to his hand and plunged into the monster's eye. The thing roared and reared back. Izuku summoned the black sword to his hand as he thrust upward. It pierced through the beast's jaw and brain. The massive blade killed it instantly. Izuku moved from under the collapsing carcass, quickly assessed his leg, and wrapped it to stem the bleeding. Kyoka put her jacks into the ground and located their attacker. She saw a rock above them. Dashing out, she directed her sonic attack at the ledge above their attacker, pushing her quirk as hard as she could. She saw the rocks collapse and heard the scream of pain as the knives fell to the ground. Set's head was suddenly engulfed in a cloud of dust, blinding her. She immediately pulled her head towards the rest of her body. She felt something hard crash into her jaw, a small ball bearing the culprit. Thankfully, her jaw wasn't broken. Then she saw her attacker. A girl came out holding an empty slingshot, and that same metal bearing appeared, and she fired off again, the cloud forming around Set's head again. She narrowly dodged another hit. Momo scanned around and saw a man's head sticking out from behind a rock. His hand was extended as he seemed to be controlling the cloud. She created a flash bang and tossed it, shouting, "Kyo, ears." Kyoka heard the call and immediately covered her ears. The grenade exploded directly above the man, sending him tumbling from his concealment. Momo ran forward, her ears still ringing, and leapt, driving the buckler into the man's back. He screamed, and Momo quickly slipped her other arm under his chin and choked him out. Set went after the slingshot. Another bearing came flying. Set split her body as far as she dared, corkscrewing around the shot before a swirling typhoon of body parts engulfed the villain. Blows rang down, driving slingshot down, till a solid fist connected with slingshot's jaw and jerked the head for a clean knockout blow. Set pulled herself together and stumbled quickly, pulling cuffs from her belt and securing the villain. Izuku stumbled back to his comrades holding his side. He saw Momo producing cuffs as Kyoka and Set secured the villains. The slow clap caught their attention, and from around the corner came a man in a ninja suit with a katana on his hip. He moved low, his eyes darting between them all. The one clapping was the huge spider quirk of a man, his spider limbs carrying him above the ground while the two above his head sprouted vicious talons that dripped a black substance that hissed as it struck the ground. He smiled wickedly as he looked at the students. "Now, children, let's play a game. How long till you beg for death?" Windstorm Zone. Yui ran forward as a pair of cackling villains ran at her. Reaching into her belt, she threw some small items. The laughing duo ignored the toys being flung at them. At the last second, Yui activated her quirk, and 55-gallon metal drums crashed into them. Yui grinned wickedly as reaching into another pouch to police nightsticks came to life in her hands. With a savage laugh and uncanny aim, she descended on her attackers, quickly becoming the victims as she broke one's jaw before jabbing them in the throat, cutting off their scream, and the third strike crashed into the side of the villain's head sending them down in a crumpled heap. The second managed to get to their feet and turned to flee. "Don't run." Yui called out as she hurled one of her weapons, sending them down in a heap. She pounced with the nightstick across her forearm, driving it into the villain's spine. He screamed as she spun like a cat and the nightstick was across the man's throat. She reared back, choking the villain into unconsciousness. The boys were stunned, as were some of the villains, and they heard her tell the villain to "Laugh for me, come on laugh." A broad man with animal tattoos all over his body charged out at Yui. Jirota roared and speared the man out of his shoes. A snake tattoo suddenly sprang to life, wrapping around Jirota. The beast user screamed, trying to grab the snake when it suddenly stopped attacking him and struck out and bit another villain that was coming up at Jirota's back with these jagged metal spikes sticking out of his forearms. Koji smiled as the snake struck the backstabber again and again. Jirota turned back to the tattooed man and started slamming his head off the ground till he stopped moving. He looked up, roaring at the other villains, and charged into their midst. Fumi ran out, and Dark Shadow roared to life, lancing towards the lightning wielder. A huge flash exploded from the rooftop, causing Dark Shadow to recoil as the man hurled a massive bolt at the sentient creature, driving it back more. Koji looked around the area and smiled. Yui, cackling with glee, ran over to Fumi as a woman came running at him with a knife. You batted the weapon out of the woman's hands before she crashed the nightstick into the woman's knees, shattering them. When the woman screamed, the world started to wobble and distort. Yui and Fumi grabbed at their heads till a blind shot from Yui cracked the woman across the skull, silencing her. A lightning blast came crashing down, sending them flying as the villain on the roof cackled in glee. Jirota was surrounded as quirks and weapons lashed out at him. He roared in anger, his size increasing, and then he grabbed hold of an unfortunate soul that lingered too close. Jirota could snatch the man by a leg and swing him like a club into his companions. Screams filled the air even louder than the howling winds. The lightning villain reared back, another massive bolt forming his hands as he shouted, "Die hero scum!" Before he could fire, a swarm of rats burst out and swarmed the villain. He screamed as they tore into his flesh, he screamed as they toppled from the roof, and he stopped screaming when he hit the pavement 5 stories below. Yui, Fumi, and Dark Shadow struggled to their feet. They didn't have time to question what was happening as they saw the crowd growing bigger around Jirota. Battle! They yelled as they charged in. Fire zone! The boys dived to the side as the fire giant whipped her hair, lancing out like whips crashing into the ground around them. Yuga rolled and came up firing, and the blast hit the woman in the stomach. It appeared to cause minimal damage as it glared at the boy. Manga got to his feet. "Cover me," he yelled. Sen took a defensive position in front of his classmate as more fire hair lashed out. He activated his quirk, knocking them off course. Sato pulled Yuga out of harm's way. Quickly he looked around and spotted a large spool of wire. "Yuga, have you ever seen Star Wars?" he yelled. "Bien sir," the boy replied, "of course." "Let's snow speeder that bitch," he yelled. They got to their feet and dashed forward. A giant word bubble formed above the villain, SPLOOSH. Water fell out as it crashed over her head, putting her hair out. Sato tossed one end of the wire to Yuga, who grabbed it as they began to race in circles around the woman's legs. Manga stumbled forward as more word bubbles appeared around the woman. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions staggered the woman as Sen raced behind their attacker. Spying an abandoned vehicle, he broke the window and disengaged the parking, raced to the back of it as Manga ran and jumped into the driver's seat. Ramming speed, Sen roared as he activated his quirk, launching the vehicle forward. Sato and Yuga dived to the side as the car crashed into the back of the woman's legs, sending her crashing to the ground. They used the wire to try and bind her feet more, wrapping up her legs to make it difficult for her to stand. As the woman struggled, Manga activated his quirk again, and with a plonk, crashing into her head, she was knocked out. "So I was thinking that after we get out of here, if you guys are down, we should all hit the arcade or something," Sato said with a smile. "You got it," Sen responded. "Forest zone." Mina screamed as one of the antlers pierced her side. She reached out and dropped a thick coat of acid on them, but the villains drove forward, pulling her father away from her group. Abara spun at the sound of Mina's scream. She desperately sent out a lasso to grab the deer man's ankles as the rest of her vines were wrapped around the bear, desperately trying to pull it back as its jaws were coming down around Kosei's neck. "Stop, for all that is holy, please stop," she screamed. "Don't make me do this." Kosei frantically pulled in a breath and blew it into the villain's mouth, forming a wedge and cutting off the villain's air. The bear pulled back, allowing Kosei to scramble free, but with its one good claw, it managed to stab the boy through the stomach. Tears started to fall from Abara as her vines went around the villain's neck. The bear wrenched his arm free, and Kosei's blood and intestines came with it. Abara could see the blood and hear Kosei's scream as her vines tightened around the villain's neck. She wrenched them violently backward, snapping the villain's head back into an unnatural angle. Kosei frantically grabbed his insides, pulling them back. Shock quickly sat in as Abara slid beside him. Her tears poured forth as she ripped the bottom portion of her dress to bind his stomach. Mezzo heard the screams from his companions as he ripped the moss from his face. His multiple arms sprung free, and he began to take the moss away from the villain's body frantically. He felt arrows pierce his legs and back, but he didn't stop. Instead, a single arm bent back and snapped the shafts. The moss villain desperately tried to bind the boy's arms, but they couldn't keep up. With every rip of moss the villain would scream. Mezzo was skinning the villain alive. Mina's acid did its job as the antler tumbled free, with her along with it. She rolled on the ground as the deer man pivoted and charged again. As the villain closed the distance, it attempted to swipe and impale Mina with its other antler, dropped into the splits underneath the attack, but drove the antler that she had pulled free up directly into the man's lower jaw. Mina grits her teeth and shoves up with all her might. Her eyes closed, she felt it break through something and slide further. When the villain toppled to the side, it twitched violently as the antler was now lodged in its brain. Mina stumbled forward, retching off to the side. As she burst out of the underbrush, she saw a woman standing in an opening, reaching back like drawing a bow and arrows forming. Mina rushed out, tackling the woman to the ground, and she quickly threw acid into the villain's eyes, blinding her. The woman's screams echoed into the air. Mina took a mount position and started driving her elbow into the woman's face until she stopped screaming or moving. Underground. The trio leapt to the sides as they hit another chamber, the huge white maggot creature nipping at their heels. It exploded into the room as small bipedal things broke free and ran towards the students, its mouth agape and saliva flowing free. Zero sidestepped one as he fired his tape-binding one, and using all his strength, he wanked and threw the thing. It crashed into some of its compatriots, but when it hit the wall, it splattered, and green blood spayed against the wall. The scene froze Zero, but it did not freeze his attackers. One dived wildly and grabbed onto his leg. In one deft motion, it was a bit deep, tearing out a chunk of flesh and meat. Kanoko pushed herself up and threw out spores attached to her attackers. She quickly activated her quirk, and the mushrooms sprang forward and exploded in a burst of hot liquid that started dissolving the maggot bodies on contact. She smiled, just like hot liquid and salt were their enemies. Shihai ducked into the black to escape his attackers and appeared beside Zero, pulling him away from another attack. Shihai kicked another away as Zero fired some more tape to bind a few more. It was the maniacal laughter as spores started covering the main body of the monster maggot that had chased them. Fire in the hole, they heard Kanoko yell. The boys dived for their lives as the explosions rocked the underground. When everything cleared, they could hear some screams of pain as they saw 5 identical albinos in the exploded out husk of the maggot. Shihai immediately dropped through the black and came up swinging on the villains. Zero hobbled over, grabbed a rock, attached it to the end of the tape like a flail, and beat them into unconsciousness. Kinko found the boys securing the villains. With a grin, she said, "Mushrooms are the best." The front door. Once the doors were softened, it was child's play for Riko to pull them up, allowing a reluctant Ida to take off for reinforcements. Kurogiri regained consciousness in time to see the speedster disappearing. With a yell, he created a portal underneath him, dropping him away from the students who had defeated him. "He has escaped," Pony yelled. A portal opened again before the students and villains came pouring out. Narengeki ran forward with this makeshift bat. "One me people, Ochako, get 13 through those doors and out of harm's way. Then please help us deal with these uninvited guests. Let's show these scum beepers what happens when the fuck with UA. We need to hold until reinforcements arrive. We need to hold." Ochako ran and set 13 down in a side room away from the battle. She loathed to leave her hero but needed to return to the battle. Ida had already run down the hall, so hopefully, rescuers would be inbound. She spotted a duffel bag labeled emergency. She opened it and saw medical supplies and a red box containing a flare gun. She was about to grab the bag and leave when something caught her attention, a shimmer in the air. I caused her to freeze. Panic flooded her mind. She carefully reached back and touched the desk, removing its gravity. She saw the shimmer again, grabbed the desk, and threw it. When she heard it collide with something, she immediately pounced. She knew it wasn't Toru because she didn't leave a shimmer or anything to announce her presence. She could grab a hold of some limb, but it felt rough and scaly under her. It writhed in her grasp, trying to break free. She attempted to keep hold of the limb and swung with all she could, trying to land blows. Grunts and yells of pain rewarded her efforts. When suddenly some slashed across her stomach, ripping her costume and drawing blood, Ochako stumbled away. She was between whatever this villain was and the door. She quickly closed it. She couldn't let this thing get away. "Foolish little girl, I was just supposed to dispose of 13, but now I have to dispose of you as well," a voice rasped. Ochako's heart felt like it wanted to beat out of her chest. She was terrified, but she knew she couldn't leave 13 defenseless, and what if this thing attacked her classmates from behind? "You were welcome to try," she spat back. It may have been false bravado, but she wasn't about to sacrifice others to save her own life. She saw the shimmer, but it moved too fast for her to react. Something smacked her hard in the gut, driving all the wind from her as she collided with the wall. Her eyes teared as she saw the shimmer scamper past her and head towards 13. Desperately, Ochako leapt towards where she guessed the thing was. She landed and swung desperately, unsure where she was landing, as the thing seemed to collapse under her weight. She felt like she had a surge of hope. Something was wrapped around her neck and tossed her back. She couldn't even scream. Everything went fuzzy as she saw the simmer descending upon her. She rolled to the side to avoid a strike. She twisted and threw a kick. It felt like it landed, but she couldn't know the damage. As she scrambled to her feet, she felt something rake her leg, drawing blood. She grabbed the emergency bag and swung it with all she could. She was rewarded with a scream of pain. She saw the red case and scrambled for it as she felt the villain grab her leg and pull her back, flying over the top of her. She reached and grabbed what she guessed was the tail. Activating her quirk, she yanked back and threw the villain. Pressing her fingers together, she deactivated her quirk and dove for the case, pulling out the flare. She loaded the flare gun and rolled onto her back. The villain's camouflage had dropped. They had what appeared to be some lizard quirk. It gave them the appearance of a gecko. One of their eyes was damaged, and they barely seemed to see out of it. Blood dripped from its mouth. Its mouth opened as it flew through the air, revealing rows of sharp needle-like teeth. She fired. As it entered the mouth of the villain, it ignited. The muffled and guttural scream would haunt her nightmares. The villain got to their feet, clawing at their own throat, ripping flesh and scale to get the thing out. Unthinkingly, they ran into the walls, thrashing wildly until they were rolling on the ground. The thrashing soon slowed and stopped. Ochako retched violently off to the side. She got to her feet, the flare gun still in her hand. She reloaded and put the spare flares in a pouch at her side. She paused to wipe the tears from her eyes. The only thought that allowed her to push on was, "It was him or me, it was him or me." She kept repeating it as she threw open the door and raced to rejoin the battle. The front door. The villains were not ready for the sudden assault from the students. Narengeki led the initial charge. Swinging his makeshift bat, he aimed for knees and ribs. Yosetsu came in at his side with a shield and baton he had made. Reiko grabbed the ones she could and flung them away as Pony's horns hit the back lines, sowing further chaos. "Ready!" Juzo yelled. Reiko strained as she grabbed the boys and yanked them back, falling to a knee. Once they were clear, Juzo activated his quirk, as did Niran. The ground softened, and the struck areas were hit again from the twin impact. Screams filled the area as knees shattered, as did ribs and sternums. Hope filled their hearts seeing the villains trapped or disabled, but something landed before them. The plaza. Vlad King and Eraserhead landed ready for battle. The two teachers, though they may not have seen eye to eye on certain things, had done extensive training together. Vlad King took the lead, his quirk coming to life as the villain's front line charged forward. Eraserhead stepped to the side, negating the lead assailant's quirk as Vlad King's fist came crashing in with a vicious uppercut that launched the man back into his allies. Vlad King didn't stop. He grabbed one of the fallen and yanked him up to his feet, using him as a shield from the range volley that came crashing down. Eraserhead deftly dodged past the front line, leaving them to Vlad King as he engaged the back line. Shigaraki smiled behind the hand covering his face, watching the two teachers deal with the nameless cannon fodder he had sent after them. He had hoped they would fare better, but he wasn't surprised at how, with the slight bit of resistance they were encountering, they were starting to crumble and panic. He thought of issuing them commands. If they would listen, he was leading the raid after all. But he watched as they fell. The hope he knew was being built up would soon crumble. The actual raid members were to ensure the rest of the mobs met their end. He watched as they worked like a well-oiled machine. They couldn't avoid every attack that came at them, but they were covering for each other's weaknesses as best they could. It was too bad that they were ingrained into the problem. He could see uses for them. He smiled, watching them wade into the fodder, thinking they were buying time for the students to escape, not knowing they had been scattered to their deaths. He would leave them alive so that they could realize how futile their resistance was. "Nomu, see what happened to Kurogiri, bring him to me, and deal with whoever is up there," Shigaraki ordered. The beast leapt off. Ruins zone. Eijiro struggled to get the rag man off his back, but the man had a vice-like grip. Iroh activated his quirk, focusing on his neck, head, and back. He made sure he had a secure hold of the rag man's legs and leapt up, going back. The rag man gasped in pain as his body was sandwiched between the pavement and a hardened Eijiro. He released his grip, allowing Eijiro to reverse position. Unfortunately, he inhaled some of the gas. He held back the bile that began to collect in his throat as he shifted the hardening from his back to his elbow and dropped it down as hard as he could, bouncing the rag man's head off the concrete with a sickening crack. The villain's body went limp as he scrambled off and out of the cloud. Once clear, all he could do was vomit the acid in his stomach. It burned his throat and esophagus as it escaped. Toguro focused his attacks toward the outer layers of the blob. Despite the threat of the villain and removing his head, he knew that was a last resort. He was disgusted that he had chopped off the villain's hand, but he would have to deal with that later. There was a theory that he needed to figure out, and he was able to test it quickly. With a precision that came from a lifetime of wielding blades, he could cut off small layers from the villain. When the villain didn't react, he summarized that at least by doing so, he wasn't skinning him. But that brought up a new problem. How would he win without immediately resorting to lethal tactics? He knew there was a body under there that he could cut, but he couldn't shift to the flat of his blade for his attacks as they wouldn't penetrate the outer layers. He was going to have to play a dangerous game. Cut but not cut through. He ducked under an attack and swung for the midsection. He did his best to focus on the feeling of the blade passing through the outer layers. As soon as it encountered something he felt was different, he would spin past, pulling the blade out in a slashing motion. Now he knew that this could lead to still killing the villain, as it was possible they would bleed out, as he had no way of knowing the depth of his attacks, and even if he did, cutting someone with a sword in the middle of a battle was tricky. When he saw blood seeping with the ooze, he knew some of his attacks had landed home. The blob was not going down gently, though it was panicking, understandably, since losing its hand. In its panic, it didn't see its unconscious ally flying toward them cold. As the stink cloud from Rag Man permitted the blob, Toguro moved back. As the sludge started to melt away, the Rag Man fell to the ground as the villain's true form was revealed. They were sickly thin, with stringy white hair, as they tumbled out of their protective sludge, retching violently. Once they moved toward the edge of the cloud, Toguro ran and kicked them free of the cloud completely. They couldn't even recover as the vomiting continued, but Toguro came from behind, and with the flat of the blade, he crashed it into the side of their head, knocking them out. Iroh cautiously moved forward, seeing that both villains were down for the count, but he nearly vomited again, seeing the blob was missing a hand. He watched Toguro move quickly, pulling out various first aid items to stem the blood loss. Eijiro paused. He wasn't a fan of Izuku, nor of 1B, as his irrational mind felt it was all some sort of power play, but he saw the boy working feverishly to save the villain that had just been trying to kill them. He pulled out what first aid he had and knelt next to him. "What can I do to help?" he asked. Toguro gave him a grateful smile and directed him to tend the cuts he hadn't addressed yet. Ruins zone. Itsuka came crashing down to the ground below. She pushed off the villain who had speared her out of the building. She twisted in the air and rebounded off the far wall. She reached out and grabbed the fire escape on her way down. The force was too much. It yanked her arm out of its socket, and she screamed and fell to the ground. The wind was forced out of her lungs. She rolled and struggled to reach her feet as the villain landed with a thud, leaving a small crater. They were on their feet and ready for battle. She was done. She knew it. One hand was broken, and the other arm hung at her side, separated from its socket. She rose to her feet, ready to make her last stand. "Pop it back in," the villain said. Itsuka froze. "I am coming over there. Now pop that shoulder back in and show me what you can do." Itsuka took the opportunity to pop her shoulder back in. She didn't give him the satisfaction of screaming. Once done, she took a fighting stance. "Give me a good fight now," he said as she rushed in. Itsuka feinted another head strike and saw him do the same maneuver where he ducked his head. She ducked down and spun to kick the villain's legs instead of sending him sprawling. She turned and leapt towards the villain's unprotected back. She was surprised when he tilted forward onto his head and flipped onto his feet. He spun and landed a kick to her midsection, driving her back. He smiled as he came in. She tilted back from the right cross and landed a bicycle kick to the villain's jaw. She landed and pushed off in an attempt to spear the villain, but he was ready for her attack. He planted a foot in the ground, brought a knee to land in her chest, and his arms wrapped around her. He spun and threw her away. Ojiro was getting frustrated and desperate. He couldn't land a hit. With every strike he attempted, she would dodge and land a stinging counterattack. He was thankful she wasn't stronger than she was, but she knew how to strike. Numerous cuts had opened up. Even when he grabbed her, she could slip out and land another strike, sending him to the ground. He got frustrated and went all in. Again, she was slipping past every punch and kick he threw, but on his last swing, he incorporated his tail into the attack, and it landed. She had slipped past the final attack but could not dodge his tail fully. It was amazing that she was even able to escape some of it in the first place. Her grunt of pain might have been the sweetest sound to grace his ears his whole life. He was renewed and ready to fight when he looked into her eyes. He worried. There was no fear in her eyes, no stress. Instead, they began to twinkle almost as if in delight. Shipwreck Zone. Tetsu was watching Denki, who had fried all the villains in the lake as far as they could tell. Sue had asked Tetsu as they made it to shore, "Do you think he got them all? If any of them are still in there, then they ain't happy." His reply was greeted with a laugh that helped to calm them both as she leapt back into the water to retrieve Hirayu. He watched as they came ashore. Hirayu and she came to shore. Hirayu told him to keep watching Denki as he and Sue moved through the overgrown grass towards the sound of the fighting to see what was happening. They all froze when they saw the massive creature next to the seemingly main villain leap from its master's side and head toward the front doors. Hirayu and Sue watched as they saw their teachers fighting through the crowd of villains. They could feel the hope building as their teachers were working with such precision as they fought together. The Shigaraki joined the fight. A villain was wrapped inside Aizawa's capture scarf. The Class 1A teacher spun and threw him at the villain. Sue and Hirayu watched in horror as the villain caught his ally, and he disintegrated him. He couldn't even scream. The ashes just caught in the wind and blew away. They saw the wicked grin as he raced into the fight. He said nothing as he first engaged. They saw him kick other villains towards the duo to create openings for himself. Then they heard his voice, 20, 17, 16, 16, 15. You're slowing down there. Eraser head. The last part was spat out like it was toxic for the villain to say. The underground hero didn't respond. Instead, he slipped past another attack by one of the hordes. He grabbed the back of his clothes and threw them toward the feet of Shigaraki. The villain leapt over the attack, which was what the pro hero wanted. He threw his capture scarf, entangled around the villain's legs. With a quick yank, he brought the villain to the ground. Eraser's head closed the distance instantly. He saw Shigaraki go to use his quirk on his scarf, and he quickly negated the villain's quirk. The shock froze the villain like it did to most. He fought when their quirk suddenly didn't work. He reared back and landed a violent soccer kick to the villain's head. Shigaraki's head snapped back from the blow. Teeth, blood, and the hand covering his face went flying. They saw panic in the villain's eyes. The cockiness and menace that was there before seemed to be gone. They saw Eraser head go for a finishing blow, only for Shigaraki to dodge the punch to his face. A hand of dirt flew into their teacher's face. He then reached down and touched the scarf, destroying it. As the teacher was stunned, Shigaraki, with his legs now free, spun, pushing up with one arm, and landed a solid kick to the teacher's ribs. Vlad saw the fight, but he was too far away as the mob was collapsing in on him, their sheer numbers beginning to overwhelm him. Shigaraki followed through on the spin kick, coming to his knees, his hand reaching a perfect angle to hit Aizawa's arm. Hirayu sprang into action. Before he knew what he was doing, he fired his quirk, hitting Shigaraki in the back. Sue was shocked, but she backed him up by using her tongue to lash out and snag his leg, yanking him to the ground. She pulled it back as soon as she removed it to get out of his reach as quickly as possible. Some of the backline villains spun seeing the students. They smiled and went to launch their attack when Tetsu burst from cover and body-checked a few of them into the rest. Denki came stumbling out behind him near Sue and Hirayu. "Denki, are you okay?" Sue shouted as she leapt forward and kicked another villain with a picture-perfect drop kick. "Getting there. Need minute," he slurred back. "I will protect you," Hirayu said defensively before him. Eraser head yelled for them to retreat as he drove an elbow into the back of Shigaraki's head. The villain was still conscious as he went to finish the job. No one saw what hit him until it was standing there. The monster that had gone to the front door had returned. Under one arm was Kurogiri. With the other, he backhanded Eraserhead away with thunderous force. Everyone on the battlefield froze. Landslide zone. Shiva twirled gracefully, evading the incoming flame with a graceful spin, and retaliated with a precision shot. Her aim was true, but the flames formed a fiery wall that absorbed the impact. Nito, seizing the opportunity, launched a swift kick to her chest, sending her flying backward. As she rose, she summoned a towering ice pillar that struck Nito in the stomach, causing him to double in agony. Desperate to regain footing, he lunged forward to attack, but Shiva was too quick. With lightning-fast reflexes, she landed a powerful punch, transforming her arm into a solid white ice block. The impact was bone-jarring and left Nito reeling, his senses dulled by the ferocity of the blow. Shiva needed to press her advantage to rejoin her bother in battle against the true target of their attacks. Still, this other, who had exhibited multiple quirks, was proving to be a difficult opponent. Though less skilled than her or her brother, he could compensate for his lack of skill and tenacity. He was stunned and reeling from her punch. It was her chance to finish this. She brought a devastating knee to his face, breaking his nose. As he fell back, she went to follow him down with a forearm to his temple. As she attacked, massive, gloved yellow hands grabbed her from behind, lifting her and slamming her back with devastating effect. She tried to regain her feet when the strange face was above her. She had forgotten about their companion, and glue cascaded down onto her face before she could react. The thickness of the substance began to seep into her nose and mouth. She was being suffocated. She panicked and tried to call upon her quirk to push him off, but she couldn't focus. When the darkness overcame her, she couldn't even weep as her ducts were covered in glue. Thankfully, Bondo was not a murderer. He pulled a vial from a pouch and applied it to the glue around her nose. With skillful movement, he pulled the glue from her nose to free up her air passage. There, she should be out for a bit. We must take care of the other to find Toru. He looked over at Nito, who was holding ice to his jaw. Nito nodded as they went towards where Shoto was engaged in combat. Shoto and the boy were in this dance of ice and fire. Each would gain an advantage only for the other to surge back and put their opponent on their back foot. Shoto had trained against a powerful fire user his whole life. From what he had witnessed, this boy's sister was a very adept ice user. They must spar constantly. The difference was that while the boy's fire did not burn as hot as his father's, he controlled the fire in a way that Shoto had never seen. It would dance and bend to the boy's will, where his opponent had the advantage. And that advantage was wearing Shoto down. When their two blasts collided again, the explosion knocked them both off their feet. Shoto was dazed. He barely saw the two fire cats coming at him in a pincer maneuver. He quickly created two ice walls to the side to deflect the attack, and that was his undoing. Hellfire flame. He heard his opponent roar and a blood-red flame came tearing for him. Everything moved in slow motion as he saw the flames. He desperately tried to summon a wall of ice to try and deflect it, but he knew from experience that such a red flame had taken almost everything he had. His only hope was that he could stop enough to live. However, he knew that such a thought was wishful thinking. He wondered what his father would say when he received news that he had died and would die here. He had to live, he needed to live. But why? Why was he so desperate to live? Was it to show that bastard that he didn't need his fire? Was it to show his mother that her ice was all he needed? Would it even matter to her? They hadn't seen each other since the incident. At first, they told him to keep him away because she was sick. But Fuyumi and Natsuo had seen her. They told him she was getting better and that he should see her, but he never did. How could he live? Ice wouldn't save him. If he could generate a strong enough ice blast, the explosion may kill him. If not, leave him prone enough for his opponent to finish him off. Fire. He had seen his father do it. A bigger fire blast would stop the other. He had seen his father do it when training some of his sidekicks. Fire was the answer. It would save his life. I realized the only way to live was fire, the most bitter thing. But he was still left with the question of why. What did he want? He wanted to be a hero. He wanted to be a hero who would save people, someone greater than his father. He had sought the path of using only his ice to spite his father and shove it in his face. Would his father even care? The more he thought about it, the more he hated the taste of the bitter pill on his tongue. His father was stubborn, single-minded, and blinded by his anger. Shoto was stubborn, single-minded, and blinded by his bitterness. His bitterness toward his father was going to kill him. Ice couldn't beat this boy alone. His opponent trained daily against a stronger ice user. But he didn't prepare against fire. Shoto closed his eyes, and instead of death, he saw a flame. His anger and bitterness fueled it, and it was ready to be released. With a mighty roar, he did just that. Nito and Bondo rounded the corner and leapt back to cover as Shoto's fire collided with the hellfire flame. One was blood red, but Shoto's fire exploded in pure white, engulfing the red flame and causing his opponent to dive for cover. He was in shock, his mind desperately trying to find the next action, when some heavy and herd collided with the back of his head, and darkness took hold. Toru stood over the unconscious villain, her body racked with pain from the burns, and she stumbled to the side. She heard her name being called as Nito and Bondo were running towards her area. Nito was able to locate her. She felt relieved when he carefully reached her with coolness radiating from his hands. She saw him hesitate as he got closer. She could tell he was worried about touching her in the wrong spot. She gently moved his hand under her knees and pulled others under her shoulders. She had never had someone be so conscious of where they were grabbing her before. Mountain Zone. Izuku gathered himself. The wound in his gut, while not deep, was enough to draw blood. His leg was bandaged, but it would hinder his movement. Momo was bleeding from the back, Set was down a hand, and Kyoka had an injured shoulder. The man-spider was dangerous. He had a look in his eye that Izuku had been trained to recognize. He was here for blood and misery. He wouldn't stop killing them. His intentions were apparent with the hunger his eyes portrayed, and it was a hunger for all of them. The ninja glided as they moved, their blade behind them, skilled and trained. Eyes cold, focused on him. The dispassionate nature in their eyes told him this was business, that they didn't come here on some desire for death or for other things to sake some thirst. They came here to do one thing: kill. The way they looked at him made him think that the person they were there to kill was him. I got the ninja. They seem hyper-focused on me, he told the girls. Be careful of that man, I know, was all Momo responded. A glow from her back produced some machetes, aimed for the joints on his legs. Her abdomen glowed, and glaive polearm came out. She took it in hand as Set and Kyoka grabbed the machetes. Oh yes, I love it when the struggle, he beeped. Struggle hard with all you can. I want to see you break and submit to me. As he talked to small canisters looking like gas grenades were sticking out her back, Set and Kyoka immediately took them as Momo moved to engage. Izuku advanced towards the ninja, cautious, his staff at the ready. Do you have a name? I am Hitoshirezu, a cold, flat voice responded. Then everything around Izuku went dark. Momo came in and took a swing towards one of the legs. As expected, he pulled it back and was able to balance on the others. Another came up and over to stab at her. She spun past it as Set came in behind her and, with great precision, was able to swing her bat at the hoof. Set smiled when she heard it crack. He reared in pain. Kyoka blasted him with a sonic attack, throwing him off balance further. The man-spider flailed wildly, the black ooze flying everywhere. Momo let out a cry as some landed on her thigh, and immediately, she felt it begin to burn and eat at the skin. Set panicked and pulled Momo back as Kyoka tried to press the advantage. Momo knew she had to get it off and created a piece of leather thigh armor on the spot she had been hit. As it came out of her leg, she could feel the ooze come off her skin and begin to eat the armor piece. Kyoka swung the machete, but unfortunately for her, she hit a solid part of the leg. While the villain did scream when it yanked back, the weapon was taken away from her. The sudden shift in balance knocked her to the ground. Before she could scramble back to her feet, he reached down and pulled her into his embrace. She froze for a second as massive mandibles came out of his mouth. Her arms pinned, she took her jacks and plunged them as deep as she could into his eyes. His scream nearly knocked her out as he dropped her to the ground. Momo and Set saw their opportunity and ran in, ready to rejoin the fray. Izuku was surprised by the sudden darkness, but he quickly summarized that it had to be Hitoshirezu's quirk. Their name translated was unseen. He tried to focus his hearing, but it wasn't fast enough to evade, but he did manage to deflect the blow, preventing it from being fatal. The sword had come at his side, and before it could bite too deep, he deflected it away with his staff. He rolled away, trying to create a mental map of his surroundings. He spun his staff around himself and felt a clank where he suspected a part of the mountain was. He put his back to it, cutting off an avenue of attack. The sound of the girls fighting the man-spider was making this task difficult. Blind fighting had been particularly difficult for Izuku to learn, and he was no master at it. He heard the attack at the last possible second. He deflected the blade upwards and ducked low. He took a swing at where he hoped his opponent would be and caught nothing but air. But his opponent was not about to let him catch his breath. The sword sliced across his back. Thankfully, his armor held. He repositioned himself, doing his best to steady the panic. Kyoka would have been able to take this villain down quickly with her hearing. Izuku focused, shutting out what he could and listening for movement near him. Unseen, they were not silent. They had to move through dirt, and shifting earth under their feet made sound. Listen for the sound, he told himself. He heard it quickly, and his staff lashed out to deflect the blow. As he followed through, the black sword came to his hand in a deadly downward arc. At the last second, he twisted the blade so the flat came crashing down instead of the edge. He heard the scream as his sight returned. Nothing stopped the black blade, nothing he had encountered anyway. It cut through bone and flesh like a stick sliding into the water. He knew that this villain would be no more if he had continued with the blade. Hitoshirezu's shoulder and collar bone shattered under the blow, and they crumpled to the ground as a round knob of the staff came crashing across their jaw, breaking it. Thankfully, they couldn't feel the pain unconscious. The man-spider lunged at the haired girl, its two talon legs aiming to strain for her. When she didn't move, he smirked in triumph. Surely when the others saw one of their dies, their will to fight would crumple. But his attack hit nothing but air. As Set split at the last second, dodging the attack, she pulled the pin and threw the canister. It exploded in the villain's face, the gas involved their head, and the agony began. It burned. It was pure pain. He stumbled back, screaming as another canister exploded against his back legs. He didn't think the pain could intensify till he felt something cleave through one of those legs, sending him crumpling to the floor. He saw a leg twitching severed from his body. The girl with black hair whirled and swung her polearm again, taking off another of the spider limbs. His eyes felt like they were on fire and going to explode, and then the girl with the lobs came rushing in. The sweet beep of unconsciousness was welcome at this point. The girls looked at each other as Momo walked over, creating saline. She flushed the villain's eyes as the cuffs dropped out. Kyoka secured the villain. Afterward, Momo sat on a rock and devoured some calorie bars. Set ensured they hadn't missed anyone while Kyoka went and helped patch up Izuku's side. She smiled at her gratefully. The sounds of battle could still be heard. Warrielly got to their feet and started moving towards the next zone. Windstorm Zone. It was a massive free-for-all. Jirota was in the middle as the villains attempted to swarm him under. That meant they weren't protecting their flank. Yui, Fumi, and Koji made them pay. Dark shadow snaked across the ground till it could take up position back to back with Jirota. Fumi was not a fighter, but he could swing a baton provided to him by Yui. Koji's hardened look was not for show. He knew now was not the time to be peaceful, that they were fighting for their lives. Like the animals he loved, he had been backed into a corner, and he would not be timid. Yui was a force of nature and tenacity. She threw some items on the ground and activated her quirk. Large concrete barricades sprang to life, throwing villains into the air. Those who turned on the girl wished they hadn't. When a villain landed, what they felt was a devastating right cross. Her bloody smile froze them in their place. They were apologizing as she descended upon them. Dark shadow raged alongside Jirota as the two were grabbing villains and throwing them aside or tearing into them. The ferocity of their attacks seemed to feed off the other as they physically demonstrated to these villains that they had made wrong choices in their lives, leading to this moment. It was chaotic and messy, but in the end, the young heroes, though bruised, stood victorious. Yui looked at the boys. There are more of these bastards out there attacking our friends. I think we should go meet them and remind them why no one fucks with UA. She yelled. They raced to the next battle. The front door. It landed with a thud, cracking the metal plates as it did so. It was the monster. Its unblinking eyes looked over and past everyone to Kurogiri. The students tensed. They knew what the beast had come for. Niran didn't even get to yell out anything other than move, as the best was by Mist's villain's side in an instant. It trampled over its allies without a care or even seeming to notice that it had done so. Jiro quickly activated his quirk as Pony fired her horns at the monster. The beast ignored the girl's attack. It did look curiously at its legs as they began to sink into the ground. Riko tried to yank the beast, but it was too heavy. Quickly, she pulled on its arms and lurched forward, its arms sinking into the softened ground. Juzo immediately cut his quirk. Yos ran in and tagged the monster's legs, welding them to the ground. They surrounded the beast, reading themselves. They were woefully unprepared as the beast wrenched its arms free by tearing them off. It did the same to its legs as Juzo yelled for it to stop. The lack of any scream of pain would haunt Pony for years. They stumbled back as the limbs began to regrow. Niran leapt in, swinging with all his might, activating his quirk. There was no effect. The beast swung, and by sheer luck, Niran dodged. Ochako attacked, hoping to tag the best with her quirk. The beast turned to meet her attack, a monstrous downward punch coming towards her. She stumbled and fell. Reiko yanked with all her might, pulling the fist to the side. The impact left no doubt that Ochako would have been turned to paste. She scrambled to her feet as the monster reached out to grab her. You will not touch her, you monster. Sato roared as he leapt into the air, bringing a thunderous axe kick to the monster's shoulder area. Everyone's heart soared and fell instantly as there was no effect. Sato could kick off and land out of the monster's grasp. In an instant, the monster was on them. Sato and Juzo were sent flying by a thunderous backhand that reverberated throughout the area. Pony tacked Reiko out of the way of another attack, but she didn't clear the blow completely, and the impact caught her leg, breaking it. Ochako swallowed her fear and ran in and tagged the monster on the back. As she slid under the thing's legs, desperately she tried to run. Niran threw a rock, pegging the monster in the head, gaining the thing's attention. Niran knew he was done for. He did his best to anticipate the thing's attack, hoping to survive. He barely saw the fist coming for him. He was done for. Suddenly, the word, block, appeared before him, stopping the blow. Niran saw Manga standing there, and he dropped to a knee. Yuga slid next to him. Behold my twinkling light, you monster. He yelled as his naval laser ripped forth, striking the beast. Again, joy was snatched as a portal opened, and the beast came flying back towards them. It was Sen's turn. He knocked the beast off course, sending it crashing off to the side. The monster was up in an instant. It raised its massive hands over its head and slammed them down, creating a massive shockwave, sending debris flying everywhere and its opponents diving for cover. It ripped Kurogiri free and leapt back to the plaza. Forest zone. Shiro, Shihai and Kanoko emerged carefully from the underground into a ring of trees. They did their best to listen, seeing if they were about to be attacked, but instead they could hear cries of distress. Kanoko took the lead, moving cautiously as Shiro limped behind her. Shihai took to the shadows to cautiously scout ahead. His sudden reappearance in front of his companions startled them. We need to hurry, Kosei is badly injured. He led them forward. When the cam bursting through, they were almost attacked by Abara and Mezzo. They saw Kosei lying on the ground holding his stomach that had more bandaging than they thought possible. Mina was against a tree shaking. They saw bandaging on her as well. They saw the bear villain and the way his head was at an unnatural angle and said nothing. They ran over to see what aid they could give their allies. Kanoko created some mushrooms and handed them out. Some had natural pain relief for Mina and Kosei, and she gave that had sweetness to them for Abara and Mezzo. She pulled Abara aside and asked what had happened. To Abara's credit, she was able to give a description of the battle. She did falter at the bear, and when she told them what happened, Kanoko understood. Shiro stood there for a moment concentrating before some tape started coming out. It should be better to hold you together, and it's sterile enough, I think. Mezzo, we need to get a stretcher made up so we can transport him out of here. He need medical. Mezzo nodded, thankful for something to do. Zero distributed some capture tape to Shihai, whispering something to him. Mina, we should make sure all the villains are secure. Can you help me with that? The pink-skinned girl was able to nod as they moved off. The sounds of battle continued off in the distance. They knew the attack was not over, but they needed to get Kosei medical attention, because if not, then even if they survived, they would be attending a funeral for sure. Focusing on their tasks was a good way to get the forest group back and moving. Soon they had Kosei loaded with Mezzo and Zero carrying him, and him using his extra appendages to help listen for any ambushes. He was able to alert them before the trap was sprung. Shihai nodded and moved off, taking the first one by surprise. The other two didn't have a chance when Mina and Abara descended upon them. Their attack wasn't quick. Though Kanoko noticed that Mina didn't use her quirk at all, and Abara used it only at the beginning to pull the villain to her, then not again. Even they all lived through today, they would never be the same. The plaza. Sue and Tetsu went to work, making their way towards Vlad King, who was trying to get to Eraserhead. The monster lifted the dazed and very angry Shigaraki to their feet. Stupid mobs, he roared. I want them broken and bleeding before me, you useless idiots. Nomu, finish off the teachers. He spat, turning his attention to students. Kurogiri, bring in the reinforcements. Time to die, children. More portals opened in the plaza as the villains' numbers were replenished. Time to die, children. Shigaraki roared as the battle began anew. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.